Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei sighed at himself. His soul power had exceeded 5 million, his strength had soared, so had his comprehensive combat power, and his foundation had been tempered well recently. However, he was not strong enough. Although the young master of the Crab King City had already turned his origin sea into a star, after he was attacked just now, his first thought was to run. Realizing that he couldn't escape, he actually called third uncle. Good lord, what else could he be if not a *King idiot? In this day and age, being able to transform one's origin sea into a star didn't mean that he was strong. It might just be because of the accumulation of resources. Maybe he was still a coward. But in any case, this young master of the Crab King City was already a piece of cake in Han Fei's eyes. However, after all this fighting, he had killed 7 or 8 weaklings, but the main character hadn't been killed. How embarrassing was that? However, Han Fei sighed this so loudly that his sigh echoed tens of thousands of kilometers in the void. In the eyes of Zhou Jingjing, he seemed to be pretending to be something. At this moment, Zhou Jingjing had already recalled the sea establishers she had released. This was no longer a battle that sea establishers could participate in. She didn't have a chance to recall her men just now because she was surrounded and didn't dare to act rashly. Who would have expected that Zhang Daqian was such a ferocious person? In the blink of an eye, he killed 7 or 8 sky-opening realm cultivators, and even the young master of the Crab King City, a star transformation realm powerhouse, had his body destroyed. Although he wasn't killed, he was still a star transformation realm powerhouses. He wasn't easy to beat. Anyway, it was not until this moment that Zhou Jingjing realized that this guy was just teasing them. A late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse who could erupt with ultra-light speed robbed our small whale fortress? And he did. It 17 times in a row. However, in any case, Zhou Jingjing felt that Han Fei had saved them. Otherwise, it would be dangerous if they were taken away by the Crab King City. However, she didn't know that Han Fei was actually returning the favor. Han Fei's understanding was that he used the giant whale fortress to temper himself, only to attract the people from the Crab King City. It would be fine if the people from the Crab King City were easy to talk to. But they wanted him to surrender and kill the emperors of the Great Whale Fortress. This was too much. A sea monster fortress was not as simple as having only a few strong masters. The destruction of a sea monster fortress was very likely the death of many ordinary people. Of course, they were mostly humanoid creatures, demonic plants, sea beasts, and other messy races, but they were still living creatures. At this moment, Han Fei's 10,000 feet phantom appeared, which dazzled Zhou Jingjing and the others. They felt helpless, thinking that they couldn't beat him at all. On the other side, the third uncle that the Crab King City called had already appeared. He appeared only slightly more slowly than Han Fei. Perhaps because Han Fei's strength was not low, even if the young master of the Crab King City had a protective jade slip and crushed it immediately, he still failed to catch up. If he were just an ordinary sea establisher, he might have died. In the void, a middle-aged, burly man in crab armor appeared. How dare you touch my nephew? I'll kill you no matter how far you run. Roaring at Han Fei, the middle-aged man still clamped open the void and broke the sealed void first. Then, he reached out and grabbed, and the surrounding void twisted, and the body of the young master of the Crab King City quickly Reorganized. At this moment, Zhou Jingjing shouted, Zhang. Hey, run! The Crab King city is not far away. Run! Han Fei glanced at Zhou Jingjing and thought to himself, this person is not bad. She even reminded me to run. However, this time, Han Fei wasn't particularly worried. Although the Crab King city was a mobile castle, they didn't have a monarch. Otherwise, if every mobile castle that appeared had a monarch, how many monarchs would there be? Han Fei had been wandering in the wilderness for 5 years. He had explored thousands of secret realms and stuffed countless resources into his origin. Including mines, ground veins, spiritual springs, spiritual fruits, and demonic plants. Up to now, Han Fei had always felt that according to the law of conservation of energy, no matter how many things were stuffed into his origin sea, once he made his origin sea return to the origin, everything in his origin sea would be reset, but the overall energy would remain unchanged. He firmly believed this. Therefore, for others, this wilderness was a trial, but for Han Fei, it was a treasure house with countless resources waiting for him to collect. Unfortunately, it was a little slow to collect them alone. Occasionally, Han Fei would rob. Of course, Han Fei spent most of his time looking for people to temper himself. Han Fei had already found 7 or 8 sea monster fortresses like Zhou Jingjing's. Every group of sea monster fortresses would give up on taking revenge on him after fighting him for a while. Originally, Han Fei was only going to temper himself with the giant whale fortress for another 5 or 8 times before he left. Who knew that he would attract the attention of the Crab King city? Han Fei turned his head and glanced at them. Stay away. After saving his nephew, the third uncle of the Crab King city rushed at Han Fei without hesitation. This person was not in the sky-opening realm like Zhou Jingjing and the others, but a super powerhouse in the late star transformation realm. Han Fei activated his Great Tao and unleashed a terrifying force, charging at this person at an ultralight speed. Bang! 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 While running, Zhou Jingjing and the others looked at the scene behind. They had thought that he was a hidden late-stage star transformation powerhouse, a big shot who could challenge the Crab King city. However, at the moment when the two of them collided, Zhou Jingjing was speechless to find that Han Fei was sent flying. Or rather, he couldn't resist the guy at all. Every time Han Fei hit third uncle, he might have been beaten 10 times. Ripples appeared in the void, waves exploded, and the seabed collapsed again and again, all caused when Han Fei's body was smashed by third uncle. The middle-aged man shouted, "You haven't turned your origin sea into a star yet? Then how did you comprehend the ultralight speed?" Hiss. Zhou Jingjing and the others ran as fast as they could. When they heard their conversation, they were dumbfounded. Next to Zhou Jingjing, a person was shocked. He hasn't turned his origin sea into a star yet? How is it possible? He hasn't turned his origin sea into a star, but he killed a star-level powerhouse so easily? Shit, how can he be fine after being beaten for so long? He. Although Han Fei was beaten up, he sneered. Hey! If you can't kill me today, my Kiliacosm will be a mortal enemy of your Crab King city. He. Bang! Han Fei was hit more than 50,000 kilometers away, his internal organs were rolling, and he kept coughing. However, third uncle's expression became more and more solemn. Because his strength was about to be gone, he didn't dare to attack with all his strength. He wanted to give his nephew time to run and buy time for his original body to come over, so he was just beating this person up. However, he didn't expect Han Fei's physique to be so strong. Ordinary C. Establishment powerhouses would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. But this person could withstand his soul attacks, and his body was even more terrifying. He felt that this guy was comparable to his original body. What kind of opportunity did this monster get? Zhang Daqian, I'll remember you. The next time I see you, you will die. Boom. This person launched a star explosion with a single blow, and 100,000 kilometers of turbid waves filled the air. Han Fei was sent flying 100,000 kilometers like a meteor by the last blow of the person. He felt that all his bones had been shattered, but his face was filled with a crazy smile. He roared, "Crab King City, wait for me." Cough, cough. The strong master dissipated, and Han Fei panted to steady himself and murmured, "So strong. This is what I call whetstone. Awesome, this battle of a few seconds is comparable to 10 battles with Zhou Jingjing and the others. TSK, tisk. Buzz. When the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique was activated, Han Fei's injuries quickly recovered. Zhou Jingjing and the others had already run millions of kilometers away from the battle between Han Fei and the strong master of the Crab King City. At this time, they didn't dare to be negligent at all. If the people of the Crab King City really arrived, they would be doomed. One day later. Huff. Zhou Jingjing heaved a long sigh of relief. After they ran at full speed for a day, no one should be able to catch up with them, right? Well. Zhang Daqian must be a lunatic. They dare not chase him again. She felt that the battle between such strong masters might last for a period of time. Their attention should not be on her small whale fortress in the short term. However, after this battle, the Crab King City would definitely try their best to hunt down my giant whale fortress. It seemed that I had to change to another wilderness sea area. Zhou Jingjing stabilized her breathing and sat cross-legged, preparing to recover. Just as she sat down and hadn't had the time to activate her cultivation technique, she heard a voice behind her say, "Hey, are you leaving just like that? Without even saying goodbye?" Buzz. At that time, Zhou Jingjing almost collapsed. "Can you stop fooling around? Why are you haunting me?" Zhou Jingjing didn't know what to do. She was on the verge of breaking down. In frustration, she simply said, "Brother, fellow Taoist, when did our great whale fortress offend you? You are a super powerhouse. Why do you have to mess with a small great whale fortress like mine?" Zhou Jingjing quickly got up and moved away from Han Fei, her eyes vigilant. However, Han Fei nodded thoughtfully and said, "Are you interested in following me?" Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. With you? Zhou Jingjing was stunned. Although she didn't know why Han Fei had been chasing them, she had some guesses. He probably wanted their emperors to fight him. As for the sky-opening realm powerhouses, in addition to normal cultivation, by sparring, tempering, and experiencing hardships, they could stabilize their cultivation and even improve their comprehension faster. She felt that Han Fei was probably thinking this. The only thing she didn't understand was that he could easily kill a star transformation realm expert. Why did he need them to spar with him? Han Fei smiled. "What do you think?" Han Fei didn't really want to find a few lackeys for himself. It was mainly because he couldn't really attack the Crab King City alone. Even if there was no monarch in the Crab King City, that third uncle of the Crab King City was already very powerful. He had definitely reached the level of the top 10 lords. Besides, there was definitely more than one powerhouse like this in Crab King City. How could there only be one late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse in a mobile castle? If that was the case, as long as someone could hold back the late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse, the mobile castle would be doomed. However, from the words third uncle used by the young master of the Crab King City, Han Fei estimated that there were at least 3 late-stage star transformation realm super powerhouses in the Crab King City, which made much more sense. If it were the previous Han Fei, he would definitely be unwilling to join forces with these people. If he wasn't careful, he would lose his life. But now, he should be able to deal with one powerhouse. If there were really more powerhouses, Blood Fiend should be able to deal with one too. Of course. If the other party had a third sky-opening realm powerhouse, Han Fei still wouldn't be able to defeat them. However, this also served the purpose of tempering himself. Otherwise, if he could deal with a mobile castle alone, how could he be tempered? One of the reasons why Han Fei suggested that Zhou Jingjing and the others follow him for the time being was to attract the attention of others. The mobile castle and the sea monster fortress both located their targets via stargazing. Although the big stars in the Sea of Stars were far away and they couldn't cross the Sea of Stars, as long as they confirmed that the other party was a cultivator and chased in that direction, the probability of encountering him was extremely high. However, what could be observed was usually flickering stars. If it were a lone star, it would be very difficult to observe. For example, there was originally only one star in a certain starry sky, but many stars suddenly appeared. This way, it could be confirmed that there were cultivators here. However, in the starry sky, countless lonely stars hung high. Who knew which star corresponded to a specific cultivator? In the vast sea of stars, even if the cultivators representing the stars could move, because the distance was too far, it was generally not easy to detect. Therefore, mobile castles and sea monster fortresses were only good at discovering group targets. It was mostly luck that they occasionally found lone targets. Zhou Jingjing looked at Han Fei solemnly. Why? You are strong enough to fight a late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse. Why do you still need us to follow you? Aren't you a loner? Han Fei grinned and said, you should have guessed what I'm doing, right? Zhou Jingjing said, you're tempering yourself with battles, so you need high intensity battles. The stronger the enemy, the better. Of course, they can't be too strong. Han Fei smiled and said, smart. Therefore, I need bait. Not only to attract the attention of the Crab King City, but also the attention of the strong masters of other sea monster fortresses. Zhou Jingjing's teeth hurt. How dare he use the word bait so blatantly? Besides, it was bait. If they weren't careful, they would be doomed. Zhang Daqian was too ruthless. She shouldn't have tried to save him before. But Han Fei added, don't worry. I can give you a certain reward for being bait. We can split the resources we looted. I'll take 70, and you take 30. The strong had the right to set the price. Han Fei didn't stand on ceremony with Zhou Jingjing. What he didn't say was that this share was only targeted at ordinary looted materials. If it were a robbery at the level of the Crab King City, he believed that he would at most give 5% of the resources to Zhou Jingjing and the others. After all, they were just bait. Zhou Jingjing couldn't back down now. She could only agree, although she knew that agreeing to Han Fei was like asking a tiger for its skin. It was very dangerous. Zhou Jingjing asked, "Then can you return the previous resources to us?" Han Fei frowned. "Why should I return the resources I snatched with my own abilities?" Zhou Jingjing. Another 3 years passed. At this moment, Han Fei, Zhou Jingjing, and the 4 sky-opening powerhouses were watching a giant shark fleeing. Yes, they had looted another sea monster fortress. Zhou Jingjing said, "It's been 3 years. We've robbed at least 72. 80% of the sea monster fortresses in this sea area. The Crab King City has been lured over more than a dozen of them. Zhang Daqian, if you want to polish yourself, why don't you change places?" In the past 3 years, Zhou Jingjing felt as if she was walking on thin ice and was living in fright every day, although the resources they gained in the past 3 years were comparable to what they gained in the past 100 years. However, the reputation of the Kiliacosm had already spread throughout this sea area. All the wilderness camps, islands, ships, and fortresses here knew about the Kiliacosm. Yes, after following Han Fei, the name of the giant whale fortress was no longer used. The main reason was that Zhou Jingjing didn't want to ruin her reputation. Otherwise, when others met her in the future, they would probably swarm up to kill her. But Han Fei didn't care. He even had the terrifying idea of making the Kiliacosm a legend in the wilderness. When others heard that it was the Kiliacosm, their first reaction would be either to run or to attack it together. On the side, an emperor also said, "Yes. Boss Zhang, you just heard that just." Next to our sea area, the seabed collapsed, revealing a huge ancient mountain range where countless strong masters gathered. "That place will definitely be able to temper your cultivation." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Good. Then let's go to the ancient mountain range." Zhou Jingjing, can we not go there?" "Well, fine. Let's go." Seeing Han Fei give him a look, Zhou Jingjing gave up. She just felt that with Han Fei's personality, if he went to the ancient mountain, he would definitely have conflicts with many people, which would be even more dangerous for them. Han Fei nodded slightly. "We'll set off tomorrow, but for now, let's wait a little longer." Hearing that Han Fei wanted to wait a little longer, the sky-opening powerhouses around Zhou Jingjing all frowned. They all knew what Han Fei was waiting for. He was waiting for the Crab King City. Buzz. When the void fluctuated slightly, Zhou Jingjing suddenly shouted, "All of you, go to the camp." 3 years ago, Han Fei had said that Zhou Jingjing and the others were just bait. In the past few years, Zhou Jingjing and the others had been excellent bait. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be afraid, because at the level of the sea monster fortress, they could only spar with Han Fei and no one could beat it. However, there were some exceptions, which were the Crab King City. Now, everyone in the vast sea knew that the Crab King City had a conflict with a sea monster fortress called the Kiliacosm. The Crab King City had tried to kill it a dozen times, but failed to destroy the Kiliacosm. At this moment, the void trembled. When Han Fei saw the figure that appeared in the void, he couldn't help but grin. "Oh. Xia Quan, Third Master Xia, R. You alone today? Third Master Xia's face trembled. I knew it was you, Zhang Daqian. If you have balls, don't run this time. I'll kill you. Han Fei sneered. Come on. I've got some comprehension today. I won't run. Unless I fight 30,000 rounds. Third Master Xia said, You said that. Take this. Knock, knock, knock. Bang. 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 In terms of strength, Han Fei was naturally inferior to Third Master Xia, but his body was tough. In the past 3 years, he had fought with Third Master Xia 7 or 8 times. In addition to Third Master Xia, Han Fei had fought Second Master Xia 5 or 6 times. In terms of strength, Second Master Xia was at least 20% stronger than Third Master Xia. Han Fei could only hold on for 100 seconds before he had to run. However, in the hands of Third Master Xia, Han Fei could barely hold on for more than half an hour. But this time, half an hour later, Third Master Xia was a little shocked. Have you turned your Origency into a star? Han Fei sneered. If I have, how can you beat me? In fact, in the 8th year of his training in the wilderness, Han Fei finally consolidated half of his foundation. Half a month ago, he had an epiphany, and his strength soared by 20%, or because of the consolidation, his normal combat power had recovered and even increased by 20%. This 20% was not a joke. This was his own strength without using the power of his great Tao. Although it was only 20%, it was a breakthrough success. This was because Han Fei discovered that as his soul and physique became more and more balanced, the effect of consolidating his strength became more and more obvious. After the real ultimate balance was reached, Han Fei believed that his basic strength might directly soar by more than 50%. An hour later, Han Fei's blood was surging. Although he couldn't fight anymore, it felt really good. Third Master Xia was really reckless. He could beat him up every time. This time, Han Fei felt that it was comparable to 10 years of cultivation. Suddenly, Han Fei subconsciously pinched his fingers and his face changed slightly when he saw the sky. It had been exactly 1 day since the last time the 9 Palace Luck ruler measured his luck. Shit, it's the 2nd day. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. In the 2 consecutive battles today, although Han Fei's battle with Third Master Xia was very beneficial, it took too long and he accidentally exceeded the time. Han Fei knew that something was wrong and immediately shouted, Zhou Jingjing. Run. Others could enter the origin sea of the giant whale, but not Zhou Jingjing. This was because Zhou Jingjing was stronger than the giant whale. The reason was simple. For example, although Zhang Daqian's octopus body was known as the Kiliacosm Sea Monster Fortress, it never took anyone in. At first, in order to attract attention, Zhou Jingjing didn't run away. She only stayed far away after Xiasan came. However, she didn't stay far enough. Firstly, Third Master Xia was occupied by Han Fei and had no time to care about her. Secondly, although Zhou Jingjing had been acting as bait in the past few years, she had learned too much from Han Fei's battles. She discovered that the great techniques in Han Fei's hands seemed to never run out. Besides, the great Tao Han Fei mastered was very complicated, and his combat style was unusual. Therefore, although she didn't know how Han Fei had grown in the past few years, she felt that she was growing rapidly, gaining more resources, understanding more combat skills, and using the great Tao more skillfully, and her strength had increased by at least 30%. Under such circumstances, Zhou Jingjing certainly didn't want to miss it. She had to watch the battle from the side every time because the Crab King City didn't dare to easily send ordinary sky-opening realm powerhouses to kill Han Fei, so no one would disturb her. However, this time, something unexpected happened. A crack suddenly appeared in the void, and Xie Xian, the second in command of the Crab King City, who Han Fei was also familiar with, rushed out of the void. Xie Xian shouted, "Zhang Daqian, we failed to catch you every time no matter how hard we tried. Do you really think our Crab King City didn't learn any lesson?" Zhou Jingjing was shocked. What happened? Why were they caught this time? Didn't Zhang Daqian have a way to avoid the Crab King City's pursuit? Buzz. Han Fei activated the Great Tao of Space. As the void distorted 3 times, the speed of light erupted. When the speed of light erupted, Han Fei's figure trembled, and an invisible black fog dispersed. Xie Xian shouted, "Only 3 times the speed of light. Can you escape?" At that moment, Xie Xian disappeared and forcibly broke into Han Fei's twisted void. He also erupted with ultralight speed, but it was faster than 3 times the speed of light, probably nearly 4 times. Third Master Xia roared, "Zhang Daqian, let's see how you can run today." Buzz. With that, Third Master Xia also activated an ultralight speed. However, his ultralight speed was only 4 times. Even so, he was faster than Han Fei. The main reason was that he didn't master as many great Daos as Han Fei. Therefore, even though he had turned his origin sea into a star for a long time, his understanding and exploration of ultralight speed was only slightly better than Han Fei's. Over the years, although Han Fei's understanding of ultralight speed wasn't deep, he basically understood that the ultralight speed a sky-opening realm cultivator could erupt was usually less than 10 times the speed of light. 10 times the speed of light was like a watershed. It was difficult for ordinary sky-opening cultivators to break it through. This was also what Senior Brother Azure Dragon had taught him during the last meeting of the Void Temple, but he didn't say it very clearly. He probably wanted him to explore it himself. Under such circumstances, he definitely couldn't run away. With Han Fei's current strength, he couldn't even defeat Third Master Xia. Now that second Master Xia came too, he would be completely crushed. If the two of them fought him together, he probably couldn't even last 100 seconds. As soon as he ran tens of millions of kilometers, he was stopped by these two people. However, after fighting for less than 3 seconds, Third Master Xia's expression suddenly changed. "No, it's not right. Zhang Daqian is at least 30% weaker, and his physique is not as strong as before." Second Master Xia immediately shouted, "Big brother, let's take down Zhou Jingjing first." Zhou Jingjing, who had already run tens of millions of kilometers with all her might, had no idea what was going on behind her. At this moment, she could only run. If she was 1 step slower, the consequences would be disastrous. She thought that she could run away this time, but in front of her, the void suddenly trembled, and a figure grabbed at her at an ultralight speed. Zhou Jingjing hadn't even understood ultralight speed. Faced with this grab, she had no chance to fight back at all. She knew in her heart that it was over this time. The boss of the Crab King City, Xia Wuyin, was here. It was impossible for her to escape. At that moment, when Zhou Jingjing thought that she would die this time, a voice sounded in her ears, "Open your mind." Huh? This voice, like a straw to clutch at, ignited the hope of survival in Zhou Jingjing's heart. Twin in one. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Jingjing blacked out and appeared in an unknown world. She immediately realized that this should be Zhang Daqian's origin sea. Unfortunately, this origin sea was not open to her, so she couldn't feel this origin sea. Outside. The moment Han Fei recalled Zhou Jingjing, the big hand of Xia Wuyin, the boss of the Crab King city, had already reached him. At this moment, Xia Wuyin was also shocked. This guy's speed had completely exceeded the range of ultralight speed. This should be a great technique, a great technique that could separate the two worlds. As far as the Crab King city knew, Han Fei had never used such a great technique. Otherwise, how could the Crab King city not have a solution? Bang! Han Fei felt a terrifying power entering his body. This power was disintegrating the power in his body and even wanted to interfere with the eruption of the great Tao in his body. Fortunately, Han Fei's body was strong enough to seal the power in his body. Cough. Han Fei twisted the void, but he was still sent flying by Xia Wuyin's palm. He swallowed a mouthful of essence blood. Xia Wuyin sneered. Zhang Daqian, with the three of us here today, you can't escape. At this moment, Han Fei ignored him and was wondering if he should use Blood Fiend or the Great Tao of Time. If he used Blood Fiend, there were three people on the opposite side, so he still couldn't escape. Therefore, Han Fei made up his mind and accelerated the time around him. Swish. 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 Xia Wuyin saw that Han Fei's speed suddenly soared, exceeding 4 times the speed of light in the blink of an eye, even reaching 5 times the speed of light. Xia Wuyin was dumbfounded. Did this kid really not turn his origin sea into a star? In his life, he had never seen a strong master who hadn't turned his origin sea into a star unleash such a fast speed. These were not the sword cultivators and boxers of the East Sword Pavilion and Fistlight Mountain. Even if your instantaneous outburst could be so fast, how could you run so fast? Xia Wuyin was speechless. This guy was completely fine after being slapped by him? And he could continue to unleash his power under his grade of corrosion? Bang! When Xia Wuyin chased him, he broke through a light blue barrier and immediately felt that his speed had slowed down. His terrifying speed that exceeded 7 times the speed of light had dropped to only 4 times. The Great Tao of Time? Xia Wuyin was shocked. Why did he suddenly use AF** King Time technique? Fortunately, the Great Tao of Time couldn't block him for long. After only 2 seconds, Xia Wuyin suddenly shattered the power of time, but Han Fei was gone. In 2 or 3 seconds, fleeing at 5 times the speed of light, Han Fei had already run millions of kilometers. It would be difficult to catch up with him. At this moment, second Xia and third Xia came. Third Xia asked, "Boss, where is he?" Xia Wuyin said, "He ran away. He took Zhou Jingjingjiu away." Hiss. Xia Xian asked, "Boss, you didn't stop that little punk?" Wait, how did he cross thousands of kilometers so quickly and reach you from our side? Xia Wuyin said, "This guy's identity is definitely not ordinary. He hid a lot of things. In the blink of an eye, he crossed such a long distance. I can't do it. Even someone stronger than me who was about to reach the longevity realm can't do it. This guy must have a secret technique to save his life. Besides," Xia Wuyin said leisurely, "he actually walked the Great Tao of Time." Xia Xian? Xia Quan? Xiaquan exclaimed, the great Tao of time, then, have we offended someone we shouldn't have? Xia Wuyin shook his head slightly. He might not be from the Time Temple. This person's great Tao is too impure. He can enter every great Tao, so he might not necessarily be from the Time Temple. Have you heard of the people from the Time Temple cultivating these messy great Taos? Xia Xian and Xia Quan shook their heads. The great Tao of time was extremely powerful. If Xia Quan had known that Han Fei walked the great Tao of time in the first battle, he wouldn't have chased him even if he was beaten to death. In the wilderness, there were many sky-opening powerhouses. Generally, as long as they hunted a sea monster fortress, they could replenish their lost resources. Who was willing to offend a person who had mastered the great Tao of time for this? Xia Quan asked, Boss, what should we do now? Even if that kid is not from the Time Temple, he is extremely ruthless and keeps hindering us. Will he come back to take revenge on us? Xia Wuyin thought for a moment and said, it seems that he didn't hide so many abilities just to target us. This guy is probably using us as whetstones. Hiss. Xia Xian was furious. I'll tear him apart. How dare he use the Crab King city as a whetstone? Is he tired of living? Xia Wuyin glared at him. If you don't have the ability to keep him here, stop yelling. My great Tao of corrosion left a mark in his body. With his strength, he shouldn't be able to break it for a while. I'll chase him and not give him a chance to catch his breath. Whether I can kill him or not, at least I can't let him stay in the sea under our command. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations 7 days later. On a certain sea area, Han Fei cursed, son of Ab *tch, this old guy just won't let me go. I just used your Crab King city as a whetstone, but I didn't grind you bald. Why do you keep chasing me? Han Fei had once killed in Taiping and Qiushoutsong, so he thought he could resist a late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse. But in fact, when he really fought Xia Wuyin, he found that not only was this person strong, but he was also comparable to a strong master like Qiu Shoutsong. His great Tao was also very insidious. When this great Tao entered his body, he used the essence of the heaven enlightenment divine technique. But this thing could still resist it. Until today, this corrosive power in his body was finally obliterated by him. The moment the great Tao of corrosion disappeared, Xia Wuyin, who had been chasing Han Fei all the way, frowned and stopped chasing. He murmured. Disappeared? How can it disappear? Even the remnants of my Tao runes are gone. How did that brat do it? Exciting. Han Fei knew that he had escaped the pursuit. He recalled the direction in which he escaped and roughly estimated his location based on the time and speed he traveled. Huh. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He didn't expect that he had run so far in the past few days. He was almost out of the territory of the Crab King city. Now, Han Fei's location in the wilderness was very far away from the chaotic wasteland. The only place closer to here might be the Ghost Strait. However, the Ghost Strait was about half a light year away from where he was. However, the ancient place that Han Fei had heard about in the Crab King city seemed to be here. Han Fei estimated that as long as he walked to the neighboring sea area, he should be able to find the so-called ruins of gods in half a month. As for the Crab King city, he couldn't beat them yet, mainly because their boss was too powerful. If this whetstone could break the knife, what was the point? Therefore, Han Fei simply gave up. Didn't they say that there were many strong masters near the ancient mountain range? Then he would go there to take a look. However, before going to the ancient mountain range, Han Fei released Zhou Jingjing and the others. Zhou Jingjing's first reaction was, "Have you escaped the pursuit of the crab King City?" Han Fei sneered. "The Crab King City is nothing. I released you today to return your freedom." Zhou Jingjing thought to herself, "I've watched you being beaten up by the Crab King City countless times, but you said as if the Crab King City is nothing in your eyes." Huh? Zhou Jingjing was suddenly stunned. "Give us back our freedom?" In the past few years, although Zhou Jingjing was living in fright, she had experienced the benefits of relying on the strong. Although Han Fei used them as bait, Han Fei could sweep his opponents every time, and they could always benefit in the end. This was much better than when they served as a sea monster fortress. Now, Han Fei was going to return their freedom? Han Fei said leisurely, "I'm going to the ancient mountain range to take a look. Although you are strong, it's too dangerous there. I can't guarantee your safety. So, what's your choice?" "How can I choose?" Zhou Jingjing was a little confused. "Haven't you already decided?" "What do you mean by how I should choose?" "Wait." Zhou Jingjing suddenly woke up. It didn't seem to be the case. Although the ancient mountain range was dangerous, in the wilderness, where was safe. As people from a sea monster fortress, they were already quite strong in the wilderness. And a place like the ancient mountain range must have a lot of strong masters exploring it. However, no matter how many strong masters explored it, as long as they were careful in the vast wilderness, no strong masters would really notice them. Besides, most of the time, the strong masters they encountered were at most at the same level as them. As for the stronger ones, they wouldn't bother to rob an ordinary sky opener. For people like Han Fei, robbery was fake, but tempering was real. Zhou Jingjing's eyes glittered. "Can we continue to be bait?" Han Fei grinned and said, "Okay, but I won't give you a raise. Besides, I'm afraid there will be more and more enemies in the ancient mountain range. You have to be mentally prepared not to come out to hunt for a long time." In fact, Han Fei didn't want to dismiss this bait for the time being. After all, they had cooperated so well. There were still decades. It would be troublesome to find new partners. Zhou Jingjing took a deep breath and said firmly, "We can continue to be bait." For some reason, Zhou Jingjing felt that this was an opportunity. She knew what Han Fei meant. He meant that there were many strong masters in the ancient mountain range, so there would naturally be many enemies. Han Fei gave them a choice and allowed them to leave freely. In fact, Han Fei hadn't completely understood the law of survival in the wilderness. As long as there was meat to eat, as long as there was a chance to rise, many people were willing to pay a price. Being bait for Han Fei, their harvest was hundreds of times more than what they hunted. Why didn't she be bait? Han Fei smiled. "Okay. If I can't guarantee your safety one day, it will be the time for us to part ways. As for whether you can leave safely or not, it's none of my business." Originally, Han Fei had another plan, which was to find another team of people as bait when he went to the ancient mountain range. In the past few years, he found that Zhou Jingjing was not bad. Most of the resources she harvested were supplied to the people in her camp. However, not everyone was like Zhou Jingjing. He wanted to find some vicious people as bait, so it didn't matter if they died. But since Zhou Jingjing was still willing to be bait, he had nothing to be unhappy about. After all, they cooperated well. Half a month later, under the guidance of the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei found the location of the ancient mountain range very accurately. However, the territory occupied by this ancient mountain range was beyond Han Fei's imagination. Han Fei had thought that it was just a mountain range. As an ancient ruin, it was at least as big as the Grand Myriad Mountains. But in fact, that was not the case. For example, at this moment, the demonic conchs that were about to attack Han Fei trembled under Han Fei's suppressing pressure. The leading demonic conch said nervously, "My lord, this ancient mountain range has been named the Ruins of Gods by many explorers. We can't calculate how big the periphery of the ruins is. Occasionally, strange phenomena will appear here. It's said that someone once saw a godly weapon here. There are also rumors that someone picked up a large pit of mystic yellow soil here. There are also rumors that a heavenly spiritual treasure and an ancient demonic core have been dug here. As for the real ruins of gods, we've really never been there. It's said that anyone below the sky-opening realm will definitely die if they enter." Han Fei asked, "Why are there no sky-opening powerhouses in such a big place? From what you said, there seems to be a lot of good stuff in the periphery." The demonic conch smiled bitterly. "My lord, that's because there are more opportunities in the places outside the ruins. I heard that half a year ago someone obtained some opportunities there and directly reached the longevity realm." Reach the longevity realm? Han Fei was confused. How could it be so simple? Okay, leave. Han Fei thought to himself, digging for treasures is my strength. With the vast ocean navigator, I don't necessarily need to go to the inner area immediately. According to the demonic conch, the inner area was extremely dangerous, and the outer area seemed to have a lot of opportunities. Anyway, the ruins of gods had been discovered for a long time, so he didn't need to rush over. Under the guidance of the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei began to dig around. 3 days later. Bang! Han Fei dug through a mountain, only to see a red crystal soaring into the sky. Han Fei grabbed it. However, the extraordinary light didn't disappear, but formed a red cloud that spread out. This obvious energy fluctuation radiated out at a speed faster than light. Han Fei was dumbfounded. At the same time, people nearby and some distance away swept in Han Fei's direction. Huh? A treasure was born? The strange astronomical phenomenon is beyond my perception range. It seems to be a good treasure. Which be asterisk starred is so lucky? Why can't I find any treasures? Han Fei stared at the red crystal in his hand, and information popped up in his eyes. Name: Divine Crystal. Introduction: The blood of a god. It lost its vitality and finally solidified into a magical crystal. The crystal contains the dowerns of a god. From it, one can see a trace of the great Tao of a god. It can also consolidate the soul and flesh. Level spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. Quality ordinary. Contained blood qi. Effect: this divine crystal can replenish qi and blood and help with cultivation. Its effect is extraordinary. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. So it was just a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth? Shouldn't the blood of a god be at least at the level of a chaotic spiritual treasure? Han Fei thought for a moment. This divine crystal seemed to only help temper The body, because it contained blood chi, but nothing else. Quickly putting this thing into his origin sea, Han Fei didn't use it immediately, because he knew very well that tempering his body wasn't something that could be done overnight. He was here to hunt treasures, not to cultivate. There was no telling if it was because of the special environment here. There were many treasures here. But even if Han Fei confirmed it with the vast ocean navigator, he still dug out some small pieces not quite valuable. 2 more days passed. Han Fei dug a mountain and saw a green jade in his hand. However, as soon as he grabbed it, the mountain collapsed and caved in, destroying the surrounding 100 mountains. Similarly, more than 100 mountains collapsed, forming a force that rippled in all directions, as if to show that the thing in Han Fei's hand was extraordinary. When Han Fei took a closer look, his eyes glittered. It was the heavenly Tao jade essence. The 10,000 scale monarch once rewarded him with one. The effect of this thing was equivalent to 100 years of body refinement. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. In just 5 days, he had obtained 2 body-refining treasures in a row. If he had known that there were so many treasures in the ruins of gods, he would have come long ago. Why would he wait until now? Tsk. I'm rich. I'm definitely rich this time. Han Fei's mood at this moment could only be described as excited. Digging treasures, this was the real digging treasure. Any random digging brought him a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. This was simply a heaven-sent treasure trove. 3 days later, Han Fei dug towards a high mountain. This high mountain was extraordinary, and it was obvious that it was not an ordinary mountain. Others probably thought so when they encountered it. They all thought that there was some treasure suppressed below, so they came to dig it, causing many holes to be dug on it. However, Han Fei was sure that they hadn't dug out any real treasures, or the vast ocean navigator wouldn't have pointed here. Therefore, Han Fei also began to dig. This mountain was tens of thousands of meters high, and the rock walls were extremely hard. The other mountains were in the shape of peaks, but this mountain was in the shape of a pillar. Clang! 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 Knock, knock, knock. Perhaps this mountain had been dug many times, so everyone knew that there was nothing good here, so no one came. Although Han Fei kept digging and knocking, it attracted no attention. Han Fei dug all the way from the top of the mountain to the underground and kept digging from the underground. It took him 5 days to see a bone that was enveloped by a barrier and emitting a strange brilliance at an unknown depth underground. Huh? A bone? Han Fei frowned. He had thought that he was looking for a peerless treasure. But he didn't expect this treasure to be a bone. What was the use of a bone? It couldn't be eaten or used. Of course, this was just Han Fei's complaint. How could a bone that was so well hidden and so difficult to dig up be ordinary? Han Fei wanted to reach out to grab the bone, but when he grabbed it, his void hand was melted by the light emitted by the bone. F***ck. Han Fei cursed and looked shocked. It was just a bone. Was it the bone of a god? When Han Fei approached again, he found that there was a force trying to break through his defense and invade his body. But the strength of this power was still within his tolerance. As Han Fei got closer and closer, he finally dug open a rock wall. As if digging through a barrier, a dazzling golden light instantly broke through the passage and enveloped him. Hiss! Han Fei gasped. He felt that there was an extremely terrifying power that made his body and soul tremble. Didn't they say that this is only the periphery of the ruins of gods? I haven't even been inside yet. How did I dig out such a thing? Han Fei felt that his blood was almost boiling, surging like a tide, and the sound rumbled. His flesh and blood trembled spontaneously, and the chaotic qi emitted from his body narrowly stopped the dazzling golden power from drilling into his body. However, this persistence lasted for less than 100 seconds. Han Fei felt that the rock wall under him and the mountain above his head trembled faintly. Not good. Han Fei was shocked. He had dug too deep for this bone. If the mountain collapsed, he would be buried immediately. Although Han Fei wasn't afraid of being buried, the rock wall here was firm and seemed to be contaminated with special Dao runes, so it was extremely difficult to break it directly. It would take him at least 5 or 6 days of digging before he could dig a way out again. Then there must be another group of people surrounding the mountain. Unfortunately, the more you wanted to escape from something, the less possible you could escape from it. With a bang, stone chips flew behind Han Fei and completely blocked the way. Han Fei formed a seal backhand and set up a gravity field to block the overwhelming force. Then he leaned against the bone. When Han Fei looked at the bone again, some information popped up. Name: Sacred Bone. Introduction: most of the sacred bones are broken and necrotic bones of gods. When this thing was formed, it no longer belonged to the gods, but has a trace of divinity. The sacred bones may contain the blood, qi, divine will, divine might, divine techniques, and divine marrow of the gods. Ordinary people can't try it easily. Once one can't withstand divinity, he will be enslaved by divinity and become a carrier for the recovery of the gods. Level divine. Quality ordinary. Contained unknown. Effect unknown. Hiss. Seeing this information, Han Fei didn't know whether to be happy or scared. If he wasn't careful, he might be enslaved by divinity. Didn't it mean that this thing was very likely deliberately left behind by a god? The purpose was to be found and then revived with the help of others. In essence, what was the difference between this and possession? Han Fei was horrified. So the power that was crazily trying to drill into his body was actually a kind of divinity? Son of AB*TCH. You've been dead for tens of thousands of years, and you still want to possess me? Let me refine you. Yin-Yang Millstone. At that moment, in Han Fei's body, the Yin-Yang Great Millstone was formed. All power would eventually become the purest power after being absorbed by the Yin-Yang Millstone. If the Yin-Yang Millstone couldn't resist it, he would resist it with his own force. Below, Han Fei was frantically resisting the erosion of divinity. Outside, the entire mountain seemed to have become a golden mountain, shining brightly. How could such a magic scene not attract attention? In just 3 or 5 days, many strong masters discovered the opportunity and rushed here. Someone was surprised. Isn't this mountain already riddled with holes? Why is it suddenly shining with divine light? Someone was surprised. What a majestic scene. There must be a treasure here. Someone was excited. A peerless treasure has finally appeared in the periphery. If we can get it, we might be able to reach the sky in a single bound. Most of the people who came rushed into the body of the Golden Light Mountain. But many parts of the mountain collapsed, and they couldn't find the way. Secondly, when some people dug into the mountain, as they dug, their eyes kept flickering, and they could vaguely feel the golden light appearing in their minds, as if the great technique in the sky was about to be comprehended by them. Someone was overjoyed, thinking that this place was a divine treasure, and the treasure light entered his body to help him comprehend a great technique. Someone was shocked. Sometimes, his consciousness was beyond his control. Where did this terrifying power come from? Why did it appear? Would it be harmful to him? There were all kinds of situations, but no one who rushed into the mountain was willing to retreat. Even if someone wanted to retreat, he had a resistance in his heart, as if there was a voice deep in his heart calling him. Stay and continue digging. I have a feeling that great luck is coming to me. More and more people came to this mountain. Under the mountain, Han Fei had a hard time resisting. But at the same time, Han Fei was surprised to find that Little Black and Little White had advanced after only one day. Well, Han Fei sensed that not only had Little Black and Little White advanced, but he also discovered that the divine power purified by the yin-yang millstone slowly fused into his flesh and bone marrow, producing a drop of golden jade marrow in just one day. This phenomenon made Han Fei exclaim. He had cultivated hard for 300 years and only produced 8 drops of golden jade marrow, but under the brilliance of this bone, 1 drop was born in only one day. Han Fei was horrified. If he cultivated here, his physique would soar by leaps and bounds. This rise was brought by the golden jade marrow, which laid a solid foundation for him. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days passed. On this day, Little Black and Little White upgraded again. Han Fei's golden jade marrow produced another drop. At this moment, Han Fei didn't want to leave. He knew that he had indeed encountered a great opportunity this time. Under the light of the sacred bone, his cultivation speed was directly increased 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. In addition to the growth of the golden jade marrow, Han Fei felt that his flesh and blood had been strengthened a little. Han Fei estimated that according to this kind of cultivation nourishment, he didn't have to forcibly transform his soul and body to consolidate his foundation. But Han Fei didn't know that outside, the flames of war were raging. Someone went crazy and laughed. Mine, all mine. I foresaw a divine path, I foresaw a divine path. The man was swallowing the infinite brilliance crazily, and his strength was indeed soaring. Bullshit, the divine path is mine. Who do you think you are? In such a situation, not only this person appeared, but others also seemed to have seen a divine path. Seeing that someone wanted to snatch the path to become a god from them, how could they let it go? For a moment, a battle broke out here. In the following days, the people who went to this mountain saw that the people here had already gone crazy. The mountain was barely flattened, but the golden light didn't dissipate. Seeing the guys who said that they had encountered a divine path fighting crazily, the latecomers didn't dare to enter. Someone sighed. They're crazy. These people have gone crazy. This golden light is too dangerous. We can't touch it. Someone sighed. They keep saying that they saw a divine path. Is there a divine level treasure suppressed below? Although many people were afraid of the golden light, they were unwilling to leave because they really wanted to see the secrets of this place. On this day, on the 10th day after Han Fei activated the yin-yang millstone, his third drop of golden jade marrow was born, and Little Black and Little White upgraded again. This time, Han Fei suddenly heard a voice, those who inherit my Tao can become gods. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Who is it? Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. The voice that suddenly appeared in his ears made him vigilant. It was a desire from the bottom of his heart, making him eager to obtain power. That feeling was right in front of him. Was the sacred bone tempting him? Han Fei frowned and sneered. What condition? You only have one bone left, and you still want to seduce me? Emperor Sparrow, come out for dinner. This kind of malicious enticement was also evil. This power caused many people to fall into chaos. And the Emperor Sparrow was born with the ability to swallow this power. Therefore, as soon as the Emperor Sparrow came out, he understood Han Fei's purpose. Huff. As the Emperor Sparrow opened his mouth, a tremendous amount of golden light poured into his body. In Han Fei's heart, the Emperor Sparrow's voice sounded. Very pure divine power. This is probably the residual power of a god, right? Han Fei said, I don't know. Anyway, it's not bad to cultivate with this power. The Emperor Sparrow said, I'm afraid you won't be able to cultivate with this power for long. Although this divine power is good, if you absorb too much of it will inevitably affect you. Fortunately, you still have the yin-yang millstone. Otherwise, you might have gone crazy and might even be parasitized by this divine power. In the distant future, there might be divine power awakening in your body. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Then what should we do? Give up this thing? The Emperor Sparrow said, if you can use the spiritual fire of the world to forge it, you might be able to forge it into a weapon. It's at least a godly weapon. Otherwise, I advise you to give up. Things left behind by gods are not easy to take. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm good at refining. As it happens, I still have a lot of useless refining materials in my origin sea. Han Fei said, got it. Go back and rest. I'll deal with it. The Emperor Sparrow asked, are you sure you can deal with it? Han Fei said, if I can't, I'll just leave. After recalling the Emperor Sparrow into his origin sea, Han Fei condensed a void hand again and grabbed at the sacred bone. Unfortunately, his terrifying power still shattered when it was about to touch it. Han Fei was not in a hurry. He extended his hand, and the demon purification pot appeared in his palm. Han Fei, who could use part of the power of the demon purification pot, asked the demon purification pot to extend a small vine and grab the sacred bone, dragging it into the demon purification pot. How could the sacred bone be willing? It showed its powerful will to resist the demon purification pot. At that moment, a strange scene appeared in the outside world. The golden halo finally dissipated, replaced by a divine void shadow that was covered in strange Tao patterns. The sky-opening powerhouses who were fighting fiercely stopped at the same time and bombarded the mountain as if they wanted to drill through it. Boom. Boom. Han Fei felt some tremors underground and couldn't help frowning. What happened outside? It seemed to be quite loud. Master Calabash, use all your little vines. A few small vines of the demon purification pot moved at the same time and began to drag the sacred bone. Sure enough, the sacred bone couldn't resist the power of the demon purification pot and was dragged in. Huff. Han Fei was relieved. Fortunately, he didn't try to pick it up directly, or he would be troubled by it. As for body tempering, Han Fei knew it very well. It was incredible that a drop of golden jade marrow could be produced in a few days. At the moment he heard that voice, his heart was stirred and he had an inexplicable impulse. After all, the power he absorbed had been tempered by the Inyang millstone. But in any case, he had gained a lot this time. Cultivating here for 10 days was better than cultivating for 10 years normally. Since he couldn't grasp the power of the sacred bone in the end, he would refine it. Refine. Han Fei didn't care what was needed to refine the sacred bone. As soon as the demon purification pot was opened, he casually threw a lot of treasures in his origin in. He didn't know if he could refine a godly weapon, but he knew that it would be good stuff. 2 hours later. The trembling power at the bottom of the sea was getting weaker and weaker. There was no telling if it was because the sacred bone had been completely refined, but Han Fei seemed to hear a roar. At this moment, half of the materials that Han Fei had stored in his origin over the years had been absorbed. More than 500,000 wisps of chaotic qi had been swallowed, and more than 20,000 wisps of immortal qi had been swallowed. Buzz. When a pair of black boxing gloves with weird dark golden patterns appeared in front of him, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: God-slaying boxing gloves. Introduction: it's made of a sacred bone, supreme green essence, ancient dragon veins, and ancient star jade. The gloves give birth to natural Tao patterns and can unleash 30% extra power. The God-slaying boxing gloves is bloodthirsty, soul-eating, and carries demonic energy. Once the God-fiend qi enters the body, it can cause chaos and madness. Quality: high-quality godly weapon. Attached soul: none. Effect: bloodthirsty, soul-devouring, chaos. Recastable. Unrefined. Remarks: it produces the Tao pattern of heaven and earth, and its effect can last for a long time. Seeing this pair of boxing gloves, Han Fei nodded in satisfaction. Although he majored in the saber, his saber technique was too simple. Once something happened, it was very easy for him to be recognized. And he was also good at fist techniques. He could pretend to be a person from the Fist Light Mountain for convenience in the future. Han Fei grinned and waved his hand, and the boxing gloves came to him. It required a lot of qi and blood to bind a high-quality godly weapon with blood. But what Han Fei didn't lack now was qi and blood and lifespan. Besides, his current strength was not weak, and his qi and blood were quite rich. After only using the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique 5 times, Han Fei subdued the God-slaying boxing gloves. Bang! After 5 days, when Han Fei finally came out of the depths of the ground, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Before he could run, the void was caught in a strange array. A barrier? Han Fei was horrified. He looked down and found a huge pit under him. The pillar-shaped mountain was gone, and an abyss dozens of kilometers deep had been blasted out of the ground. For a moment, 7 red-eyed strong masters charged at Han Fei. Am I ambushed? Han Fei didn't panic, but he didn't expect to be ambushed. Did what happened below attract the attention of the outside world? The only thing Han Fei could think of was that the sacred bone had attracted many people. Qi La. Someone swept past Han Fei, and the void was shattered. The void storm surged like a wave, covering the place where Han Fei was. Although Han Fei also wanted to temper himself through fighting, there were obviously many people here. This void had been sealed by an unknown barrier. How could he feel at ease if he didn't kill those enemies? Therefore, when the first sky-opening realm powerhouse passed him, Han Fei also swept to the side, grabbed a long void knife, and passed this person. Both of them were extremely fast, as if they were evenly matched. Bang! Half of the man's body exploded. Han Fei wanted to preserve his strength, so he didn't use all his strength. Even so, Han Fei felt that it was impossible for the man to recover without 3 or 5 seconds. As for the other 6 sky-opening powerhouses, someone roared, "The divine path is mine. No one can take it away." Someone burned his essence blood crazily, trying to seal Han Fei with his own essence blood. F***ck, he's risking his life? Han Fei realized that something was wrong. They seemed to have gone crazy. Half of the body of the person behind him had exploded, but the first thing he did was not to repair his body, but to turn back and attack him crazily. Is he really crazy? Han Fei frowned. These people seemed to have lost their minds and were fighting desperately. If these people are crazy, who set up the barrier? Han Fei shattered the blood seal on his body and punched through a sky opening realm powerhouse's soul. Bang! 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 On Han Fei's fists, blood light surged, his strong physique, overwhelming blood chi, and the domineering god-slaying boxing gloves seemed to be telling his background. Behind the scenes, on the head of a giant turtle, stood a few young powerhouses. A young man exclaimed, "Is he from the Fistlight Mountain? Why would the people of the Fistlight Mountain be here?" Someone frowned and said, "He must have come to the wilderness to gain experience and happened to get the news about the ruins of gods. This person's physique is so strong that he can withstand the attacks of these lunatics. His combat power is strong and he can kill in each blow. It seems that he is undoubtedly a late-stage star transformation cultivator." Someone frowned and said, "Since he's from the Fistlight Mountain, should we fight him? This person must not have shown his full strength. If he unleashes his full strength, I'm afraid he's not weak." However, a man in a black robe sneered. "What's the big deal about the Fist Light Mountain? Since he has got a treasure, he should foresee the fate of being killed. Besides, when has our ghost straight ever been afraid of the people of the Fistlight Mountain?" The young man raised his hand slightly. "Prepare to activate the demonic sound. Soul Annihilation Array." Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Although Han Fei showed a strong side, he wasn't too strong, because he knew that there must be a strong opponent behind this array. Otherwise, what could these guys who had lost their minds do to him? If he guessed right, these people lost their minds and shouted about the divine path, probably because of the golden light. And the person who set up the array probably wanted to take advantage of the situation. How could this little trick escape Han Fei's eyes? Therefore, he placed his strength at the edge of the star transformation realm and occasionally showed the strength of a relatively powerful star transformation realm powerhouse. It would be fine if he could scare away the powerhouses behind the scenes, but if he couldn't, he wouldn't mind seeing who could have the last laugh. Bang! 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 After all, these strong masters who had lost their minds were fighting him with all their might, and it was a 7-on-1 battle. Although they were all killed by Han Fei in the end, Han Fei was quite tired. However, thanks to his strong physique, Han Fei tried to absorb the surrounding power. The powerhouses behind the scenes certainly didn't want to see this scene. At this moment, on the giant turtle, someone frowned slightly. This person's physique is extremely strong, his combat skills are ferocious, and he's good at close combat. He has a strong resistance to many great Daos. He must have already turned his origin sea into a star. I think the range of his star is 500,000 kilometers. What do you think? More or less. Not bad. Unfortunately, he has already turned his origin sea into a star. I can't see his star bead. It's difficult to kill him directly. Someone sneered. Then lure him to use his star bead. Although he's not weak, he's still far away from Yuxian. Everyone looked at the man under the black robe, who said indifferently, I'll have a try. An old man in the crowd said, the Fist Light Mountain cannot be underestimated. Yuxian, be careful. The others, be prepared to take action if necessary. This person is suitable for sharpening our knives. The people on the giant turtle grinned and nodded slightly. However, their eyes were full of contempt. They didn't think that a body cultivator could block the soul technique of the ghost straight. Besides, they felt that no matter what, they had to wait for this kid to survive the demonic sound soul annihilation array. If he couldn't even resist the array they set up, there was no need to talk about the rest. On this side, Han Fei had just killed the 7 crazy sky-opening powerhouses when the void suddenly trembled, and ripples appeared in the seawater. Woo! As if sobbing, the seas trembled. At first, Han Fei only felt that a sound wave hit his soul, making him slightly uncomfortable. Then, the sound wave became stronger, faster, and more mysterious. Woo! Woo! The void trapped by this strange array was completely disrupted by the sound waves, causing killing intent to fill all directions. This was a kind of array that directly attacked the soul. Humph! Han Fei snorted, and a large number of ownerless souls on the surface of his body formed a protective barrier. At the same time, soul-controlling arrays kept materializing around him. Bang! Usually, when a sound wave came, the chaotic barrier around Han Fei would shatter once, so did the soul-controlling array. However, ownerless souls and soul-controlling arrays were simple means that Han Fei was used to, which could be maintained forever. As long as the power of this soul annihilation array didn't exceed his, he would never be seriously injured by this array. On the giant turtle, someone exclaimed, this guy knows arrays. The use of ownerless souls is not simple. It requires him to have a certain amount of knowledge on the soul, so he can control ownerless souls like this. As expected of a trial taker from the Fist Light Mountain, he's quite capable. Someone was praising Han Fei when he suddenly exclaimed, look, Yuxian has taken action. A giant whale phantom suddenly appeared in the sealed array barrier. This giant whale jumped out of the water, rolled its body, and charged at Han Fei. On the giant turtle, someone smiled and said, ancient whale soul crushing technique. Yuxian used a great technique from the beginning. In the field, Han Fei looked up and saw a huge whale charging at him as if it were real. But Han Fei could feel that it was not a burst of power, but a burst of soul. The whale was still in midair, but he already felt a faint pain between his eyebrows. Han Fei couldn't help but look solemn. What a powerful soul impact. Before the giant whale approached, he felt that his soul seemed to be leaving his body. Han Fei could immediately be sure that the person who could exert such explosive power was definitely the kind of person who focused on soul cultivation. From arrays to the giant whale technique, the other party had been attacking him with the soul technique. Do I look so easy to fight? Power condensed on Han Fei's fist, and the power of the ownerless soul wrapped his arm, and soul power surged in the depths of his chi. Bang! A fist mark burst out, and Han Fei's soul power, which even contained a trace of invincible fighting intent, instantly imprinted on the giant whale's head. Bam! 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 The waves rippled into an arc and burst out like light spots. The two were in a stalemate for dozens of seconds, and the giant whale was melted by Han Fei's hundreds of fist marks. Ruo Yuxian frowned slightly. This person cultivated both body and soul? His soul power didn't seem weak either. It was rare to meet someone who cultivated both body and soul. Excited, Ruo Yuxian stepped into the barrier and was about to confront Han Fei. Unexpectedly, it was his step into the barrier that caused the barrier to tremble. With a thought, Han Fei pointed 2 fingers at the array eye, causing the demonic sound soul annihilation array to suddenly tremble. Swish! With this tremble, Han Fei turned into a stream of light and was about to appear outside the demonic sound soul annihilation array in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, Han Fei felt killing intent emerging from outside the array. If he went out from there would definitely be strong masters attacking him. Therefore, Han Fei tapped his foot, the space distorted, and he retreated more than 100,000 kilometers. Huh. In the dark, someone was surprised. This guy's perception was so sharp. It seemed that he had once cultivated arrays. In Ruo Yuxian's opinion, Han Fei had killed 7 sky-opening realm powerhouses in a row, withstood the demonic sound soul annihilation array, and even blocked his attack. He must be able to take the upper hand over Han Fei. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came in, this scene appeared. It turned out that he had almost let the enemy escape. This guy was stronger than he imagined. Therefore, at this moment, Ruo Yuxian said indifferently, "I almost let you run away. Your ability to grasp opportunities is extremely strong. Your chi and blood are overflowing, your physique is unparalleled, and you cultivate both body and soul. You are indeed worthy of being a heavenly talent of Fistlight Mountain." Fistlight Mountain? Han Fei thought to himself, although I consciously wanted to pretend to be from the Fistlight Mountain, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. As soon as I attacked, I was mistaken as a disciple of the Fistlight Mountain. Han Fei was waiting for an opportunity. The blood fiend couldn't attack now. God knew who was waiting for him outside. He wanted to find an opportunity to escape. Han Fei's eyes glittered, and he deliberately made his blood boil as he said fiercely, "Are you the person behind the scenes?" Ruo Yuxian smiled faintly. "Sort of. Unfortunately, although I admire your strength, you're destined to never walk out of here today. But if you can beat me, I can consider giving you a chance to live." Heh. Shameless. My fists can shake the mountains and stars. Do I need you to give me a chance of survival? As he spoke, Han Fei had already taken action. He had never fought a powerhouse who specialized in the soul. Body refiners and soul refiners had always been on opposite sides, just like divine beasts and ferocious beasts. Han Fei had been looking forward to the battle between the two when he heard about the extreme body refining and the extreme soul refining. Today, although he wasn't an extreme body refiner, and the other party wasn't an extreme soul refiner, in essence, the two parties respectively specialized on body and soul, so he could try it in advance. Han Fei punched out, his fists like a flood serpent going to sea, like a dragon soaring to the sky, enshrouded in blood, extremely ferocious. Seeing Han Fei punch, the strong masters on the giant turtle all exclaimed. Someone said, body refiners are extraordinary. I'm afraid no one with our bodies can block this person's fist mark. Unfortunately, the limitation of body refinement is too great. It's impossible for him to attack us at close range. Someone sneered. That's not necessarily true. Everything depends on strength and realm. What you said is only those in the same realm as us. Someone retorted, also, this person cultivates both body and soul. As far as I know, many people on Fist Light Mountain walk this path. Someone shook his head. It's so difficult to cultivate both body and soul. This person must be very talented to be able to cultivate to this point. Otherwise, if his body and soul are mediocre, he might as well cultivate one. Tao. Someone agreed. It's several times more difficult for someone who cultivates both body and soul to reach the longevity realm than pure body refiners and us. Looking at the chattering people on the giant turtle, not far away from them. A man wearing golden armor, flowing cloud boots, and a jade sword at his waist. Sneered in his heart. The man sneered in his heart. What do you know? The Tao of balance is the strongest Tao in the world. It's the best way to cultivate both body and soul. These people from the Ghost Strait are destined to be useless. While they were discussing, the two had already collided. Han Fei's fist marks were unparalleled, and as the center of Ruai Yuxuan's eyebrows lit up, 30,000 phantoms appeared in the entire barrier, each holding a golden bell. And beginning to ring it. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Bang! 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 Han Fei's fist mark burst out like starlight, and the phantoms that filled the sky were shattering at an incredible speed. However, no matter how the bell-ringing phantoms shattered, Han Fei still felt something different. This person's soul power was so powerful that there must be illusions in his attacks. In Han Fei's view, the bell-ringing phantoms were not the key. What was the key was that countless sea demons were charging at him from all directions. These were not feints, but real attacks, a kind of soul attack. This meant that the other party's soul power was so powerful that it could create illusions to bewilder him and also erupt tide-like soul attacks. Huh? That's not right. When Han Fei's fist mark broke the technique, he suddenly noticed something strange. Although a person's soul power could be very powerful, only people like him who were not proficient in soul combat would directly attack with the power of the soul. And those who really specialized on the soul had many soul techniques. Although these techniques were different, they were mostly to control physical things with soul. It was just like how he controlled the million knife art. Only with such a combat technique could he not lose his soul and unleash combat power at the same level. At this moment, the only thing he had to consider was whether he was mentally exhausted. From this short confrontation, Han Fei seemed to understand what a powerhouse who focused on soul cultivation was like. Understanding the key, Han Fei naturally understood that the so-called sea demon beast shadows in front of him were just illusions created by the other party's soul power. In fact, these things should be swords and knives, or even pure seawater. As long as they carried the spiritual energy and chaotic chi of the sky-opening realm, even the most ordinary water drops could unleash the combat power of the sky-opening realm. Therefore, after Han Fei realized this key, he smiled. He suddenly clasped his hands, and his body began to emit golden light. In the blink of an eye, a golden body of will appeared in front of him. Bang! 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 Boom boom boom. The sea demon ferocious beasts charged at Han Fei one after another, but none of them could shake Han Fei. Seeing this scene, many people on the giant turtle were surprised. What power has this guy shown? How can he block such a high-intensity soul-piercing of Yuxian? It's a will, a golden body of will. In a sense, it can also be called a Dharma idol. Of course, this is a self-defense method he condensed without cultivating a Dharma idol. It's not yet a Dharma idol. Suddenly, the young man in golden armor said, "This person doesn't cultivate both body and soul. Like you, he cultivates balance. However, you are more extreme and think that the body is enough. Therefore, you don't know much about balance. But this person is different. He pursues the balance of body and soul, but so far, his body may be stronger." That's right. At this time, an old man walked over from behind them. This guy does walk the path of balance, and he's a person who dreams to walk on the path of extreme balance. However, who can really walk on this kind of extreme balance? But in any case, his soul power is indeed not weak, and he knows how to resist strong soul refiners. It seems that this guy's identity is not simple. The golden-armored young man smiled faintly. But his strength is just not bad. He's narrowly qualified to go to the divine capital dynasty. However, since he's here, he's probably going to give up this competition. When Han Fei showed his golden body of will to defend his soul, Ruo Yuxian stopped because he knew that ordinary attacks couldn't shake Han Fei anymore. Therefore, the phantoms that filled the sky disappeared, and the demonic beasts disappeared. Ruo Yuxian said indifferently, "Interesting. Your means of resisting soul attacks are not bad. However, next, I will tell you a piece of truth. If you keep defending, you will eventually fail." Soul attracting. A pair of scarlet eyes seemed to appear in front of Han Fei. The sudden appearance of these eyes shocked Han Fei and made him momentarily absent-minded. Then, Ruo Yuxian continued to shout, "Inner demon birth." Han Fei was in a daze, and the scene in front of his eyes changed. Opposite him, there was a terrifying suppressing pressure. Someone was watching him. When he looked up, he found that it was the 10,000 scale monarch. The 10,000 scale monarch shouted, "You think you can subvert the 10,000 scale race alone? How dare you call yourself the human emperor? Today, I'll imprison your soul and let you witness the human race being enslaved for eternity." At that moment, Han Fei felt inexplicable anger, irritation, and unwillingness. Han Fei immediately wanted to crush the void mark. However, when he scanned his sea of consciousness, he suddenly recovered some clarity. Why did I find the 10,000 scale monarch? That's not right. Han Fei's soul trembled and he was about to wake up. Huh. Ruo Yuxian was surprised and felt that his soul attracting and hallucinatory powers were about to be shattered at any time. Immediately, Ruo Yuxian shouted in a low voice, "Demonic barrier." Han Fei was almost sure that he was in an illusion. He was about to break free when he felt the 10,000 scale monarch reach out to him. The destructive power seemed to be trying to make him feel powerless. The real feeling made Han Fei a little absent-minded. Was what he saw just now, or saw now, an illusion? Unfortunately, Han Fei had seen how magnificent eldest senior brother was and had also witnessed the attacks of the 10,000 scale monarch and the others. Therefore, when he saw this strange illusion, he immediately reacted. Buzz. Han Fei's pupils were suddenly constricted. He took a closer look, only to see a soul hand mark right in front of him, trying to slap his head. Ruo Yuxian was also shocked. From the moment he tried to attract his soul power had already seeped over. How did the other party react so quickly? Seeing that the situation was not right, Ruo Yuxian immediately tried to disturb Han Fei's consciousness one last time. He shouted in a low voice. Fire of karma. As soon as this voice sounded, even though Han Fei had woken up, he could still feel the pain in his head that was about to explode. It was the scorching of his soul, as if his sea of consciousness was burning. It was as if what he had done had begun to backfire. Han Fei wanted to reverse time, but in this way, his great Tao of time would be exposed. He endured this intense pain, and his body burst out with dazzling golden light. Buzz. A phantom Dharmakaya rose from the ground, but this Dharmakaya was quite ferocious and wasn't Han Fei's own Dharma idol. This was the Dharmakaya Han Fei inherited from the martial emperor of the martial emperor city. Since Han Fei comprehended the Dharma idol, he had never used the Dharmakaya again. But now, Han Fei discovered that this was a great opportunity to gain experience. Although he didn't know how strong the soul of the person opposite him was, it shouldn't be much weaker than his. Furthermore, the other party was very good at soul attacks. He actually felt that he couldn't resist this guy's series of soul attacks. At this moment, Han Fei remembered the extreme body refining. The extreme body refiners replaced the soul with will and could almost ignore all soul techniques. The Dharmakaya carried the will of the martial emperor, and Han Fei secretly fused the invincible will into it. For a moment, this body shone with golden light, and the 100-meter-tall giant's eyes spewed out golden flames and instantly punched out an ultralight speed fist mark. Bang! Bang! In an instant, there were two consecutive explosions. One was the obliteration of the soul hand mark, and the other was Ruo Yuxian's body exploding and being hammered into powder. Han Fei and the Dharmakaya shook their heads at the same time to escape the intense burning pain of the karmic fire. However, Han Fei thought that the other party would regather his body and fight him again. However, to his surprise, in the void, a soul shadow said, "What a powerful Dharmakaya and what a strong will. However, you're dreaming if you think you can kill me with this. I've already cultivated a young soul. My soul has left my body and never dissipated. What's a mere body worth?" At this moment, on the giant turtle's back, many people's eyes glittered. Yuxian was forced to use his young soul. This person is extraordinary. I didn't expect Yuxian to be forced to this point. However, this person has the help of his Dharmakaya too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated. I'm a little curious about what kind of Dharmakaya this is. It doesn't matter what kind of Dharmakaya it is. With Yuxian's young soul, this person clearly lacks the methods of soul attack. Yuxian is already bound to win this battle. F***ck. This was the first time Han Fei had encountered such a situation. Even when he killed in Taiping and Qiu Shouzong, he had never encountered such a situation. But at the same time, Han Fei's heart stirred. The fifth divine pill on that little vine could help one's soul leave his body. It seemed to have the same effect as this person's young soul. Unfortunately, the divine pill was still a little short of maturity. However, Han Fei frowned. How could he kill this person? Since the other party didn't need a body, he just needed to destroy his soul. Now, the only thing Han Fei didn't know was how strong his soul was. Han Fei didn't think that the other party was weaker than him, because the other party's soul attack was too strong, so he could only resist it. Han Fei thought for a moment. He could use the Yin-Yang Infinite Saber, the 100-Beast Soul Devouring and the Heavenly God Stab, as well as the Ownerless Soul as support, but that was not a great technique. In the past, Han Fei felt that he was already extremely strong. His great techniques could cut the body or destroy the soul. In the same realm, there were few people whose soul could compare to his. Besides, he wasn't good at soul techniques, so he didn't pay much attention to soul techniques. Now it seemed that among the countless races in the infinite ocean, there were all kinds of people. The drawback of his lack of soul combat skills put him in trouble when he faced a real soul refiner. It seems that I have to make up for this shortcoming. Roar. Han Fei roared, and it sounded like 10,000 beasts roaring at the same time, and the great technique was picked up by Han Fei again. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Although Han Fei's soul attack technique was ordinary, the strength of his soul was high. Therefore, when this sound sounded, Ruo Yuxian naturally blocked it with soul power. Rumble. There were repeated explosions between the two of them, wave after wave. Then, Han Fei pointed his finger and used his hand as a spear and his soul as a stab. However, this level of attack was nothing to someone like Ruo Yuxian, who was very good at soul power. However, this was enough to surprise Ruo Yuxian and the audience. Someone frowned. This person's soul power doesn't seem to be weak. He can actually fight Yuxian with such little technique. I want to know how much soul power he has. The old man from the Ghost Strait exclaimed, since he pursues the Tao of balance, he must also pursue the perfect compatibility of his body and soul. Therefore, his soul shouldn't be weak. Otherwise, it wouldn't match his Tao of balance at all. What he lacks is just soul techniques. After that, the old man looked at the golden-armored man beside him with a smile and said, "The gate of heaven is very good at this Tao. It can be said to be the best in this field in the East Sea Divine Realm. I believe you know it, right, young Master E?" The golden-armored man said indifferently, "This person is not bad. If his soul can keep up with his physical combat skills, he might have a 50-50 chance of winning. But now, it's a pity." Suddenly, the golden-armored man's pupils were constricted, because there seemed to be a variable in the situation. The finger that Han Fei pointed out suddenly emitted divine light in midair. Everyone felt that the finger was not as simple as a soul attack. Huh? Immortal Qi? Everyone couldn't help but wonder. What was the use of the immortal Qi here? This was the power of the sky-opening realm, combined with the operation of the great Tao, used in normal combat. When the immortal Qi burst out, it would at most add some power. What damage could it cause to Ruo Yuxian? No, there's also fiendish Qi. Look. Everyone immediately saw the two powers that burst out of the finger, but even so, what was the use? While everyone was puzzled, Han Fei smiled coldly. All laws forbidden in this space. Hiss. At that moment, Ruo Yuxian's soul was about to unleash a soul technique, only to find that his soul power couldn't condense into an attack. At that time, the immortal fiend saber pierced through his young soul. Originally, such a blow was impossible to kill Ruo Yuxian, but Han Fei's blow directly penetrated the endless void. Buzz. Ruo Yoshuan's yang spirit was not his body after all. Han Fei might not be a match for him in terms of soul technique, but once his power was imprisoned, the consequences could be imagined. Stop. How dare you? Ruo Yoshuan's soul was directly sucked into the endless void. The big shot behind him couldn't sit still anymore and took action immediately. Just as the endless void was about to close, he suddenly appeared, tore open the endless void, and pulled out Ruo Yoshuan's young soul. Buzz. However, he didn't expect that Han Fei's goal wasn't to kill this person at all. He knew that there must be many strong masters watching the battle outside the barrier. It didn't matter if he could defeat Ruo Yushan or not. Therefore, taking advantage of the moment when the strong master behind the scenes took action, Han Fei directly erupted at an ultralight speed and left the barrier with the help of the turbulence just now. No one expected this. Who could have expected that when Han Fei was about to kill Ruo Yushan, he would decisively give up and choose to retreat from the barrier? As soon as Han Fei appeared and scanned around with his perception, he saw a giant turtle floating on the sea. On the shell of the giant turtle, there were more than a dozen people, all in the sky-opening realm. These people were not like the strong masters in the ordinary sea monster fortresses. Han Fei knew his combat power. Even if he didn't activate his great Tao, ordinary people couldn't compare to him. However, after a battle, he almost failed to take down a powerhouse of the same level. This person even cultivated the Yang soul, which almost defeated him. Han Fei had no complaints about this, but it made him deeply realize that he was greatly lacking in soul. However, when he fought Ruo Yushan just now, it was more to challenge his upper limit combat power under normal circumstances. It turned out that he was not invincible in the same realm and even had a big drawback. He hadn't even participated in the 10,000-year competition of the divine capital dynasty, and he had already encountered such an enemy. If he really participated in the 10,000-year competition, would those people be stronger than Ruo Yushan? Would there be a combat power that was even more difficult to resolve than the Yang soul, or would there be a strange great Tao that even he didn't know? This realization benefited Han Fei greatly. However, these people were watching the show as if he was a monkey in the zoo. That's too much. At this moment, seeing Han Fei come out, a group of strong masters rushed out and surrounded Han Fei. Someone said, "Humph. You want to run? If you don't hand over the treasure, you will die miserably today. You're quite capable, but do you think you can escape from us alone? Hand over the treasure and we might spare your life." Han Fei glanced at everyone. Yes, these people had set up a large array, obviously waiting for a treasure to appear. At the same time, they sealed the outside world's perception of this place so that they could monopolize the treasure. However, they didn't know that the sacred bone had been refined into the god slaying boxing gloves, nor did they know that that thing couldn't be picked up easily. Speaking of which, he had saved their lives. Han Fei glanced at these people and found that except for the old man who saved Ruo Yushan just now and the golden-armored man, the others didn't seem to be stronger than Ruo Yushan. When Han Fei saw the situation outside, he felt much more relaxed. Since there was no stronger powerhouse, it would be wishful thinking if the other party wanted to kill him with the power of his young soul. Han Fei's heart stirred. Anyway, he was here under the identity of Zhang Daqian, and he was famous for being the owner of Kiliakosm. Now that he had Crossed territories, few people should know him. In that case, he might as well eat them all in one go. As it happened, Han Fei needed soul techniques to make up for his shortcomings. Now was a great opportunity. With this in mind, Han Fei immediately took action. Han Fei decided to take action because he didn't think anyone here could kill him. Although these people were strong, the old man was the only late-stage star transformation powerhouse here. No matter how strong that person was, Blood Fiend alone was enough to resolve him. As for the remaining people, so what if all of them had cultivated the young soul? They had cultivated the young soul, but he hadn't revealed his true strength either. Therefore, Han Fei directly activated his great Tao. His eyes narrowed, and he erupted with an ultralight speed. He stomped and disappeared. In the next moment, the body of a sky-opening realm powerhouse from the Ghost Strait exploded. In this group, Han Fei could only see 3 people's life marks. Therefore, with this punch, the great Tao rumbled, and the person died on the spot without knowing anything. This person probably never thought that when he died, he wouldn't even feel anything. Not good. This person has hidden his strength. In the blink of an eye, the old man, who had just fished Ruo Yuxian out of the endless void and hadn't had the time to return, looked outside the barrier. In shock. He looked at the powerhouse who seemed to have completely changed into a different person and revealed a look of disbelief. He never expected that he would be wrong. This person was actually a super powerhouse? The old man shouted, "Everyone, activate the soul technique." Ruo Yuxian was about to say something, but at the next moment, Han Fei shouted, "All laws forbidden in this space." Swish. Swish. Boom. Boom. Rumble rumble. In the sky, 2 more heavenly Tao cracks appeared in a row, which meant the death of 2 sky-opening powerhouses. Under the siege of so many people, Han Fei slaughtered as if no one was around, which horrified the people of the Ghost Strait. This person disguised himself so well. The golden-armored man's expression changed drastically. As soon as this person came out, he knew that he had been ambushed and that the crazy ones were just bait. From the beginning, he just wanted to run. But after he came out, he seemed to find that the comprehensive strength of the Ghost Strait's team was not very strong, so he decided to attack. Besides, this person was quite decisive. When he found that there was only a super powerhouse in the late star transformation realm here, he attacked without hesitation. This meant that the other party at least had the power to resist a late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse. The golden-armored man analyzed the key to the problem in the blink of an eye. So he didn't fight Han Fei. Instead, he secretly retreated to avoid confronting Han Fei. At this moment, the old man from the Ghost Strait returned. But as soon as he left the barrier, he found a blood fiend standing in front of him. The blood fiend reached out and grabbed, and a river of murderous aura swept over. The boundless murderous aura instantly broke through the ceiling barrier. The old man changed space and immediately released the wrath of God at the blood fiend trying to attack his soul. However, he discovered, to his shock, that this thing had no soul at all and actually ignored his soul-attracting attack. Not good. A super puppet in the late-stage star transformation realm. The old man was shocked. One of the most hated battles in the Ghost Strait was fighting puppets. This was because they were immune to soul attacks and not easy to fight. At this moment, Han Fei killed 3 people in a row. Someone's young soul left. his body, but all laws were forbidden in this space and it couldn't attack Han Fei's soul. But Han Fei was different. With a flip of his hand, a pair of gloves appeared in his hand. As soon as the gloves appeared, Han Fei's strength soared by 30%. Furthermore, when he punched out, a strange god-fiend chi was injected into the young soul. Then, a strange power seemed to corrode the young soul. The latter's eyes were red and ferocious as he shouted, "Divine path, I see a divine path." This person had obviously gone crazy. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Han Fei might not be a match for a strong master like Pan Lydian or the old man from the Ghost Strait, but he was more than enough to deal with others in the same realm. Of course, these people focused on the power of the soul and might have cultivated the young soul. But in the face of Han Fei, who was using all his strength, they had too few means to use. Activating the Great Tao at an ultralight speed, these people's bodies could be destroyed with only one punch for Han Fei. However, his god-slaying boxing gloves had a maddening effect. Perhaps the remaining power of the god could corrode people's minds and make them feel that they had seen a divine path. Good Lord, being hit by this punch, they would lose their minds and fall into madness. No matter how many soul techniques they had, they were useless. Bang! 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 Han Fei attacked 4 people in a row. Among the 4 of them, only one could barely resist the maddening power, but the other 3 all went crazy. After they went crazy, they seemed to feel that they had seen a divine path. As soon as they saw each other, they fought. For a moment, the crazy ones were fighting fiercely. At this moment, someone was shocked and quickly came back to his senses. He took out a certain protective jade slip. Han Fei had been dealing with them carefully from the beginning. If such a strong master, who was good at soul attacks, was really summoned, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to defeat him. It wasn't that he was a coward, but that he didn't know enough about soul techniques. This young soul technique was definitely not ordinary. Just Ruo Yoshuan's soul technique had almost made him fall for it. If this strong master really came, he probably had no other choice but to escape. The man had just taken out the jade slip, trying to shatter it, when he suddenly felt a pain in his head. In the next moment, his head was gone, as if it had been forcibly torn off by something. Han Fei didn't expect this either. He thought that these people were at least in the sky-opening realm. No matter how weak their bodies were, they shouldn't be so fragile. However, Little Black bit this guy's head off so easily. Suddenly, Han Fei realized that in the past few days, he had been using the Yin-Yang Great Millstone, and the power of the sacred bone had to be purified by the Yin-Yang Millstone before it flowed into his body. Little Black, Little White, and the others also benefited a lot. They directly reached level 99 and were only one step away from opening the sky. It turned out that it was not that the other party became weaker, but that Little Black became stronger. This person failed to crush the jade slip. Han Fei jumped and appeared here. Taking advantage of the moment when his young soul had just left his body, he punched through the sky and beat this person into a lunatic. Crack. Unfortunately, Han Fei still underestimated these people. Although he was fast enough, these people didn't look like strong masters from a sea monster fortress. Otherwise, how could he still have the time to take out a protective jade slip? Buzz. When a 1,000-foot-tall giant suddenly appeared, he immediately glanced at Han Fei, his eyes glowing purple, and he shouted, "Purple prison cage." Swish. At that moment, Han Fei clearly saw those people heave a sigh of relief. Then, Han Fei found that he couldn't use super light speed anymore, and a purple mist appeared around him. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, and Han Fei felt a great threat, because it was not ordinary lightning, but soul lightning. Boom! Having lost the ultralight speed, Han Fei was hit on the head as if his sea of consciousness was attacked by a strange force. He couldn't help but groan and bleed. Han Fei immediately mobilized the ownerless soul in his body, stepped on the soul controlling array, and punched the lightning. Boom! 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 The barrier of the soul controlling array and the ownerless soul shattered. Again and again. In the blink of an eye, there were at least a dozen times. However, before the purple lightning cage was broken, a massive number of soul knives appeared in it, trying to penetrate his soul. If he guessed right, among these people, there should be someone else who used a protective jade slip, trying to use a late-stage star transformation powerhouse to kill his soul. Damn it! Fuse! Han Fei was furious. If the other party really took out 8 or 10 protective jade slips, wouldn't he have to face the continuous soul attack of a super powerhouse in the late star transformation realm? At that time, even if his body didn't die, he would be struck silly by the other party. The demon purification pot would help him protect his soul, but it was only relative. More importantly, the demon purification pot would help him sweep away all souls that tried to invade his sea of consciousness. However, his soul would still be attacked. With this in mind, Han Fei thought to himself, I must not be at a disadvantage, or there will be no hope of a comeback. Chirp. After a bird cry, Han Fei's eyes turned red. The Emperor Sparrow fused with Han Fei without revealing his figure. Seeing the situation, the Emperor Sparrow couldn't help taking a breath. Did you provoke a group of guys who are extremely good at soul attacks? Han Fei asked, can we beat them? The Emperor Sparrow said, yes, but let me use your body. Han Fei said, take it. Han Fei agreed readily. He called the Emperor Sparrow out at this time. Naturally, because the inherited techniques of the Emperor Sparrow were all soul attacks, and most of them were super strong soul attacks. This meant that the Emperor Sparrow was also very good at soul attacks. At the same time, the Emperor Sparrow also had a super strong body. In any case, it should be easier for the Emperor Sparrow to deal with the current situation than him. Buzz. Han Fei suddenly straightened his body, stood straight, and looked dignified. He glanced across like an emperor looking at the world. As the Emperor Sparrow's gaze swept across, the 3 phantoms outside the arena immediately shattered one after another. It was a soul-level clash, and the Emperor Sparrow forcibly messed up their minds with the frenzying eye. The protective jade slip could only release one blow. Now that the Emperor Sparrow disturbed their minds, the array here collapsed. Bang! 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 When the purple mist cage exploded, the infinite soul knives and the golden soul lock that was about to buckle suddenly shattered. How is it possible? On the other side of the Ghost Strait, the group of people exclaimed. Why did this person suddenly erupt and break 3 late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses soul attacks in a row? In the next moment, someone met Han Fei's eyes and said in horror, we can't. Before he finished speaking, the people who were looking at Han Fei suddenly fell into madness and froze on the spot. Then, Han Fei shouted solemnly, devil arrival. Ah! At that moment, the 3 of them were burning with dark blue flames. They attacked randomly in the void as if there were enemies in the void. Then, Han Fei continued, ominous possession. A large amount of ominous aura spread out from Han Fei's body and entered the people who had gone crazy. 7 people in a row were enveloped by the ominous aura. Immediately afterward, these people completely lost their minds. However, although they lost their minds, unlike ominous creatures, they were controlled by the Emperor Sparrow. As the saying went, victory and defeat were decided in an instant. 1 second ago, Han Fei was still trapped in the purple thunder cage, and the next second, the Emperor Sparrow broke out of the cage with Han Fei's body. At a glance, many people fell into madness. Of course, among these 7 people, 3 were affected by Han Fei's fist mark and fell into a frenzy. But anyway, these 7 people had all lost their minds and used all kinds of soul techniques on their companions. What a strong body. Originally, the Emperor Sparrow wanted to use the Heavenly Fiend battle body. But he found that Han Fei's body after activating the Great Tao was much stronger than his Heavenly Fiend battle body. This made the Emperor Sparrow speechless. Why did your body suddenly become so strong? The words of the Emperor Sparrow were imprinted in Han Fei's soul. Han Fei, who had nothing to do, clicked his tongue when he saw the Emperor Sparrow fight. However, his body was not under his control now. Damn, as expected of a natural-born monarch. In terms of soul techniques, these people are all trash in front of you. But then, what the Emperor Sparrow showed was not only the Tao of the soul. When he attacked again, he also used his fists. As the Emperor Sparrow punched out, a sky-opening realm powerhouse was not only blown up by the punch, but his young soul was also shattered. The young soul tried to gather again, but the Emperor Sparrow punched 7 times in a row. In an instant, the young soul was directly annihilated with consecutive bangs. In the sky, this person was blown up by the 8 punches of the Emperor Sparrow. Han Fei was shocked and exclaimed, "Isn't it said that the young soul is indestructible? It can't be defeated by a physical technique. How was it destroyed by you?" The Emperor Sparrow still had the strength to say, "This is the fist soul. There is no absolutely powerful body in this world, nor is there an absolutely indestructible soul. The fist intent can obliterate the soul, but above the fist intent, there is the fist soul. A great technique has a soul. When your attack has a soul, you naturally won't be afraid of these young souls." Han Fei was stunned. Fist soul? The Emperor Sparrow burst out at an ultralight speed and appeared in front of another person the next moment. He punched this person 7 times and blew him up. Then, he said, "It's actually simple. When the soul and will fuse, you can produce a young soul. When the young soul and your great Tao of origins fuse, you can understand the higher level usage of soul power. Any great technique can have a soul and runes. For example, this fist soul can hurt the body and destroy the soul. In this way, you can kill both your enemy's body and soul. Kill both the body and the soul?" Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "When can I comprehend this double kill technique?" "Emperor Sparrow, prove your Tao." Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. Prove his Tao? So, maybe the question he asked in the Void Temple was still so far away from him that Senior Brother Azure Dragon and the others didn't tell him the answer. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. At that time, Han Fei felt that he was about to be invincible, but in the next second, he felt that he was far away from being invincible. This sense of loss was indescribable. Bang! 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 Although the Emperor Sparrow had just entered the sky-opening realm, Han Fei was not the same. After 8 years of tempering, he would fight for half an hour every time he fought. Zhou Jingjing and the others were either so angry that they chased him crazily or wanted to avoid him when they saw him. After training for so long, he had gained something. That was why the Emperor Sparrow felt that Han Fei's body was surprisingly useful and he could easily kill the enemies with his body. The old man who was stopped by the blood fiend roared angrily. "Villain, stop! Stop! Soul Domain, 10,000 Demon Forbidden Ground." The old man couldn't pass blood fiend and simply detonated himself. His flesh and blood stretched hundreds of thousands of kilometers, producing countless demons that swarmed at Han Fei. Blood Fiend was just a puppet after all. Although he could slowly penetrate such a large-scale soul technique, it would take too long. However, he knew one thing: protect his master. In fact, Han Fei didn't need Blood Fiend's protection. The Emperor Sparrow was having a good time fighting. Anyway, 8 or 9 of the dozen people from the Ghost Strait had been killed by Han Fei, and most of the remaining people were infected by the ominous aura and went completely crazy. The golden-armored man who had been watching the battle narrowed his eyes and stared at the boxing gloves in Han Fei's hand. This was because when they came, those crazy emperors hammered the mountain crazily and said more than once that they saw a divine path. Then, Han Fei came out, escaped from the barrier, and went on a killing spree. Anyone who was hit by Han Fei would shout that he saw a divine path. Obviously, this was not brought by Han Fei. With the golden-armored man's eyesight, he could tell at a glance that the boxing gloves in Han Fei's hand were a godly weapon of high quality. Thinking about it, he felt that he knew what was sealed under the mountain. It was probably these boxing gloves, a pair of extraordinary boxing gloves. Besides, at this moment, Han Fei was fighting so many people alone. Even the people from the Ghost Strait couldn't resist Han Fei's fist marks when their young soul had left their bodies. Logically speaking, this was impossible. When their young souls left their bodies, except for super soul techniques, how could ordinary fist marks penetrate their young souls? Therefore, this person suspected that this fist mark could penetrate the young soul. With this in mind, it wasn't difficult for him to guess that this was at least a high-quality, or even an ultra-quality godly weapon. This was a little exaggerated. High-quality godly weapons were fine, but the sea realm was huge. And there were many godly weapon blacksmiths. Although high-quality godly weapons were rare, there were still some. However, an ultra-quality godly weapon was not an ordinary weapon. The appearance of every ultra-quality godly weapon would be accompanied by a storm of blood. The golden-armored man flicked his finger, and an invisible dust mist dissipated. Then, he quietly retreated. Most people didn't know when the golden-armored man left. Anyway, he was already gone when they were fighting. Han Fei noticed it, but he ignored it. It seemed that this golden-armored man was not on the same side as these guys who cultivated the young soul. Besides, the person left very quickly, and he had no time to chase him. But he felt that he still had the vast ocean navigator. After this battle, he would go kill this guy. In any case, the trump card he showed this time was a little big and very powerful. Han Fei didn't know if his appearance would attract the attention of the major forces. But in any case, he should minimize the impact of his appearance. On this side, although the old man in the late-stage star transformation realm had used his strongest soul technique, Han Fei was at his peak state when he activated his great Tao. Although he was facing the soul attack of the late-stage star transformation realm, it was not Han Fei who was facing the attack, but the Emperor Sparrow. As for the Emperor Sparrow, although he hadn't become a monarch yet, he had so many divine techniques and his soul resistance was even stronger than Han Fei's. The Emperor Sparrow said, "Your soul power is actually extremely high, and your will is actually not bad. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to comprehend the path of invincibility. It shouldn't be difficult for you to cultivate a young soul. It's only a matter of time. However, you still need to cultivate more soul techniques in the future. Anyway, you can't always rely on me when you encounter such a situation again." Han Fei thought that it made sense. From the moment he saw Ruoyoshuan's yang soul leave his body, he knew how powerful the Tao of the soul was. Only when his body was extremely powerful, so was his young soul, could he be called a true body and soul dual cultivator. Rumble. Rumble. The Emperor Sparrow and the old man from the Ghost Strait fought for 3,000 rounds. In the end, the old man gave up hunting Han Fei, grabbed Ruoyu Xian, and ran. The other disciples had all been killed. Originally, he only felt that this was a trial, and Han Fei was just a small interlude in the trial. He could use Han Fei to verify his great technique and made a demonstration to the disciples. Who knew that he would bump into a rock and lose all his disciples? At the same time, the old man discovered, to his shock, that this person was definitely not simple. He actually had a blood fiend puppet that was still so strong after becoming a puppet. Then how strong was this person when he was alive? He must have reached the peak of the star transformation realm. The old man was horrified. A young powerhouse with a puppet at the peak of the star transformation realm? Who was he? Was he really a heavenly talent from Fistlight Mountain? After the old man ran away, the Emperor Sparrow said, "There's no need to chase him. We can't kill him even if we chase him. This person is extraordinary and is a late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse. If it weren't for the blood fiend suppressing him with me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be a match for him with my current means." Buzz. Han Fei took back his body and took out the vast ocean navigator. Swish swish swish. Han Fei broke through the void, found 3 origin seas in a row, and looted them. Then, Han Fei looted 3 more origin seas with the help of the vast ocean navigator. Unfortunately, the vast ocean navigator could only be used 3 times a day, and it was counted by user. If Han Fei used the vast ocean navigator with his original body and then fished another vast ocean navigator from the river of time, he still couldn't use it because the use times of this thing was counted by his original body. Although Zhang Daqian was also Han Fei, it was Han Fei's avatar after all. In a sense, one's avatar was completely different from his original body, so he could be regarded as another person. More than a dozen sky-opening powerhouses had died here. He definitely couldn't finish looting so many origin seas in a day. Then, Han Fei took out the 9 Palace Luck Ruler. After a round of testing, he found that the divination showed impasse. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. This was something he didn't expect at all. Just a dozen years ago, he had just faced an impasse in the number 3 revived place when he encountered a strong master like the Blood Fiend. That was a powerhouse at the edge of the Tao-proving realm. But he had just experienced a battle that was at least greatly ominous. Then, he was going to face an impasse. What the hell was this place? He had only dug 3 treasures, but he had to face an impasse? At this moment, how could Han Fei still care about the origin seas of these sky-opening realm powerhouses? He rushed out with a swish and found a mountain where there was no one. Han Fei immediately said, "Emperor Sparrow, I'm afraid you'll have to use the eye of disaster again today." The Emperor Sparrow was stunned. "What did you do again?" The Emperor Sparrow was speechless. "Didn't you just fight?" "I've just returned to the origin sea to rest, and you woke me up again." Han Fei said, "I'm afraid I'm going to face an impasse today." The Emperor Sparrow. Han Fei had already discovered that he couldn't avoid impasses at all. Sometimes, if he deliberately avoided it, he would instead end up sending himself on the road of impasse. Han Fei cursed. He was here to gain experience and cultivate, hoping to take this opportunity to polish himself and achieve a balance between his body and soul as soon as possible. But now, he had only dug out 3 treasures and was in an impasse. Wasn't this a joke? Buzz. With a thought from Han Fei, Zhang Daqian appeared, so did Zhou Jingjing. He had planned to use Zhou Jingjing as bait, but now he might need Zhou Jingjing to save his life. As soon as Zhou Jingjing came out, she said, "Are we going to start?" However, Han Fei shook his head and said, "Look around." Zhou Jingjing looked around and suddenly raised her eyebrows and exclaimed, "Wow, a lot of strong masters have died here?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "The danger of this place is beyond my imagination. At least, this is not a place where you can be bait at will." Then, Han Fei looked at Zhou Jingjing. "Now I want to make a deal with you." Zhou Jingjing was shocked. "What deal?" Han Fei grinned and said, "Wait outside the ruins of gods for me to come out. You're not allowed to leave until I come out. If I come out and you don't leave, I can give you a great opportunity." Zhou Jingjing was surprised. She could feel that Han Fei actually meant to let them go, but now he asked her to wait for him at the periphery of the ruins of gods. She didn't know what happened in between. She guessed that something must have happened to Han Fei, but Zhou Jingjing was puzzled. Why did he need her to wait for him? It should be meaningless to just wait, right? Zhou Jingjing asked, "What do we need to do?" "Just wait?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. "I'll let my avatar follow you. All these years, you don't need to do anything. You just need to wander around the periphery of the ruins of gods, but don't go too far away. By the way, don't make enemies for yourselves easily. Don't let others kill you. Take care of your avatar?" Zhou Jingjing had a guess in her heart. Han Fei wasn't sure if his original body would be fine, so he left an avatar, just in case. Han Fei nodded. "However, in order to ensure your credibility, you have to give me your essence, blood and soul. You should know that I have a navigator. If anything happens to my avatar, think about the consequences." Zhou Jingjing was silent for a moment. "Will you control us like the mobile castles?" Han Fei shook his head. "No. I'll return it to you after this matter ends." After a long time, Zhou Jingjing took a deep breath and seemed to have decided something. She said firmly, "Okay." Zhou Jingjing had figured it out. Han Fei was very strong, so strong that he was comparable to late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses. Besides, the fact that Han Fei could escape from the 3 strong masters of the crab King City proved how strong he was. Since Han Fei asked her to take care of his avatar so carefully and promised her a great opportunity, with Han Fei's personality, he wouldn't lie to her. Otherwise, how could his Dao heart be at ease? After a while, Han Fei took Zhou Jingjing's soul and essence blood and let Zhang Daqian leave with Zhou Jingjing. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei knew that he was in an impasse and couldn't put all his trump cards in one basket. If Zhang Daqian left, he would have a way to survive, because little Fatty was with him. Of course, Han Fei didn't expect the desperate situation he encountered to be so desperate. After all, Han Fei would rather entrust his hope of survival to his eldest senior brother. If it wasn't necessary, why should he die? As for whether Zhou Jingjing and the others would be in danger, Han Fei wasn't worried about that. This was only the periphery of the ruins of gods. With the strength of Zhou Jingjing and the others, it was unlikely that they would be killed in one fell swoop. As soon as Zhou Jingjing and the others left, Han Fei entered his origin sea. Han Fei didn't know how he would fall into an impasse, but now, excluding eldest senior brother, he only had Blood Fiend as his trump card. With Blood Fiend around him, the divination still showed impasse, which meant that Blood Fiend would be completely suppressed. At this moment, it was useless to rely on others to avoid desperate situations. Han Fei could only rely on himself and improve his strength. Although he couldn't improve much in this short day, he wanted to be at his peak. The treasures Han Fei had obtained so far were the Moonlight Essence. He had collected a lot of this thing. It could promote the growth of the Golden Jade Marrow. The Heavenly Dao Jade Essence could be fused into the body, directly tempered, and assimilated into the bones, which could strengthen the body. The Divine Crystal contained the Dao runes of a god. From it, he could glimpse a trace of the great Dao of a god, and it could also consolidate the soul and flesh. These three treasures could be said to be extraordinary body refining treasures that couldn't be obtained easily. Unfortunately, it would take a decade or even decades for these three items to be completely refined and absorbed. Now, he only had 1 day. Even if he used up 1 day in his origin sea, he only had 256 days in his origin sea, which was less than a year. It was impossible for him to digest these things. Han Fei looked around at the massive resources in his origin sea, the surging spiritual spring, and the essence of the ground veins that gathered into a lake. All these years, everything he had snatched in the wilderness was here. In terms of quantity, it was probably enough for him to open up his origin sea by tens of thousands of kilometers more. There were so many of them because Han Fei had fought a lot. There were nearly 100 sea monster fortresses that he had harassed. With such a massive amount of resources, even if he consumed them all, it would probably only lay his foundation slightly more solidly. It wouldn't be easy to make him level up. Huff. It seems that I have to take that step. After much deliberation, Han Fei knew that it was time to practice the last level of void fishing. Originally, Han Fei didn't want to cultivate this last level too early, because this level was for monarchs. Han Fei thought that he should wait until he turned his origin sea into a star and became 30 to 50% stronger before cultivating this technique. But now it seemed that he no longer had this chance. If he wanted his strength to soar, he had to pay a price. Cultivating the last level of the void fishing art was already imperative. However, the ruins of gods was clearly not suitable for cultivating the last level of void fishing. This was because the baptism of lightning had become a basic requirement of void fishing. In the past, Han Fei thought that he had to be baptized by lightning to deduce void fishing, but now it was different. Every level of its cultivation required him to be baptized by lightning. If the ruins of gods didn't work, Han Fei could only cultivate in the sea of stars. This couldn't be helped. Wherever he went in the ruins of gods, he might be in an impasse, so the best solution was to not run around. However, he didn't know what kind of lightning baptism he would have to go through to practice void fishing in the Sea of Stars. But the only thing that comforted Han Fei was that he was only cultivating techniques, not transcending tribulations. Otherwise, with the resources he had, he would probably die 17 or 18 times in the Sea of Stars. Buzz. Han Fei broke through the quagmire of the Sea of Stars and appeared in the Sea of Stars. Seeing the starry sky flashing, gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Swish. Being dragged out by Han Fei, the Emperor Sparrow couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Aren't you going to be in an impasse? Why are you in the Sea of Stars?" Han Fei said, "I want to practice a technique. I may have to experience the baptism of lightning later. I'm not afraid of the baptism of lightning, but I may be seriously injured. If I'm seriously injured or can't resist the sleeping power of the Sea of Stars, you have to take me back to my origin." See. The Emperor Sparrow held his head high, but he seemed to be a little curious. Although he could communicate with Han Fei from the Soul Sea, he had never seen Han Fei receive the baptism of lightning outside, so he didn't know this. Therefore, the Emperor Sparrow just nodded. Okay. Since he was going to practice a monarch-level technique, Han Fei certainly had to prepare something. He took out the liquid divine brilliance of 10,000 years of vitality he had used the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique to create earlier. Han Fei sat cross-legged, holding the divine crystal in his left hand and the heavenly Tao jade essence in his right hand. All the moonlight essence that he had saved was swallowed by him in one breath. For a moment, Han Fei felt that his body was surging, and the power of the moonlight essence was attacking his flesh and bones, trying to melt into his body. At this point, Han Fei didn't say a word. In the meridians in his body, a strange vein map appeared in the blink of an eye. When he activated the 9th level of the void fishing technique, something seemed to be wrong where Han Fei was. There were no tribulation clouds in the Sea of Stars, but he felt that the heavenly Tao runes here suddenly became abnormally rich. Buzz. Buzz. A roar that ordinary people couldn't hear erupted from the Sea of Stars. This sound was directly imprinted in Han Fei's mind. Han Fei ignored the sound and continued to operate the strange vein diagram. However, it wasn't as easy to use it the second time. The first time, Han Fei just guided it with his qi. The second time, the immortal qi in his body surged like a wave, but he felt abnormal resistance. Boom. For some reason, in the darkness of the Sea of Stars, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck Han Fei. Swish. Cough. Han Fei trembled, and the milky brilliance on his body splashed out, scattering into specks of brilliance. The so-called light spots were none other than a part of Han Fei's body that exploded and splashed out. After only one lightning bolt, Han Fei grunted in shock. Is the lightning in the Sea of Stars so dangerous? Why does it feel like a tribulation? The Emperor Sparrow, who was just watching curiously, couldn't help but straighten his body when he saw this scene. Heavenly tribulation? No, it's the lightning pool. Did he trigger the lightning pool? The Emperor Sparrow was surprised. From this lightning bolt alone, he could tell that although this was not a heavenly tribulation, the power of lightning was quite terrifying. Perhaps this lightning bolt had at least 10% or 20% of the power of a heavenly tribulation. Boom! As soon as the lightning struck down, the second lightning struck down. Boom, boom, boom. In just a minute, dozens of lightning bolts struck down, which stunned the Emperor Sparrow. Baptism of the lightning pool? The Emperor Sparrow wasn't sure, but he felt that it wouldn't be easy to survive such dense lightning. After only about 20 seconds, the moonlight essence that Han Fei swallowed was completely fused into Han Fei's body under the lightning strikes. The price was that Han Fei's skin and flesh were torn and dripping with blood, and the electric arcs on his body were sizzling, almost making him an electric cocoon. More than 60 seconds passed. Crack. The heavenly Tao jade essence on Han Fei's left hand had already cracked. Han Fei's body was completely charred, and there was probably only a shell left. 80 seconds passed. The heavenly Tao jade essence exploded, and the last trace of energy was absorbed into Han Fei's body. And there was still the divine crystal in his hand, shining brightly. However, the power in the divine crystal was also rapidly consumed, but the frequency of lightning strikes didn't decrease. Even Han Fei was a little shocked. The lightning baptism would probably last for an hour. How long had it been? The 3 treasures were almost used up? As Han Fei expected, although the divine crystal was extraordinary, it only helped him hold on for less than 80 seconds before it exploded with a bang. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning kept striking, but Han Fei didn't have any powerful treasures. Ultra-quality spiritual stones, spiritual fruits, spiritual spring, and the essence of the ground veins were surging out crazily. However, every time a lightning bolt struck down, a massive amount of such resources would evaporate. Not long after the power of these resources poured into Han Fei's body, they were dispersed by a lightning bolt. There was no telling if it was because the level of the resources was slightly low, but even with a massive amount of resources protecting his body, Han Fei was still injured. And every lightning bolt would worsen his injuries. Boom, boom, boom. After about 500 seconds, Han Fei was almost blown up by the lightning. Watching this in the periphery, the Emperor Sparrow frowned and couldn't help being a little anxious. It had been half an hour. Why wasn't the lightning over yet? If it continued, he would be killed. Crack. Suddenly, with a soft sound, Han Fei's body cracked and then fell apart. It looked terrifying, but in fact, it was Han Fei's charred body. Now, the shell cracked and then exploded. Inside the shell was Han Fei's baby-like skin. It seemed to be only a thin layer, as if the old one had faded and the new one hadn't grown yet. On Han Fei's body, divine splendor burst out. It was the liquid divine splendor of the heaven enlightenment divine technique. Han Fei was now forced to extend his life with the divine splendor. Boom. Boom. In the sea of stars, Han Fei was shining like a star. In the inner area of the ruins of gods less than half a day's walk away, a middle-aged man said solemnly, a high-quality godly weapon tainted with divinity? Are you sure? In front of the middle-aged man, a young man in golden armor nodded. It might even be an ultra-quality one. With this thing, that person slaughtered a team of people from the Ghost Strait almost alone. By the way, that person also has A super puppet in the late stage of the star transformation realm. That puppet is extremely powerful. Even Elder Qin Yuan, from the Ghost Strait, can't control it. The middle-aged man sneered. It's not that the puppet is strong, but that Qin Yuan is weak. A divine weapon tainted with divinity, it must belong to our gate of heaven. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Han Fei had been struck by lightning in the sea of stars for more than half an hour. His body was almost dry, and he didn't have enough qi blood or vitality. The only thing that made Han Fei feel lucky was the soaring number of golden jade essence. If only 8 drops of golden jade essence were born in his previous 300 years of cultivation, then as his strength increased, the number of opportunities increased, the swallowing of the sacred bone, the replenishment of the moonlight essence, and even the supply of the divine crystal and the heavenly Tao jade essence. This time, under the baptism of the lightning, more than 100 drops of golden jade marrow were created for him. Although this amount didn't seem to be much, plus the amount of golden jade marrow he had accumulated before, it reached 160 drops. Although Han Fei didn't know how many 160 drops were, the number was 20 times that when the golden jade marrow was first born. Besides, the lightning baptism didn't just make Han Fei produce more golden jade marrow. He wanted to use the lightning baptism to polish his body and soul and repair his foundation. If he cultivated step by step, Han Fei knew that he might have to stay in the wilderness for 40 or 50 years to completely solidify his foundation. However, it was different with the baptism of lightning. Thunder could cleanse the evil, temper the body, and purify the soul. If it weren't for the fact that he had no choice, Han Fei would never choose to practice the 9th level of void fishing at this time. In fact, Han Fei couldn't hold on anymore. Half an hour had passed, and the density of the lightning was almost halved. However, his resources were almost exhausted. The liquid divine brilliance had long been used up. Now he needed to occasionally use the heaven enlightenment divine technique to keep himself alive. However, because it was within the range of the lightning baptism, it was difficult for the heaven enlightenment divine technique to coexist with the lightning. Therefore, when the lightning struck, the heaven enlightenment divine technique would be annihilated. When the lightning disappeared, Han Fei would use the heaven enlightenment divine technique. If he had to do both, the effect would be reduced. Crack. 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 When Han Fei had no powerful resources or effective replenishment, his body began to crack, and dense cracks covered his entire body. Occasionally, a certain place would explode, and golden blood splashed. Occasionally, a certain jade bone of Han Fei produced sizzling sounds under the lightning strikes. Han Fei was afraid to hear the sound of jade bones cracking. Once the jade bones cracked, it meant that the power of the lightning baptism had exceeded his limits. Ordinary body refiners might be able to rebuild their bodies often because it was very simple to rebuild their bodies. But at Han Fei's level, the price to rebuild his body was very high. What he had to rebuild was a body that had been tempered countless times. If the body fragments were still there, it wouldn't be a problem. But if the body fragments were destroyed or sealed, the consequences might be disastrous. Boom! When the power of lightning broke through his body and circulated on his jade bones, Han Fei's bones were trembling as if they would crack at any time. Just as Han Fei was extremely nervous, his body suddenly trembled. At first, Han Fei was a little stunned. Did his jade bone crack somewhere? But he suddenly felt that something was wrong, because he felt that he had suddenly comprehended a lot of heavenly Tao laws. It seemed that many heavenly Tao runes were drilling into his mind. Huh? Han Fei's eyes glittered. This feeling was the best time to fuse with the heavenly Tao. If the Tao runes of the world fused with his great Tao, he could mobilize more power of the heavenly Tao for his own use. In this way, there was nothing to be afraid of in the lightning baptism. For a moment, Tao runes burst out of Han Fei's body. The path of invincibility, the great Tao of time, the great Tao of space, the great Tao of heaven enlightenment, the great Tao of gravity, the great Tao of yin-yang. When many great Taos fused with the Tao runes of the world, Han Fei felt that she had stirred and the Tao runes of the world protected his body. Boom! At this moment, Han Fei's body was like a quagmire, and lightning struck down, as if it had fallen into a quagmire. Then, it was distorted by Han Fei's great Tao, purified, and dispersed in his body. The eyes of the Emperor Sparrow lit up when he saw this scene. Has his path of balance reached this point? Even the Emperor Sparrow was a little surprised. Han Fei hadn't shown any talent in the Tao of balance before. But under this round of lightning baptism, he suddenly triggered such a huge amount of Tao runes. This was a symbol of the Tao of balance borrowing the power of the world. Being able to do this meant that Han Fei's soul and physique were beginning to balance so well that he could borrow the power of the heavenly Tao. After another half an hour, the power of the lightning baptism was basically over. From several lightning strikes a second to one lightning strike several seconds, Han Fei no longer had to worry about not being able to withstand it. At this moment, the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique was activated, and the injuries on Han Fei's body were healing at a visible speed. As the spiritual fruits, essence, and other things in Han Fei's origin sea were consumed, Han Fei's blood and qi gradually surged like waves. When Han Fei's muscle completely bulged, and the Tao runes on his body circulated, his momentum seemed to have risen greatly. When the lightning baptism was completely over, before Han Fei had the time to look at his information, the 9th level of void fishing appeared in his mind. Void stealing. When Han Fei truly understood this power, he couldn't help but gasp. This was actually a strange technique that could steal the power of others. If the time fishing technique could fish out the old body of something from the past, then this void stealing technique could instantly deprive others of their great Tao, great techniques, actions, and even words that others had said, causing others to be unable to use the power deprived for a moment. Besides, it wasn't as simple as depriving. Han Fei could choose to use the power he had deprived. Gulp. Han Fei couldn't help swallowing. He knew that the 9th level of void fishing should be very strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. There was actually such a weird technique in this world. This stealing power was obtained by fishing with the Tao runes of the world. It could be said that the void fishing technique could use the world as a hook to fish for everything. Of course, there were naturally restrictions on heaven-defying techniques. That was, every ability that was deprived didn't last long. Furthermore, at the same time, a powerhouse of the same realm could only be deprived of 3 abilities. If it was exceeded, one of the deprived abilities would inevitably fail. However, Han Fei learned that this great technique could deprive the strength of stronger people across realms. In other words, he could even deprive a certain power of a monarch-level powerhouse. However, in that case, he could only deprive the opponent of one kind of power. If he was facing someone 2 realms above him, this technique would be ineffective. Of course, it was impossible to cross 2 realms. Those 2 realms above sky openers were at the level of gods. At the level of gods, it might be useless to deprive others of their strength with a cultivation technique at the level of a monarch. However, in any case, the power of the void-stealing technique exceeded Han Fei's imagination. After sensing the 9th level of the void-fishing technique, Han Fei was overjoyed. He had a strange feeling that this was not yet the limit of the void-fishing technique. In fact, no one seemed to have mastered the 9th level. This strange feeling swept across his heart. Han Fei was overjoyed and immediately looked at his personal information. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 101, Sky Opener. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 200,016th. Chaotic Chi, 660,000. Spiritual Power, 5,461,258. Perception Range, 6.5 million kilometers. Strength, 5,009,698 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage. Second Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness Spiritual Heritage. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 99. Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, Level 100. Main Art, Void Fishing Level 9, Void Stealing Technique, Monarch Level, Ultra. Quality F***CK. Han Fei couldn't help being shocked, although he knew that his physique would definitely increase greatly after swallowing the Moonlight Essence, the Divine Crystal, and the Heavenly Tao Jade Essence. However, he never expected his physique to soar to more than 5 million waves. Is this the change in physique brought about by the Golden Jade Marrow? Han Fei suddenly got up. At this moment, his body had almost recovered under the nourishment of the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. He didn't dare to waste time, because there was no acceleration of time in the Sea of Stars. Therefore, Han Fei immediately retreated to his Origin Sea. As soon as he entered his Origin Sea, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and the law of the Heavenly Tao descended on him. He vaguely felt that his body had carried part of the Tao runes of the world. It felt as if part of his body had already fused with the Heavenly Tao. For example, when Han Fei thought that I needed fire, he could narrowly produce flames. This was not as simple as when God said, "Let there be light." But Han Fei could obtain the power of fire from the great Tao of heaven and earth. Similarly, Han Fei could also strengthen his great Tao, or even his strength, from the Tao runes of the world. Han Fei tried to summon this power, but to his disappointment, he could only use the Tao runes of the world to increase his combat power by 10%. This result made Han Fei a little disappointed. This was because during the meeting in the Void Temple, Senior Brother Azure Dragon and the others said that with the power of the Heavenly Tao, the cultivators of the Tao of Balance could increase their strength by more than 50%. But he only got 10%. It seemed that he was still far away. Han Fei estimated that it was probably because of the gap in his physique and soul. Even though he had been baptized by lightning and his unstable foundation had basically been consolidated, it was still a little lacking. In addition, the Tao of Balance was extremely difficult to cultivate in the first place, so it was already not bad that he could borrow 10% of the power. Although his physique strength had soared, his soul power was still not strong enough. Han Fei saw hope, because he could also transform his soul power and physique. Although this transformation shouldn't be too much, or else it would still affect his foundation. However, if he transformed and tempered a little bit, plus his daily cultivation, attaining the Tao of balance must not be too far away from him. Perhaps he might have already reached the balance before he arrived in the divine capital dynasty. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Although the 9th level of void fishing gave Han Fei a lot of help and increased his strength, and he could even directly use the power of the heavenly Tao to enhance himself. However, this growth in strength was still not enough in the eyes of the Real strong masters. According to Han Fei's judgment, his current strength was still not as strong as the third brother of the Crab Royal City. At most, he could last for half an hour in his hands. Therefore, although his strength had soared this time, it was still not enough to deal with a real powerhouse. One day was too short. He had already spent more than an hour using most of the resources he had. If he wanted to continue to improve his strength in such a short time, he had no choice but to continue to devour energy crystals. However, swallowing energy crystals would inevitably cause an imbalance between the soul and body, which would make all his previous efforts wasted. It wasn't easy for him to trigger the power of the heavenly Tao, which would inevitably disappear because of this situation. Therefore, except for normal cultivation, Han Fei wouldn't use energy crystals again. Buzz. With a thought, Han Fei appeared outside. There was only one day in total. He didn't want to hide in the Origin Sea. A void node like his Origin Sea might not be able to hide from a powerhouse who could put him in an impasse at all. Once the other party found his Origin Sea, he would probably find his location. He had wanted to use the vast ocean navigator to find a safe place, but when he thought that he had used up all the times of the vast ocean navigator today, he couldn't help but feel that he was really stupid. But Han Fei didn't hesitate. The backlash of the vast ocean navigator was the backlash of luck. He was looking for a survival chance, but if his luck suffered a backlash, it might push him into a deeper abyss. This made him a little hesitant. Whatever, it's only a day. Instead of not knowing where to run, I'd rather suffer a backlash. Without hesitation, Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator and said, "Point to my way out." Buzz. The vast ocean navigator immediately turned, but the direction it pointed to stunned Han Fei. Ruins of gods? Han Fei couldn't help frowning. When he entered the ruins of gods, he knew that the ruins of gods were divided to the inner and outer areas. There must be a lot of treasures hidden in the outer area. From his gains in the past few days, it could be seen that what everyone lacked was the opportunity to find treasures. For example, the heavenly Tao jade essence could conceal its existence. For example, the sacred bone could even give birth to a barrier that sealed itself. Without the guidance of the vast ocean navigator, it was impossible to find it in the endless mountains. And the inner area of the ruins of gods was not a good place. Some people picked up scraps near the inner area, but those who really broke into the inner area were almost all dead. This was one of the main reasons why Han Fei didn't directly target the inner area. However, the vast ocean navigator was pointing at the inner area, which meant that compared to the danger he was about to encounter, the inner area was a way out. At least, it was not as dangerous as the danger he was about to encounter. Before Han Fei could think for long, his face suddenly changed. He felt an unprecedented danger. At this moment, a perception scanned where he was. F***ck, it came so fast? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Is this the King backlash of the vast ocean navigator? But didn't it come too fast? At least give me some room to think. Buzz. At that moment, Han Fei no longer held back. His great Tao burst out, and he instantly activated an ultralight speed rushing towards the inner area of the ruins of gods. Less than 20 million kilometers away from where Han Fei was, 3 middle-aged men stood with their hands behind their backs. One of them looked up at the starry sky. Then, he looked at Han Fei's departing figure and smiled. This must be him. 3 times the speed of light, and he has just turned his origin sea into a star? I wonder who gave him the courage. He can't run away. Buzz. At that moment, the 3 of them moved. If Han Fei had seen their speeds, he would have been shocked. The lowest speed of these 3 people was 8 times the speed of light, and the fastest was 9 times the speed of light. Or even faster. What did it mean? According to Senior Brother Azure Dragon and the others, under normal circumstances, the speed of a sky-opening realm cultivator was only within 10 times the speed of light. Since this person's speed exceeded 9 times the speed of light, it meant that he was already on the verge of Tao, proving his strength was very likely at the level of Zhao Honghuang. God knew why such powerhouses would appear in the wilderness. Swish. 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 Han Fei ran at full speed without hesitation. However, in just 5 seconds, 6 million kilometers behind Han Fei, he felt energy fluctuations. F*CK. So fast. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He didn't know if it was because the other party was too fast, but he felt that the void was fluctuating and danger was coming closer and closer. Boy, you can't run away. Stop. Under this absolute speed advantage, Han Fei was helpless. It was not that he was slow, but that the other party was too fast. When the middle-aged man behind Han Fei was less than 100,000 kilometers away from Han Fei, the man pointed his finger and a starlight burst out from between his fingers. He felt that with his speed, he would pass Han Fei in the next moment and crush his body, and this interception would be successful. However, at that critical moment, Han Fei suddenly turned his head and glanced at him. This person's figure that was 9 times the speed of light instantly stopped. He seemed to have forgotten everything. He suddenly lost his balance and crashed into the seabed. Boom. Boom. As if countless nuclear bombs had exploded, this person's body left a deep trench under the seabed. The explosion spread out, probably stretching out for more than 100,000 kilometers. Buzz. At that moment, the middle-aged man perceived that Han Fei's speed suddenly soared from 3 times the speed of light to 6 times the speed of light. What shocked him was that this guy's ultralight speed was so familiar. Wasn't that his special great Tao? Han Fei had already thought of how to run, but when his speed only reached 6 times the speed of light, he felt terrible. Something was wrong. There was a problem with the last level of void fishing. Although power deprivation could make the power of others be used by him, he was not others after all. His physique, strength, and great Tao were all different from that middle-aged man. Therefore, he couldn't completely copy the other party's speed. With his current body, he could carry 6 times the speed of light at most. It wasn't that Han Fei didn't want to be faster, but that he couldn't. He had reached his limit. Han Fei was a little disappointed, but he didn't think there was a problem. It was just that his expectations were too high. Otherwise, if the void stealing technique was really so terrifying, wouldn't he be able to completely steal the power of a monarch, regardless of his own capacity, allowing him to obtain the full combat power of a monarch in a short period of time? That would be too powerful. However, the speed theft this time gave Han Fei an unexpected benefit, which was that the premise of Han Fei obtaining 6 times the speed of light was that he had comprehended a new spatial Tao. Yes, this person used the great Tao of space to increase his speed to more than 9 times the speed of light. However, in comparison, Han Fei also knew the great Tao of space, but he couldn't reach such a fast speed. The root reason was that his understanding of the great Tao of space was not enough, but the moment he stole this person's ultralight speed power, Han Fei immediately understood a lot about the use of the great Tao of space. Hiss. Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. Therefore, the most powerful thing about the void-stealing technique was not only stealing the power of others, but also stealing the comprehension, great Tao, and even the principle of power of others. This was King terrifying. Didn't this mean that the more power he stole, the more he would comprehend in the end? As time went by, he might be able to fully improve his combat skills with void stealing. Han Fei was excited at this thought. Swish. Han Fei had just escaped the perception range of the strong master when 2 strong masters who were equally fast caught up with him. One of them was shocked. Elder Yi, what happened to you? The middle-aged man who had just come out of the undersea trench looked awful and said, "Take me with you. Let's chase him together." Although the 2 of them were puzzled, they wrapped the middle-aged man without hesitation. Then, the middle-aged man said, "This guy is strange. He probably has more than one ultra-quality godly weapon. He can deprive me of my speed and make me temporarily forget the ultra-light speed of the great Tao of space. And accept, for the ultra-light speed of the great Tao of space, my understanding of other great Taos can reach 7 times the speed of light at most." What? Deprive speed? How can it be deprived? I've never heard of it. The middle-aged man said, "I don't know. It might be a special great Tao, but he can't completely grasp my speed. Therefore, when he burst out, he was only 6 times the speed of light. It won't be difficult to catch up with him." Han Fei didn't dare to stop at all. The crisis of an impasse was definitely not so simple. Although his temporary breakthrough might change his luck. However, he didn't dare to be careless, because the crisis that enveloped him didn't disappear. At this moment, he was charging towards the interior of the ruins of gods at 6 times the speed of light. This was because he didn't know if there was a time limit for the stolen power. If there was, how long could it be used? This was what he needed to consider. Han Fei still wanted to accelerate the time around him with the great Tao of time, but maybe because the speed was too fast, the great Tao of time somehow intertwined with the great Tao of space. He didn't have the time to accelerate the time around him, so he couldn't continue to increase his speed. Then, to Han Fei's shock, after only 10 seconds, a vague figure caught up with him. Oh, not 1, but 2. Han Fei couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. There was more than one person on the other side? One of them was the middle-aged man who attacked him just now. He didn't know the other person. It seemed that he was also on their side. Besides, this person was so fast too. He caught up together with the middle-aged man. After running for less than a second, Han Fei judged that the person chasing him had reached 8 times the speed of light. There's a secret. Han Fei's first thought was not how he escaped this disaster, but that he had confirmed one thing, which was that there was a secret in the ruins of gods. Otherwise, it was impossible for 2 super powerhouses of this level to appear in a row. 8 times the speed of light, 6 times the speed of light. Han Fei estimated that at this speed, the other party would catch up with him in 4 seconds at most. In other words, not even a minute. However, at present, Han Fei was still confident that he could continue to steal this person's speed. However, the moment the second middle-aged man approached within 1,000,000 kilometers of him, the first middle-aged man suddenly escaped from the other person's grasp and also burst out with an ultralight speed faster than his. Shoot dash. Han Fei couldn't help being horrified. These people also walked more than one great Dao. This spatial Dao had been deprived by him. But he still had other great Daos that could activate ultralight speed. Now, Han Fei didn't think about anything else. Anyway, he must not be caught up by these two. If he was caught up with by the strong masters of this level, as long as they attacked him, he wouldn't be able to resist them. Therefore, Han Fei looked back again, and the two of them activated protective barriers at the same time and even Dao patterns to protect their souls. However, in the next moment, the two of them lost their speed and fell directly into the seabed. Rumble. Rumble. Waves rose from the bottom of the sea again, and 2 trenches appeared. Countless creatures were crushed to death by these 2 people. But at this moment, Han Fei didn't leave. He suddenly realized that his understanding of the void stealing technique was too simple. His purpose was to make these 2 people unable to chase him, so why did he only deprive them of their speed? If they had other great Daos of speed and continued to chase him, how could he continue to deprive them? Therefore, Han Fei didn't escape, but passed the 2 of them and gave up the 2 great Dao insights he had stolen. Instead, he deprived them of their consciousness. He wanted to stop these 2 people from chasing him and make them fall asleep. Then wouldn't his goal be achieved? However, at the next moment, Han Fei felt that he was too naive. The 2 strong masters fell into a dizzy state at the same time, but they were still far from falling asleep. Han Fei immediately discovered that he wasn't strong enough to make them sleep. He could only make them temporarily dizzy. Besides, Han Fei could feel that with the strength of these 2 people, it was impossible for them to be in this state for long. He would be lucky if this state could last half an hour. Ignoring the 2 of them, Han Fei continued to run for his life. According to his calculations, it might take more than half an hour to reach the ruins of gods. Han Fei was speechless. Why is the wilderness so big? Why is the sea realm so big? I've already run faster than light, but it still takes so long to run from one place to another. It's too much. Han Fei didn't know that there was actually another person watching him in the dark. However, this person wasn't looking at Han Fei, but at the 2 strong masters. When he saw with his own eyes that the 2 of them were in a dizzy state, his heart skipped a beat. He didn't know what method this guy had used. About 100 seconds later, Han Fei was rushing when he suddenly saw that the space in front of him suddenly opened, and a white door of light appeared. Han Fei saw a figure bathed in white light standing at the door. Hiss. Heavenly. Race, gate of heaven? Han Fei was shocked. This door was too special. Before Han Fei entered the sea realm, he had heard Chu Hao talk about the heavenly race, because Chu Hao was sure that a small vine of the demon purification pot was in the heavenly race. After entering the chaotic wasteland, he often heard about some super forces in the sea realm, including the Gate of Heaven, the Infinite Mining Area, Fist Light Mountain, the East Sword Pavilion, the Ghost Strait, and the City of Terror. Although no one knew what these forces were, it didn't prevent them from knowing that such a group of forces existed in the East Sea Divine Realm. No wonder there are 3 of them. Han Fei instantly thought that the one who came to him first should be the fastest and strongest. However, he didn't expect that he had such a powerful technique as the void-stealing technique. The second person caught up with the first person, who told him the information, and then the 2 were chasing him together. However, these 2 people didn't know that he could use the void-stealing technique 3 times, so they were tricked again. And this one should be weaker than the 2 of them, but probably not much weaker. However, Han Fei couldn't figure out why the other party was chasing him. When did the Gate of Heaven and the Ghost Strait become so close? Did they want to avenge the people from the Ghost Strait? Han Fei couldn't help but stop, because the person on the opposite side didn't do anything, and he didn't see the person clearly, so he wasn't sure if the person was real. The reason why he dared to stop was that the 2 people behind him were still trapped in dizziness and hadn't woken up. Even if another such powerhouse came, he still had the blood fiend to use. But he had to know why the other party came to him. Han Fei said in a low voice, "Who are you? Why are you stopping me?" The strong master in the door of light took a few steps out, revealing his resolute face. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This middle-aged man's temperament was exactly the same as the other 2, with an inexplicable pride. The middle-aged man said, "At first, I just wanted to take away the divine artifact on you, so I might not really kill you. However, now it seems that your secret is not as simple as that divine artifact. You've just turned your origin sea into a star, but 2 powerhouses at the edge of the doubt proving realm were tricked by you. It seems that you have a lot of secrets. A divine artifact? The god-slaying boxing gloves?" Han Fei immediately understood. Because the god-slaying boxing gloves was refined from the sacred bone, it could let people see a strange divine path, and was rated as a high-quality godly weapon. When he was fighting the people from the Ghost Strait, the god-slaying boxing glove burst out with terrifying power. Especially when the Emperor Sparrow used his body to pierce through their young souls, this scene should have been seen by others. Han Fei's heart did a flip. At that time, the only strange person among them was the man in golden armor. That person was the first to run. He thought that he was just a disciple of a big clan who slipped away. Now it seemed that the person's dressing and temperament were somewhat similar to these people. He was probably from the Gate of Heaven. In an instant, Han Fei figured out a lot of things. The people of the heavenly race were exploring the ruins of gods, and there happened to be a few super powerhouses here. His weakness was that he knew too little about the sea realm and didn't discover the identity of the golden-armored man immediately. Otherwise, if he had killed that person immediately, none of this would have happened. Now that he had exposed too much, even if he gave them the god-slaying boxing gloves, this person wouldn't let him go. With this in mind, Han Fei sneered. "If you want my treasures, come and get them." At this moment, Han Fei was 5 million kilometers away from that person. This was a distance he deliberately left. If he was too close, he was afraid that he might be sealed by some kind of array and unable to escape. Buzz. Without a word, Han Fei rushed out again. But at this moment, in the direction where Han Fei escaped, a figure walked out and instantly erupted. With a terrifying speed at least comparable to his. Han Fei was shocked. With a flip of his hand, Blood Fiend appeared and charged at the figure. Then he turned around and ran in another direction. If Han Fei's guess was correct, since the golden-armored man had run away, he wouldn't miss Blood Fiend. Now the other party seemed to have many people. Even if he had to abandon Blood Fiend, he had to save his life. But on this side, as soon as Han Fei ran out, another figure blocked his way. The figure held a sword and slashed at Han Fei with the power of the late stage star transformation realm. Under such circumstances, Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. With a thought, the figure in front of him suddenly shattered, and a sword shadow appeared in Han Fei's hand. It was the sword shadow just now. At this moment, Han Fei gave up 6 times the speed of light to obtain this sword. He thought that speed could be stolen at any time, but in the face of these strong masters, he couldn't resist at all. And he discovered, to his shock, that this was just a F*King clone. After he deprived the power of this sword, this clone actually shattered. Shutayuro. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. When Han Fei found that the person was just a clone, he immediately realized that there were only 3 late-stage star transformation realm experts. This undoubtedly gave Han Fei a boost. He was afraid that there were still strong masters behind. If that was the case, even if he had the void-stealing technique, what could he do to these people? However, even if the 2 people failed to catch up, the person in front of him was not easy to deal with. He clearly knew that he had a strange technique, like the void-stealing technique. Therefore, he took out his clone to stop him. Sure enough, when he stole the power of the sword, the middle-aged man who walked out of the door of light suddenly attacked, and a white sword light appeared in front of Han Fei. Han Fei only had time to block the attack with the stolen power. Clang! Bang! The place where Han Fei was instantly exploded, and he was sent flying 100,000 kilometers. His body retreated rapidly in the void, and his chest caved in. Huh? The middle-aged man seemed a little surprised. This person's physique was actually so strong. Although he had stolen the power of his blow, it was only an ordinary blow. But this time, he had unleashed 80% of his strength in an attempt to penetrate him. Cough, cough. Han Fei spat out a mouthful of golden essence blood. Before he could stabilize himself, another figure appeared behind him. This time, Han Fei learned to be smart. He knew that this person was probably just a clone, so his attention was not on this clone. Instead, he controlled the Blood Fiend to attack the middle-aged man. Blood Fiend naturally rushed over immediately, but this time, Han Fei casually punched out, trying to block the clone's attack. However, with a bang, the fist mark exploded. The clone that shouldn't have any combat power erupted with terrifying power and almost pierced him. Boom! 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 Han Fei broke through the void again and was thrown into reality by the clone. From the void, he hit the seabed and left a trench. Cough, cough. At this moment, Han Fei saw the original body and the Blood Fiend rushing at him at the same time. In an instant, Han Fei activated his great Tao and the god-slaying boxing gloves appeared in his hand. Sacrificing punch. The middle-aged man pressed Han Fei with his palm, trying to kill Han Fei with a slap. However, when he activated his great Tao with all his strength, the power unleashed by Han Fei was probably no weaker than his. He punched out, setting off a terrifying explosion where the two were, and the turbulent seawater rolled out crazily. Bloodfiend arrived and slapped the middle-aged man with his withered hand. The middle-aged man's body withered at a visible speed. Clang. Deprive. The middle-aged man was not stupid. After he clearly discovered that Han Fei had the ability to steal other people's power, he no longer planned to use his original body to attack. Therefore, the person Han Fei and Shueisha pierced was only a clone. Han Fei extended his hand, and a sword light flashed. Han Fei, who was already prepared, didn't even look back. The power of the heavenly Tao burst out. In the next moment, the sword light behind him disappeared and appeared in Han Fei's hand. Holding a sword in one hand and the vast ocean navigator in the other, Han Fei charged in the direction the vast ocean navigator pointed to. Huh! Bang! The terrifying sword chi cut through the void, swept thousands of kilometers, and slashed out a phantom in the void. The moment Han Fei slashed out, he gave up the power of sword control and looked at the phantom. His eyes turned cold as he continued to steal. This time, what Han Fei stole was the other party's reaction. Puff. The phantom that was about to attack suddenly fell into a daze and couldn't react in time to block Han Fei's sword. Finally, when the sword chi rushed over, it pierced through the phantom. Han Fei's heart turned cold. This was also a clone. The other party had already left the moment he confirmed his location, and he would have to suffer the backlash of luck brought by the vast ocean navigator. Again. Buzz. Han Fei suddenly had an epiphany. The consciousness of the first two powerhouses he stole seemed to be withdrawn by the other party. So soon? Han Fei was shocked. He couldn't continue to fight. This King bad luck came so suddenly. He could have endured it for at least half an hour, but now the other party had broken free in 100 seconds. If the other party really chased over, with this person's current strength, it would be difficult for him to escape. At that moment, Han Fei put away the vast ocean navigator and looked at the empty door of light in the void, saying casually, "You dare not come out to see me." However, 4 or 5 people walked out of the void in a row. The middle-aged man sneered. "Why wouldn't I dare to see a junior like you? From the looks of it, the power you can steal is limited. When you stole my power for the first time, your 6 times the speed of light disappeared. I guess you can't steal multiple powers at once. You should be able to steal 3 powers at the same time, but you've already used it on the 2 of them, so when it comes to me, you can only steal 1 of my powers at the same time. You want to force my original body to appear so that you can directly steal a certain power of my original body to buy you time to escape. I have to say, this is a divine technique. I will search your soul and get this divine technique." Han Fei frowned. "You think you can surely beat me?" The middle-aged man snorted. "You think you can escape? Even if you are a genius, how can you escape from me?" With that said, the middle-aged man even smiled contemptuously. "Oh, and your navigator can actually find where I am. It seems to be an extraordinary treasure too." You have 2 magical treasures and a strange divine technique. If you were born in our heavenly race, we would definitely nurture you. What a pity. Buzz. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Really? By the way, I have something to tell you. The middle-aged man sneered. Cut the crap. Do you think you can buy yourself the time to run away? Han Fei said, Hey, what I want to tell you is that, go f*ck yourself. Buzz. The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold. He was not interested in wasting time with this brat and charged at Han Fei. However, in front of Han Fei, the river of time suddenly appeared, and a figure seemed to be trying to drill into the river of time. The middle-aged man sneered. You're quite bold to enter the river of time. However, come out. Bang! The middle-aged man stepped into time. The moment he entered time, he felt that his mobility was deprived and his body was rapidly decaying. But in the next moment, it turned out that this person was still a clone. At the moment Han Fei attacked, the middle-aged man appeared outside the river of time and blasted Han Fei out. After this blow, the middle-aged man wanted to disappear, but nothing appeared in his mind and he fell into dizziness. At this moment, another Han Fei appeared. He sneered. Do you think you're the only one who can summon clones? Han Fei didn't try to stuff the middle-aged man into the river of time or take him to a certain period of time. This was because there was a time limit to stealing the other party's consciousness. Once he entered the river of time, the other party might wake up instantly. Then all his efforts would be in vain. Buzz. Han Fei's face was slightly pale. When he returned to the outside world, he activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique to replenish his energy and set off at full speed again. Because he had experienced the middle-aged man's Great Tao of Space, when Han Fei activated his Great Tao of Space, he could already burst out 4 times the speed of light, which was a small gain. On the basis of 4 times the speed of light, Han Fei accelerated himself with the Great Tao of Time so that even if he didn't steal other people's speed, he could still exert nearly 6 times the speed of light. He didn't dare to hesitate and rushed forward at full speed, because the strongest of the 3 should have woken up. He had only shaken them off for 100 seconds. If the other party chased him at 9 times the speed of light, it wouldn't be long before they caught up with him. In less than 100 seconds. In the place where Han Fei was fighting the powerhouse with many clones, the leader of the heavenly race grabbed into the void and pulled the person out. The man frowned. He felt that it was ridiculous. The 3 of them, who were almost at the peak of the star transformation realm, had been tricked by a brat who hadn't even turned his origin sea into a star. As soon as he woke up, he tried to wake up the other person, only to find that the other person was unconscious. But since that guy didn't attack them while they were in dizziness, it must be that he couldn't kill them and didn't dare to stay long. Since he had woken up, they could naturally wake up too. It was just a matter of time. Therefore, when he saw the powerhouse with many clones fall into dizziness, he casually grabbed him out and continued to chase Han Fei. The gate of heaven had already become enemies with this person. Even if they didn't, this person had too many secrets. They were here to investigate the ruins of God. Unfortunately, they couldn't enter the inner part of the God's ruin, but encountered such a strange guy at the periphery. If they took down this person, they might be able to obtain some secrets. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. After this battle, Han Fei discovered, to his shock, that even though the void stealing technique was extremely powerful, it was still not enough in front of a real strong master. This was because of his lack of basic strength. Although after he activated his great Tao, he could narrowly fight a late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse, the gap was still too big. In particular, in the sky-opening realm, one could summon clones at any time. Even Sea Establishment realm powerhouses could summon many clones at any time, as long as they were willing to use their soul power. In the sky-opening realm, one could easily take out part of the power of the soul to create a powerful clone that could create a single blow. Therefore, the people of the heavenly race must be unwilling to fight him head-on after knowing how terrifying the void-stealing technique was. The reason why he could force the person to appear in his original body just now was that if he wanted to penetrate the river of time, a clone might be able to do it, but his power wouldn't be enough to last long. That was why Han Fei could force his original body to appear for a moment and seize the opportunity. And the him in the river of time was not the current him, but the past him. Taking advantage of the moment he entered the river of time, he used the time fishing technique to fish his past self over. As for his real self, he had used the twin divine technique in the previous battle and hid his black mist body. Therefore, although the result seemed simple, the process was not simple at all. Overall, Han Fei was quite satisfied with the result of this battle. This meant that he temporarily had the capital to resist a late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse. As a person who had only opened the sky for more than 300 years, it was shocking that he could resist a powerhouse at the late stage of the star transformation realm or even at the edge of the Tao-proving realm, even in the sea realm. What Han Fei didn't understand was what the heavenly gate meant. Was it a door? Things were definitely not that simple. He knew too little about the heavenly race. He only knew that outsiders called the heavenly race the gate of heaven, which was a big force in the East Sea divine realm. The status of the gate of heaven was on par with the divine capital dynasty and the city of terror. Its name even suppressed other forces. It was impossible for it to appear just to show off. It was just like the Yin family's triangular divine seal in the chaotic wasteland. The god's arrival technique was equally terrifying. They claimed to be able to borrow the power of gods. Han Fei guessed that if a monarch level powerhouse used the god's arrival technique, would some special power descend? If there was, did it mean that not all the gods had died? Of course, this was all Han Fei's guess. He just felt that there was something wrong with the door of the gate of heaven. When he escaped this time, he would definitely study it carefully. As the saying went, only by knowing your enemy and yourself could you win every battle. More than 270 seconds later, Han Fei didn't know if anyone was chasing him. Anyway, he knew that he had to make the best use of his time to run. He was still a distance away from the inner area of the ruins of gods. He estimated that in another 200 seconds, he would have run for almost half an hour. And if he erupted at an ultralight speed all the way, he should be able to reach the inner area of the ruins of gods in another 200 or 300 seconds. However, the more one didn't want something, the more it would happen. Han Fei continued to run for less than 10 seconds, and a voice appeared in his mind. Do you think you can run? F***ck. Han Fei felt terrible and kept paying attention to this person. At this moment, the power that he had deprived had all disappeared. This meant that the two people who had fallen into dizziness woke up one after another. What Han Fei was worried about now was not the person behind him, but if the other two people would come at him too. Hearing this person's voice transmission, Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. After the leading middle-aged man knew that he could steal their power, he definitely wouldn't rush up to fight him alone. If it were him, he would definitely throw his two companions into his origin. See? If this person wasn't as strong as the previous two, he should be able to carry them forward. There was no reason for him to leave them behind. However, he didn't know what he would do. At this moment, this person had really caught up. Han Fei frowned, but he didn't stop running. Buzz. Buzz. Two figures appeared one after another, one behind Han Fei and the other beside Han Fei. One of them was the strong master who had just fought him. However, Han Fei didn't see the strong master who could burst out 9 times the speed of light. The other party's speed far exceeded his, which meant that he was very likely to be blocking him in front. Han Fei's heart sank. Behind him, the middle-aged man who was fighting him said coldly, "Brat, even if the gods come today, they can't save you." Han Fei ignored this person. He wanted to continue running, but these two people quickly approached him. However, Han Fei didn't use the void-stealing technique again. These two people were not stupid. Since they dared to chase him, how could they make the same mistake again? Therefore, the two people chasing him now were only clones. With the power of the clones, it would be good if they could maintain such a high-intensity speed for 10 seconds. Therefore, their purpose was to stop Han Fei. Swish. Swish. The two clones attacked one after another. They didn't hide their identities. In the short battle, since they had figured out Han Fei's methods, it was very easy for them to find a solution. Sure enough, at the moment the two clones attacked, a clone projection appeared in front of Han Fei at the same time, and 4 clones appeared at the same time. However, Han Fei didn't even blink and charged at the 4 of them. Why were there 4 clones here? Of course, it was to test out. Han Fei knew what these people were thinking. They were testing to see if Han Fei could steal the power of these 4 clones at the same time. The 4 clones attacked together, almost sealing Han Fei's way. In fact, these people had basically reached a conclusion, but just in case, they made this attempt. And Han Fei had nothing to hide. They didn't know who he was. At present, he had shown the void-stealing technique, the god-slaying boxing gloves, a powerful physique, and the great Tao of time. However, in addition to these great Taos, he still had many great Taos. Therefore, as long as he could run, Han Fei didn't mind exposing his abilities. This time. Swish. At the moment when the 4 of them were about to attack, 3 of the clones' attacks were instantly stolen by Han Fei. Han Fei waved his hand, and 3 great techniques instantly smashed at the 4th clone. Boom! Han Fei flashed past and didn't care about the result of the attack at all. He was just being attacked, tentatively. What he needed now was time. In the void in front of Han Fei, 3 middle-aged men were walking side by side. One of them said, "Sure enough, this kid can only steal 3 times at a time. In this way, our clones should be able to penetrate him without us doing anything." Another person shook his head. "It might not be just 3 times. Perhaps he's just putting on a show for you. After all, everyone wants to keep their trump cards. However, I think what you said about the clone fighting is right. This guy's methods are strange. I don't want my original body to suffer another loss, or I'll lose face. The middle-aged man in the lead said, we can try. Eh? Han Fei knew that nothing good was coming. He had to do something. For now, the void-stealing technique couldn't give him a sense of security. The only thing that could give him a sense of security was the 3 void marks given by his eldest senior brother. However, Han Fei knew that he would have to face many things. There were 3 monarchs on his must-kill list. How many times could the void marks help him? Besides, after today's matter, the heavenly race would also be on his list. At least, he wouldn't be able to get over it if he didn't take revenge. At this moment, Han Fei's void lines extended into time. He was looking for who he should catch and who he could catch. 12 clones suddenly appeared in front of him, which made Han Fei's heart skip a beat. Son of AB****, if I have a chance, I will definitely kill you. Han Fei asked, Emperor Sparrow, do the people of the heavenly race know you? The Emperor Sparrow said, I know them from my inherited memories, but I don't know them. As a prehistoric ferocious beast, I usually fight with divine beasts and won't bother with those humanoids. Hearing that, Han Fei immediately said, how many clones at the level of blood fiend can your frenzying eye affect? 3, but it has to be a clone. Otherwise, at most 1. And the frenzying time is very short. Han Fei grinned. Okay. Fuse. Swish. A pair of black wings suddenly grew on Han Fei's back, and his eyes turned scarlet. It was meaningless to try to dodge the clones on the opposite side, because the 3 strong masters was definitely in front of him. Buzz. Seeing that Han Fei had no intention of stopping, the 3 powerhouses couldn't help but smile disdainfully, wondering what other tricks Han Fei had. However, Han Fei's eyes lit up. 3 of the 12 clones suddenly lost their minds for no reason, and 3 of the attacks unleashed by the other 9 clones were instantly stolen. In just an instant, 6 clones lost control. Heh. He does have a trump card, but it shouldn't be that weird technique, but his companion spirit. The leader sneered. Even so, he can't walk over. As the leader said, even if Han Fei stole 3 attacks, it was still not enough. Those who were frenzied would attack randomly, but their attacks wouldn't be accurate. In the end, there were still 6 clones. 1 twisted the void and sucked Han Fei into a crowd, making it impossible for him to escape. 1 slashed out a terrifying sword light at Han Fei. The rest had different means and rushed over together. Han Fei stomped and made a prompt decision. The 3 powers he stole exploded at the same time, creating an endless void vortex. Because they were clones, it was difficult for them to maintain the subsequent power. Therefore, all 12 clones fell into the endless void together with Han Fei. At this moment, one of his clones activated the great Tao of Void, twisted the void, and sucked Han Fei out. They wanted Han Fei's treasures and divine technique. If he was trapped in the endless void, what could they get? Seeing another 20 clones appear around him, Han Fei took a deep breath. He knew that if this went on, he would be killed sooner or later. He immediately roared, Eye of Disaster. Translator ***, Kenyi Translations Editor ***, Kenyi Translations. When the strong master caught up, Han Fei knew that he couldn't escape without special means. He didn't have any great killing weapons on him. In the sky-opening realm, the things that were useful were probably all kinds of secret treasures at the monarch level. Of course, even if they had treasures, they probably didn't dare to take them out at this moment, because they didn't know if he could steal their treasures and divine weapons. But why would such late-stage star transformation powerhouses need to use treasures like godly weapons to deal with Han Fei? Just like now, more than 20 clones had completely restrained Han Fei. At this time, Han Fei had no choice but to activate the Eye of Disaster. He couldn't run now. Han Fei stopped running and released the Blood Fiend. With a thought from Han Fei, Blood Fiend immediately rushed out. Then, Han Fei sneered. You want to kill me with just your clones? Aren't you underestimating me? At this moment, Han Fei held his head high and looked down at the battle like a king, his eyes full of disdain. As for the three powerhouses of the heavenly race, their expressions were ugly. At this moment, when they saw the Blood Fiend destroy a clone with a single blow, they had already judged the combat power of the Blood Fiend. A Blood Fiend at the edge of the Tao-proving realm. How can this thing be controlled by such a brat? Then what should we do? Although that kid only has 3 strange stealing powers, such a strange technique is too terrifying. He can even steal our thoughts and great Daos. If his strength is comparable to ours, who below the monarch realm can do anything to him? Yes. This kind of strange technique shouldn't exist. How can there be such a strange technique in this world? The leader frowned and said, it's impossible for this technique to be so invincible. We can't block it just because we don't understand its mechanism. Or maybe, this technique has some restrictions that we don't know about. Since ordinary clones can't block him, we'll just send stronger clones over. From the looks of it, this guy doesn't seem to be able to fully unleash the true strength of the Blood Fiend. This is our chance. I'll block the Blood Fiend. Han Fei didn't care about those clones. Although this was not the primordial ancient land, the Blood Fiend could use the power of the world spontaneously. A mere 20 late-stage star transformation realm clones were only enough to fight the Blood Fiend for dozens of rounds. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 of the late-stage star transformation clones had been killed. During this period, of course, there were clones that wanted to cross the Blood Fiend and directly attack Han Fei. But after all, they were not their original bodies and weren't strong enough, so Han Fei could snatch their power. Han Fei even used the snatched power to kill his way into the array and fight with the Blood Fiend. Boom boom boom. In the God's Ruin, many people looked at the sea of stars, because there were suddenly 4 dazzling stars in the sea of stars. This sudden situation naturally attracted the attention of many people. But this time, no one was willing to join in the fun in the direction of the starlight explosion. How could an ordinary person dare to erupt with such brilliance in the sea of stars? It would take a long time for everyone to observe the stars and hunt enemies. For example, it might take a lot of effort for a sea monster fortress or a mobile castle to search for prey. This was because if the starlight was not obvious, prey was difficult to find. But today, the stars were shining brightly. Something big must have happened. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so bright. They were shining because the great Tao power in their origin seas were mobilized abnormally. At this moment, Han Fei had already defeated most of these clones. Han Fei sneered. Are you really not coming out, you pieces of shit? If you're not coming out, I'm leaving. If you don't kill me today, next time I meet someone from the heavenly race, I must kill them. Now we're enemies. Humph. Shut up, brat. Buzz. 5 figures suddenly descended in a row. Han Fei was shocked. These were still clones. The other party didn't hide it. But these clones were completely different from the ones just now. Just like Han Fei could use the void descending technique to summon clones of different levels and strength according to his needs. These 5 clones might be as strong as the clones just now, but their continuous combat ability was definitely different. The leading clone, with red light circulating around his body, held 2 swords. And casually slashed twice, setting off a sword tide. The sword light almost blinded Han Fei. That person went straight for the blood fiend and entangled with a murderess. Or a dragon. With a thought from Han Fei, the heavenly Tao guided a terrifying power into his body. The powerhouse holding the 2 swords suddenly lost 70% of his strength. As for Han Fei, his strength soared, and at the same time, he deprived 2 of his clones of their consciousness. Han Fei laughed. You 3B *stards, are you so poor? You want to kill me? With just 5 clones? Where do you get your confidence? 2 of the clones fell into a frenzy and attacked indiscriminately. As for the clone that was originally entangled with the blood fiend, because his strength was greatly reduced, he was blasted back 30,000 kilometers by the blood fiend. Han Fei's strength soared, attracting a huge wave of knives, which rushed at 2 of the clones. In the rear, the 3 people from the heavenly race looked calm. They didn't think that the 5 clones could take Han Fei down, but they did restrained Han Fei. At this moment, in the field, 4 more clones descended. The leader of the heavenly race said, curiously, you know that it's impossible for you to win with your current means. You can make 3 people lose control and seize the abilities of 3 people. With this blood fiend and yourself, 8 clones should be the limit you can withstand. I want to see how you plan to deal with the 9 clones. Here. The leader didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill Han Fei. If he sent out 9 clones alone, he might not be able to take Han Fei down. However, there were 3 late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses here. Although they hadn't reached the peak of the star transformation realm, it was more than enough for each of them to create a few powerful clones. In fact, when Han Fei saw the 4 clones that appeared again, he was indeed in a bad mood. The Eye of Disaster hadn't caused any abnormality yet. If this dragged on, he might have been killed. Buzz. The frenzying eye erupted, but the clones this time were not the one-time clones from before, so only 2 clones were out of control. Seeing this scene, the leader of the heavenly race couldn't help but smile. It seems that your strength has its limits. The stronger the clones are, the less likely they are to lose control. It seems that I've overestimated you. Then, what trump cards do you have now? At this moment, the void suddenly changed, and the clones that lost control were isolated by the void. The blood fiend was teleported out by some spatial power. There were only 3 sober powerhouses left. Although Han Fei had stolen the power of the leader's clone, it was still unrealistic for him to fight 3 alone. As soon as the 2 sides collided, Han Fei was caught in a void storm. This was the other party's great Tao, and Han Fei, who walked the same great Tao, didn't walk as deeply as that person. Therefore, although he tried to stir the void, his strength was soon suppressed. As for the other 2 clones, one kept slashing with a sword, and the other was good at palm techniques. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. Clang. Clang. Bang. 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 However, as soon as the two parties fought, they found that their terrifying power couldn't penetrate Han Fei. Although the sword chi cut Han Fei's skin and flesh, it couldn't break his jade bones. Although the palm technique exploded, it couldn't crush Han Fei's flesh and blood. Although the void storm was violent, Han Fei's physique was too strong, so the effect it caused seemed to be the same as the sword chi. Although Han Fei was covered in wounds in the blink of an eye, the clones were also injured. Roar. Dharma Idol World. Ignoring the pouring energy, Han Fei activated his Dharma Idol and instantly punched thousands of times, causing huge waves and explosions in the void. The three clones fought Han Fei for more than 20 seconds, but this guy still maintained such a peak-level outburst. The three people behind the scenes were horrified. This guy shouldn't be so strong. One of them said, did he use a secret method? Another person said, let me tell you something. For some reason, I can't see the depths of his soul sea, but when I observed the sea of stars, I found that this guy hasn't turned his origin sea into a star yet. The leader's eyes turned cold. Indeed, I found it too. Now that you mention it, I'm even more sure that he hasn't turned his origin sea into a star. At that moment, the three of them were shocked. A person who hadn't turned his origin sea into a star could block the siege of their clones. This meant that the other party's strength would soar at least 3 times in the future. And this was their conservative estimate. In fact, according to the strength of the top heavenly talents of the heavenly race, a heavenly talent who hadn't turned his origin sea into a star had to be at least 5 times stronger than his 3 clones. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to resist their clones. Bam! 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 Han Fei was trading injuries with the 3 clones. In another 7 or 8 seconds, he might have to reverse time. And at the moment when time was reversed, these 3 people might take action. For sky-opening realm powerhouses, they could temporarily step into the river of time. As long as they killed him in the river of time, it was impossible for him to reverse time. Therefore, 7 or 8 seconds later was the key. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly felt a great sense of crisis, because he saw a figure descend. This was the one who summoned the door of light and fought him. However, this time, Han Fei felt that this person was more like his original body. Han Fei was about to deprive this person of his consciousness and let him attack randomly when a new projection appeared behind him. Han Fei knew that the 3 of them were serious. This clone might carry at least 30% to 40% of their strength. Han Fei asked, Emperor Sparrow, where is the disaster? Why isn't the disaster coming yet? The moment Han Fei asked this question, the ground suddenly sank, the seabed collapsed, and a swath of turbid sand flew up. Around him, the void distorted and an endless void vortex appeared. Han Fei felt his vision go dark. When he opened his eyes again, there was nothing around him. There were no clones of the heavenly race powerhouses, no seawater, the air was dry, the ground was dry, and his perception couldn't spread out. Before Han Fei could react, the Emperor Sparrow automatically cancelled the fusion. In the next moment, a voice appeared in Han Fei's mind. I sensed the aura of gods and divine beasts. I told you that you can't use the Eye of Disaster randomly. The position you are in, the enemies you face, and the situation you are in determine the level of the disaster. This time, I'm afraid you've triggered the gods. Han Fei? Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Gods? Divine beasts? Han Fei was speechless. He knew that a disaster had probably descended, but he didn't know how it happened or where this place was. However, when the Emperor Sparrow said the word God, he immediately felt very insecure. And divine beasts, weren't they the mortal enemies of the Emperor Sparrow? Also, where were the 3 strong masters of the heavenly race? Where were the countless clones? Not only were the clones of the heavenly race powerhouses gone, but the blood fiend was also gone. This made his heart sink. The blood fiend was one of his super trump cards. If he lost it, it would be extremely difficult to get another blood fiend. Han Fei glanced at his feet. It was a wasteland of rubble. He should be on a hill. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that the power he deprived was gone. This meant that either the other party broke free or those clones died. But now was not the time to care about that. He had to figure out where he was. Han Fei walked all the way up to the top of the mountain. When he saw that half of the mountain was flat, his heart suddenly turned cold. Without thinking, he suddenly took out the green thunder wine gourd and blocked in front of him. A dazzling knife light imprinted in Han Fei's eyes and slashed at the mountain. I can't resist this. Han Fei's first thought was that he couldn't resist this knife at all. Although he saw the knife light with his naked eye, he couldn't see the trajectory of the knife light at all. Therefore, he immediately summoned the green thunder wine gourd to block in front of him. Clang! Bang! Han Fei felt that he was hit by a big star. Before he had time to think, he was smashed into another mountain like a meteor. Rumble! The entire mountain collapsed, and Han Fei was cut into the ground. Cough, cough. Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood. He was injured after only one slash, and his arms were dripping with blood. Huff. Fortunately, no lives were lost. Han Fei was relieved and then looked at the green thunder wine gourd. However, he was shocked to find that a crack appeared on the green thunder wine gourd. Yes, a crack was cut through half of the gourd's belly. Hiss. Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. A godly weapon was almost destroyed by a single slash. What would happen if it hit a person? However, when he was about to collect his essence blood, he discovered, to his shock, that the essence blood he sprayed out was gone. Gulp. Han Fei's eyes suddenly sharpened. He looked down at his hands and found that the blood was bubbling out of his upper arm. It was flowing down his arm and going to drill into the ground. F***CK. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Han Fei immediately activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. No matter what, he couldn't let his essence blood be stolen. Buzz. When the divine brilliance descended, the injuries on Han Fei's body quickly healed. He didn't heave a sigh of relief until he felt that he was at his peak state. It seems that I can't be injured in this damn place. Han Fei realized the danger here. He hadn't even discovered who the enemy was. It was as if the terrifying knife light came out of nowhere. Bang! Breaking free of the collapsed ruins on his body, Han Fei stopped moving and sat quietly in the ruins. He was not in a hurry. As long as no one came to beat him now, it was a good thing. No matter what, he had to survive this day. First, as long as this day passed, the vast ocean navigator could be reset. If he couldn't figure out the direction, he would leave it to the vast ocean navigator. On the other side, the three strong masters of the heavenly race sensed the danger earlier than Han Fei. The moment Han Fei's combat power became abnormal, the leader of the heavenly race grabbed the other two and teleported himself thousands of kilometers away. Elder E, what happened? Where did the power come from? Another person said, not good. I lost contact with my clones. The leading man was horrified. It's the aura of the ruins of gods. Our clones. And that brat have fallen into the ruins of gods. How is it possible? The real ruins of gods is still far away from here. How? Can there be the aura of the ruins of gods here? The leader said, I don't know. Perhaps the battle was too intense and triggered something we don't know. Look, the battlefield has all collapsed and is enveloped by gray fog. Something is wrong with the space there. With that said, the leader felt a little bad because the space fluctuations in that place just now were getting smaller and smaller, and everything was slowly calming down. This meant that the place would probably return to normal, but their clones were gone. This time, in order to take Han Fei down, he had even split at least 30% of his soul power to create clones. But now their clones had disappeared and they had almost completely lost contact with them. Once their clones were destroyed, it meant that their strength would be greatly reduced. This wasn't something that could be easily recovered in thousands of years. It would probably take tens of thousands of years to repair this lost part of their strength, or use countless resources to repair it. However, they didn't dare to enter the ruins of gods, because they had already explored it once, and all three of them returned with injuries. The power in the ruins was too terrifying. There seemed to be gods fighting, so their expressions were so ugly. Elder E, what should we do? With the power used to create this clone, I can almost refine a powerful avatar. If it dies in the ruins of gods, the loss will be too great. That's right. It doesn't matter if that little thief dies, but our clones. The leading man said, don't panic. In the end, they're still our clones who have powerful strength. That brat can't compare to them. We have entered the ruins of gods before, so our clones will immediately realize it and give up chasing that brat to find a way to return. Although we've lost contact with them, I think they must just be isolated by the ruins of gods for the time being. 6 hours later, Han Fei felt that he might have survived half of the impasse. Unfortunately, he couldn't continue to use the 9-palace luck ruler now. Today, he was still in the impasse. Just as he was about to continue to sit cross-legged and survive the day, suddenly a misty phantom appeared in the void. When Han Fei took a closer look, it was a fist mark. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Where did the fist mark come from? The fist mark seemed to be wandering aimlessly in the void. When it met Han Fei, it seemed to find its target and bombarded Han Fei. F***ck, why me? Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. When he saw the fist mark, he had already activated his great Tao with all his strength and even used the invincible eye to unleash his Dharma idol. This was because he knew that the punch was terrifying and not something he could easily block. Besides, even though Han Fei had unleashed so much power, he still raised the green thunder wine gourd. Anyway, there was already a crack on it. He couldn't change to another godly weapon to block. Boom. The power of the punch sent Han Fei flying through 6 mountains in a row and blasted him into a ruin. Crack. The green thunder wine gourd let out another crisp sound. In the ruins, Han Fei was about to use the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique when a footprint fell from the sky. On the other side, there was a roar, and Han Fei felt that his head was cracking. F***ck. In an instant, Han Fei tried to steal the power of the footprint and the demonic sound. However, when he used the void stealing technique, he felt that his body was about to swell and explode, because the power he stole was too strong. Puff. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Han Fei tried his best to release these powers. Rumble. Han Fei didn't know how many mountains he had bumped into or how much blood he had vomited. Anyway, he was hit here by several forces. At this moment, Han Fei realized that these powers were not from the same person. It was as if some people were fighting here. However, there was clearly no one here, which made Han Fei guess that it was just the aftermath of the Battle of the Strong. In this area, there was residual power imprinted in the mountains, rivers, and land. Once it was stimulated from the outside, it began to wreak havoc. To Han Fei's shock, even the residual power was not something he could resist. The green thunder wine gourd in his hand had sunken, which showed how terrifying the residual power was. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Han Fei continued to repair himself. He didn't know where the next attack would appear. He really hoped that Blood Fiend could be by his side now, so he didn't have to do it himself. It's all the fault of those 3B asterisk stars from the heavenly race. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely kill you. Half a day later, a divine brilliance descended. Han Fei couldn't remember how many times he had used the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Anyway, he felt that the vitality he got from the number 3 revived place might have been consumed. Hold on for another 4 hours. In another 4 hours, the vast ocean navigator will be reset. At this moment, Han Fei didn't dare to forcibly use the vast ocean navigator again. No matter how stupid Han Fei was, he could guess where he was. Although he didn't know how he came to the ruins of gods, he had come in. Once he suffered a backlash of luck in this damn place, the result would be terrifying. Han Fei waited for more than 10 seconds and was relieved to find that no more power erupted. Did he come to a safe place? He immediately sat cross-legged, ready to survive the last 4 hours. However, as soon as Han Fei sat down, he felt a voice calling in his heart. Human, you seem quite talented. It's destiny that makes us meet. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The moment this figure appeared, Han Fei trembled and immediately tensed up. He hated hearing unexpected voices in such a weird place. Anyway, he firmly believed that these smooth talkers were all liars. There were too many liars in this world. They either coveted his body or his soul. Now that Han Fei suddenly heard this, he was scared. Blood Fiend was only a powerhouse at the edge of the Tao-proving realm. However, this person might be the remnant soul of a god. If it was really the remnant soul of a god, he could only count on the demon purification pot or eldest senior brother. Han Fei looked in the direction of the voice. The voice came from a place 3 mountains away. There was a dazzling golden light, as if there was some peerless treasure there. Heh. I'm not going. Han Fei thought to himself, anyway, I just need to hold on for another 4 hours. I'm too close to the place where the golden light is spreading. I have to get away as soon as possible. At this moment, Han Fei no longer cared about being attacked by the residual power buried in this world. As long as he could stay away from the golden light, it was worth 10 beatings. Swish. Han Fei had just run several mountains away when the voice sounded in his ears. Again. Don't go. I can give you a great opportunity. Hearing this, Han Fei immediately burst out with ultralight speed. No, I have to run for my life. Unfortunately, as soon as Han Fei's ultralight speed erupted, he saw a vague shadow appear in midair. The power of the great Tao he had just activated instantly dissipated, and his ultralight speed failed to erupt. F***CK. Senior God, I came here by accident and don't want any opportunities. I still have something to do, so please don't chase me. Human, come here. I mean you no harm. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. This guy must be F***king alive. To be able to talk to him like this and summon a phantom, he must be the remnant soul of a god. Han Fei immediately said, Senior, I don't want any inheritance. Nor do I want any treasures. Well, there are 3 super powerhouses on the verge of Tao. Proving outside. They want everything. They are strong, their blood is fragrant, their marrow is fresh, and they have a lot of resources. Senior, open a way for me. I'll lure those 3 people over for your dinner now. All these years, Han Fei had traveled all over the world and encountered all kinds of situations. The more one said that he didn't have any ill intentions, the more malicious he was in his heart. He must be out of his mind if he believed this voice. However, although Han Fei thought so, the remnant soul of the god was obviously unwilling to let him go. The phantom suddenly triggered this place, and Han Fei saw that the sky was distorted. The old voice said leisurely, Stark Cloud Divine Waterfall. He was horrified. This was even stronger than the space great Tao of the heavenly race. Han Fei could feel that layers of the void were sealed here. Han Fei immediately unleashed all great Taos in one sword with all his strength. However, after his full strength attack touched the so-called star Cloud Divine Waterfall, dozens of ripples erupted. A transparent film was about to be penetrated, but it was soon covered by the distorted space. And his full-strength attack had already shattered under this power. Han Fei's face immediately sank. F***CK, what should I do now? The star Cloud Divine Waterfall was shrinking, forcing Han Fei to go to the place where the golden light was emitted. Senior, let's talk nicely. Hey, Senior, you're forcing me. Hey, why are you accelerating? The star Cloud Divine Waterfall twisted the void and sucked Han Fei in. Han Fei felt that the power of his great Tao was unstable. The aura of the great Tao growing in his origin sea was dissipating into the sea of stars. Han Fei was shocked. It was too risky to break through at this moment. He might be minced by the star Cloud Divine Waterfall. Although he didn't want to go to the place that emitted golden light, he had to go there at this moment. Han Fei retreated again and again, only to see that the deep valley behind him was shining with golden light, but the closer he got to that damn place, the more tense he felt. Finally, when Han Fei was a certain distance away from the golden light, suddenly, before Han Fei could react, the void where he was forcibly teleported. When Han Fei took a closer look, he was shocked. At some point, he had already appeared in the valley. At first glance, he saw a 1,000-foot-long figure nailed in the golden mist by 5 huge jade-like spears. To Han Fei's shock, he could see the spears that were like skyscraping jade pillars and the golden light that was thousands of meters high. However, no matter how he opened his eyes, he couldn't see what was in the golden light that the spear pierced through. It was as if a person was standing in front of you, but you couldn't see his face or his body clearly. You could only see a golden light. This was a very strange feeling, even stranger than the God-scaring painting he had once obtained. As of the God-scaring painting, it was just that his spiritual power was not enough to brand that pattern in his soul. And he had clearly seen this huge figure, but his eyes and brain had deceived him, saying that it was a golden light. Gulp. This was the first thing that shocked Han Fei. In addition to this, Han Fei also saw that there were nearly 1,000 people sitting here. 80% of them had turned into living corpses with no spiritual charm, no soul, and no blood and energy. They had clearly been dead for a long time. As for the remaining nearly 200 people, they were still alive. However, some people's qi and blood were drained, their bodies were almost skin and bones, but some just looked a little haggard. Han Fei even saw the clones of the 3 strong masters of the heavenly race. Yes, although they had many clones, there were only 3 of them here. Perhaps after entering this place, their clones fused together. Or maybe these 3 clones were the strongest, so they were forcibly teleported over with him by this mysterious figure. When Han Fei arrived, the 3 of them turned their heads and looked at Han Fei with fury and hatred in their eyes. Han Fei was immediately upset. You chased me and forced me to come here. Otherwise, why would I come to this damn place? Why are you blaming me now? Han Fei immediately said, what are you looking at? You old B***stards, I can't wait to get your original bodies here. If you have balls, don't let me get out of here alive. Otherwise, I must wipe your heavenly race out. Heh. At this moment, someone sneered. Then you have to get out of here alive. First. You can't leave this damn place. Look how many people have already died here. The one who spoke was a man who was very close to the golden light. They seemed to be trying to approach the golden light. Oh no, to be precise, they were trying to approach the pillar. Before Han Fei asked what they wanted to do, a voice appeared in Han Fei's mind. Human, I see that you are talented and have extraordinary luck. Break this seal and I can give you 3 treasures and opportunities. Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but say, these people are all dead. But they still can't get the treasures. Senior, I haven't turned my origin sea into a star yet. Look at those 3. Their original bodies are about to reach the longevity realm. Try to get those 3 over. They will definitely be able to break the seal. While responding to the mysterious voice, Han Fei pointed at the clones of the 3 strong masters of the heavenly race. The voice didn't respond to Han Fei but said, seal breakers are not about strength, but whether or not you can comprehend the Tao. Human, I see that. You're very talented and your luck is good. Have a try. Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. Damn it, I guess you said the same thing to everyone here, didn't you? Do you think I'm stupid? However, Han Fei suddenly sensed something different from this mysterious voice, because it wanted him to break the seal and comprehend the Tao. Then, was breaking the seal the same as comprehending the Tao? The golden light was nailed to the ground by the 5 spears. If he wanted to break the seal, he had to break the 5 spears first. And if he wanted to break the 5 spears, he might have to comprehend the spear, Great Tao. Therefore, everyone was close to the 5 spear pillars to try to visualize and comprehend the true meaning of the spear Tao. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This didn't seem to be a problem for him. With the demon purification pot, it was only a matter of time before he saw through this technique. Even if the demon purification pot didn't work, he seemed to be able to figure out the spear Tao here through the green jade bridge. But here came the problem. Even if he could comprehend this Tao, who knew if this golden light could really let him go after it was freed? Also, there were more than 200 living people and more than 800 dry corpses here. Obviously, many of their powers had been extracted. Even Han Fei felt that his vitality and power were fading. This golden light had already killed more than 800 people. Would he keep his word? Han Fei pointed at the clones of the 3 strong masters. The 3 of them looked at him resentfully and seemed to be trying to attack him here. However, someone immediately reminded them, people of the heavenly race, if you want to live longer, don't attack. The leader of the heavenly race said, no fighting allowed here? The man said, you can attack, but the power you unleash will be instantly absorbed by the golden light. You can't hit anyone at all. Someone said, no matter how you make enemies outside, here you should think about how to break this seal first. Everyone, breaking the seal is the only way to survive. Otherwise, as our energy dissipates, we will be exhausted sooner or later. Han Fei didn't intend to attack, but seeing so many people sitting cross-legged, he wasn't worried that the 3 old thieves would attack him. The heavenly race leader narrowed his eyes and said, it can absorb our strength in an instant. Is it a monarch-level powerhouse? This time, no one answered him. Everyone heard an old voice echoing in the void, I am a god. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. These words were like thunder in the ears of Han Fei and the 3 strong masters of the heavenly race. It was a little absurd yet terrifying. Weren't gods extinct? Now a guy suddenly appeared and claimed to be a god. However, Han Fei believed that because although his body was nailed to the ground, he still had the strength to trap so many people here. It almost didn't make sense that he could bring him and the 3 strong masters of the heavenly race over from such a long distance. Han Fei felt that if it weren't for the Eye of Disaster, this unreasonable thing might not have happened at all. Except for Han Fei and the clones of the 3 strong masters of the heavenly race, the others didn't have any special reaction to this. Obviously, they had long known that this golden light called itself a god. Han Fei immediately calmed down. Whether this golden light was a god or not, it couldn't be simple to trap so many strong masters at once. Han Fei glanced around. These people were all in the sky-opening realm. The ones who died were probably also in the sky-opening realm. So, more than 800 sky-opening realm powerhouses had died here. Han Fei guessed that even if this golden light was really a god, it was definitely not a good god. A god actually absorbed the energy of sky-openers, who were like ants in his eyes. Wasn't this bullying? Which decent god could do this? At this time, Han Fei temporarily put aside the grudge between him and the 3 strong masters of the heavenly race and looked at the 5 spear pillars. The spear pillar was engraved with strange Tao patterns, emitting a faint grayish-red mist. Each pillar was about 1,000 feet high and was about 2 meters thick. The tips of the spears were nailed in the golden light and couldn't be seen at all. What everyone could visualize was the bodies of the spears. Han Fei looked at the Tao patterns on the pillars and seemed to be attracted. In a daze, Han Fei seemed to see a spear in the sky. The spear was completely red, And then there seemed to be Tao patterns imprinted on the spear from the outside. Tao pattern mark? The spear pillars seemed to be able to trigger Han Fei's mind. For a moment, he forgot where he was and many doubts appeared in his heart. This was the first time he visualized the birth of Tao patterns, also the first time he saw the birth of Tao patterns. He had thought that the Tao patterns were lines created by someone and were mostly used for arrays. But when he saw the scene where the Tao patterns were born on the spear, his heart suddenly stirred. Were Tao patterns artificially created? When Han Fei first came into contact with Tao patterns, he felt that they were a little strange. The lines of the Tao patterns were complicated or simple, and completely irregular. Later, the 10,000 Tao patterns compiled all kinds of heavenly Tao patterns, disassembled them, and recorded 10,000 ways to use the heavenly Tao patterns. According to the book, the Tao patterns themselves were meaningless. But once they were used in arrays, they could borrow the power of gods. Han Fei didn't cultivate arrays for a long time, but later he directly became an array master. Almost no one could compare to him because he had learned the use of the Tao patterns in the 10,000 Tao patterns. By disassembling the Tao patterns and integrating them into arrays, he could make the arrays several times stronger. But today, Han Fei suddenly had another idea. Did he really need to remember the Tao patterns? The 10,000 Tao patterns classified, compiled, and disassembled Tao patterns. But from what Han Fei saw just now, the Tao patterns seemed to be born naturally and didn't seem to need to be deliberately engraved or disassembled. It was more like you needed it, and then this world understood your intentions, so it attached a layer of Tao pattern to your technique. Interesting. So Tao pattern can be used like this? We should have the heavenly Tao spontaneously form Tao patterns. Buzz. As if realizing something, Han Fei suddenly came back to himself, only to feel excited. Then, Han Fei's expression changed. At this moment, he felt that 30% of his qi and blood had disappeared. He was now a sky-opening realm powerhouse. How many resources would it take to replenish 30% of his qi and blood? Before Han Fei could think about how the Tao patterns were born, he sensed a sad aura. When Han Fei turned his head, he saw that a strong master who was close to the spear pillar had withered. His vitality was dissipating at a visible speed, and his great Tao was annihilated. Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. He could feel the sadness of that person. As a strong master, it was not that he couldn't die, but who would be willing to die for no reason like this? Roar. Go to hell. Suddenly, he heard someone roaring on the other side. Han Fei looked over, only to see a half-dead sky-opening realm powerhouse. He seemed to know that he was about to die, so he directly burned all the remaining flesh, blood, and essence in his body, burnt his soul, and launched a peak-level dazzling blow, trying to penetrate the golden light. Han Fei clearly saw that this person's attack was full of the Tao runes of the spear pillars. It could be seen that this person had probably comprehended a lot of the Tao runes of the spear that suppressed this god, so he could launch such a terrifying blow. Han Fei estimated that the power of this blow was comparable to his all-great Taos in one sword. If he blocked it head-on, he might be injured. This person's attack was destined to fail. His peak attack was shattered into starlight the moment it entered the golden light. This person's body was annihilated in midair, with no chance of rebirth. Two sky-opening realm powerhouses died in a row, which made Han Fei realize the danger of this so-called god. Han Fei quickly mobilized the resources in his origin sea to make up for his lost qi and blood and return to his peak state. Then, he went to comprehend the new technique that appeared in his mind. Tao Fusion Book, incomplete. Introduction. There are rules in the world that can define all techniques. Nurture the great Taos and carry all living beings. The source of all things is the heavens and earth. Cultivators compete with the heavens for the great Tao, which is a great defiance. Merging with the heavens is the right way. Fusion with the heavens can carry the will of the heavens, grasp the heavenly Tao patterns, and summon all techniques. Comprehension, 37%. Remarks, the fusion of the Tao is not to the heavens, but to the strong. Huff. Han Fei was immediately excited. The demon purification pot was indeed omnipotent. After only one visualization, he had already comprehended 37% of the Tao patterns. At this speed, it seemed that it wouldn't take long for him to completely comprehend this thing. Once he completely mastered the Tao Fusion Book, he might have a way to break this seal. Of course, it was still too early to break the seal. Therefore, Han Fei remained still and continued to visualize. About 3 months later, Han Fei was woken up by abnormal astronomical phenomena. It turned out that while Han Fei was meditating, someone else died. However, this time, Han Fei found that his qi and blood were only reduced by more than 20%. It must be that the visualization time was not as long as the first time. When he looked at the Tao Fusion Book again, his comprehension level was 43%. This surprised Han Fei. It shouldn't be. Why did his comprehension speed slow down? Could it be that the further he went, the more profound it became? Han Fei looked at the 3 strong masters. Although they were clones, their strength and realm were much stronger than his. Therefore, they shouldn't have consumed much qi and blood so far. Han Fei saw that, not far away, someone sighed slightly. He couldn't help but ask, "Senior, may I ask how long I've been in here? I feel that I've only visualized it twice, but several seniors have already died. Did it take us decades to visualize it once?" The man glanced at Han Fei and shook his head slightly. "How can it take so long? You've only been here for more than half a year. They died because they were trapped here for too long and their resources were exhausted." Han Fei was secretly relieved to hear that only half a year had passed. It was a good thing, as long as it didn't take decades. However, Han Fei wasn't optimistic now, because 80% of his resources had been exhausted in order to survive the heavenly lightning baptism. The rest were just some ordinary resources. Even if they could be used to restore his qi and blood, it wouldn't last long. The amount of resources required for each person to recover to his peak was different. Han Fei's physique was extremely strong, so the amount of resources required for replenishment was naturally more. Therefore, he didn't dare to be negligent. No matter what, he had to digest the Tao Fusion Book first. 3 years later. This was Han Fei's 15th visualization. In the past 3 years, he had witnessed the death of a dozen sky-opening realm powerhouses, and 3 new sky-opening realm powerhouses had come. Naturally, they were here to hunt treasures, only to be trapped here. This time, Han Fei was in the visualization state. The picture that appeared in his mind was that he was standing between the heavens and earth, as if his body was one with the heavens and earth. As Han Fei waved his hand, wind blew and thunder rumbled. At that moment, Han Fei felt a strange power spreading in his body. Han Fei recognized this power. It was the power of the fourth divine pill on the demon purification pot's vine. Huh? I haven't been able to refine the fourth divine pill yet? Han Fei had never known this. He thought that he had completely refined the fourth small pill, but it turned out that it was not the case. The remaining power of this small pill was still in his body. Relying on the fourth divine pill, Han Fei had already partially fused his Tao. This was because the power of this divine pill was to ride the clouds, control the stars, and subdue the sea. At this moment, perhaps because he had truly comprehended the Tao fusion book and the origin of the Tao patterns in the world, this part of the power appeared immediately and dissipated in his body. Huff. Han Fei felt that his origin sea was stirring, and as many great Taos were suddenly connected to the sea of stars, as if they were about to fuse with the heavenly Tao. Huh. Human, you've comprehended the Tao pattern. I didn't misjudge you. You're a person of great luck. It's worth it to take you here from billions of kilometers away. At that moment, Han Fei knew that he had completely comprehended the Tao fusion book. Then, he activated the remaining power of the fourth small pill, and his origin sea began to spontaneously fuse with the Tao. This couldn't be hidden from this god, so he immediately communicated with Han Fei. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Han Fei said, Senior, since you want me to help you break the seal, why don't you remove the seal and let me communicate with my origin sea and completely fuse with the heavenly Tao first? Since you've already comprehended the fusion with the heavenly Tao, you'll be able to finish it in a few years at most. At that time, you'll be able to easily use Tao patterns without having to communicate with your origin. See. Han Fei's heart sank. This son of AB** TCH was suppressing everyone, not giving them a chance to enter their origin seas, because once they entered their origin seas, they would have a chance to escape from the sea of stars. However, this also confirmed Han Fei's other guess. This so-called god was afraid that they would run away. However, if this guy was a real god, with the power of a god, he could easily catch them back even if they escaped into the sea of stars. No, something is wrong. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This person was definitely not as powerful as he imagined. Even if he was really a god, his strength should have fallen to rock bottom, because he couldn't even control the sea of stars here. How could he be a god? Han Fei couldn't help but guess that if this guy wasn't a god but could suppress so many people, his strength was probably only at the monarch level. However, even if this guy only had the strength of a monarch, he was not someone he could resist now. Without knowing the real strength of this god, Han Fei certainly wouldn't do anything irrational. Another moment later, when Han Fei slowly opened his eyes, the information in his mind prompted him that he had fully comprehended the Tao fusion book. He could feel some changes in his origin sea, but he didn't know how much had changed. He couldn't know until the anomalies in his origin sea disappeared. About half a year later, Han Fei felt that the anomalies in his origin sea seemed to gradually calm down, so he looked at his information. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 101, Sky Opener. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 200,016th. Chaotic Chi, 660,000. Spiritual Power, 5,562,698. Perception Range, 6.5 million kilometers. Strength, 5,214,649 waves. First spiritual heritage, origin spiritual heritage. Second spiritual heritage, eternal darkness spiritual heritage. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 99. Second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow, level 100. Main art, void fishing level 9, void stealing technique, monarch level, ultra. Quality. Huh? Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. His spiritual power and strength had inexplicably increased. His soul power hadn't increased much, only about 100,000 points, but his strength had increased by 200,000 waves, which really surprised Han Fei. He knew that fusing the Tao with the heavens would strengthen the Tao of balance, but he didn't expect that just fusing the Tao with the heavens would increase his strength by a small amount. Besides, Han Fei had a feeling that he seemed to be able to borrow more power from the heavenly Tao, but he didn't know how much combat power he could unleash. But in any case, this was a major breakthrough. In addition to the increase in strength, Han Fei also felt that the demon purification pot seemed to be slightly moving. In his mind, Han Fei could see that on one of the small vines of the demon purification pot, the fifth divine pill was half red and showed signs of maturity. The fifth small pill is about to mature? Han Fei was excited. He didn't know how long he had been nurturing the fifth small pill. Countless resources had been poured into it, but it didn't seem to mature. But now, it showed signs of maturity, which meant that it would mature soon. Is it because the medicinal properties of my fourth divine pill haven't been completely digested, so the fifth small pill is still not ripe? Han Fei felt that it was very likely. Even he didn't know that the fourth divine pill still had some power that he hadn't digested. It seemed that this crisis had some benefits. Although he was still trapped, he had two great gains today. Huff. Han Fei felt that more than 40% of his qi and blood had disappeared for no reason. He was speechless. A lot of resources in his origin sea shattered and replenished his qi and blood. The joy Han Fei had just gained instantly disappeared. This fish shit god was 2F** king disgusting. He was absorbing his qi, blood, and energy all the time. At this rate, in a few years, the resources in his origin sea would be insufficient. Huff. Han Fei quickly put aside other thoughts and observed the 5 spear pillars. Again. He had already comprehended the Tao patterns. When he looked at the spear pillars again, what he saw was not the visualization picture on the spears. This time, what Han Fei saw was an inexplicable light projecting such a spear. This spear seemed to burst out from the stars and fall, triggering the great Tao rules of the heavens and earth to attach to it, seizing infinite power and complicated Tao patterns to brand it. The spear light was like a falling star. And the blow seemed to shatter the sky and crack the earth. In an instant, the spear pierced through a golden light and nailed it to the ground. Puff. The moment the spear beam stabbed down, Han Fei felt intense pain in his eyes. His eyes almost couldn't take the power of the spear. If it weren't for the fact that he was a body cultivator, his eyes might have exploded. So strong. What a powerful spear. Han Fei felt that if Zhang Xuanyu were here, he would be overjoyed. He, who was good at spear techniques, might have comprehended many spear techniques because of witnessing such a terrifying spear technique. However, without Zhang Xuanyu's multidimensional brain, he couldn't deduce combat skills from countless angles in his mind. Wait. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip. That didn't seem right. Zhang Xuanyu's strengths, but for a sky opener, what couldn't be simulated? Just like how the three strong masters of the heavenly race created clones to deal with him, his void descending technique could create countless more clones than them. As long as he was willing, as long as the clones were below his level, he could use their power at will. If he used his clones to fight his clones, or created thousands of projections to simulate, wouldn't the effect be much faster? Suddenly, Han Fei found that he seemed to have neglected something. Void fishing, from beginning to end, had 9 levels of techniques. Han Fei only thought the void descending art was not that useful. But now that he thought about it, it didn't seem right. See establishment. Realm and sky opening realm powerhouses could create many clones even though they didn't know the void descending art. Then what were the advantages and disadvantages of void descending art? Because he rarely needed to create clones, Han Fei rarely used void descending. But now it didn't seem right. Since void descending was a great technique, the clones it created must be fundamentally different from ordinary clones. Unfortunately, this place was not suitable for studying void descending, but Han Fei took this to heart. In addition to thinking of the void descending technique, as Han Fei had seen how the spear was shot, the spear technique immediately appeared in Han Fei's mind. God Sealing Spear, unrated. Introduction. This technique comes from the spear of a god. It's a god sealing technique derived from the comprehension of divine combat skills. The strong often use all things in the world to condense a technique and brand it with the Tao patterns of the heavens and earth, giving it the power of God's sealing. This technique can seal the body and suppress the soul. Once sealed by this technique, one has to break the Tao pattern mark in the seal to escape. Of course, with stronger power and the corrosion of ancient times, one can also break the seal. Comprehension, 7%. Deduced art, not available. Effect, the orthodox God sealing technique, not something other kinds of sealing techniques can compare to. Shortcoming, to comprehend this technique, one must fusing the Tao with the heavens and master the Tao patterns. Remarks, this spear technique, coupled with different Tao patterns, can unleash different attacks. A sealing technique? This was the first time Han Fei had seen a special sealing technique. Han Fei had naturally mastered a lot of sealing techniques, but the essence of sealing techniques was strength suppression. Generally speaking, sealing techniques mostly used arrays to suppress. Except for the array, Han Fei really hadn't seen any sealing methods. Barrier was different from the seal. Barrier was a protective power that spontaneously operated with the help of something. As for array seals, one had to engrave a great array to let the power of the heavens and earth circulate in the array. The God sealing spear was even more direct. It extracted the essence of the heavens and earth and imprinted the Tao patterns of the heavens and earth. There were countless combinations of these Tao patterns. Who knew what Tao patterns that person had engraved on the spears when he used the God sealing spear? Fortunately, he had mastered the God sealing spear and comprehended the Tao patterns. When he completely comprehended the God sealing spear, the Tao patterns on the spear could be revealed. As long as the Tao patterns were revealed, a breaking way would naturally appear. Many thoughts flashed through Han Fei's mind, and he couldn't help but put on an imperceptible smile. After a while, Han Fei replenished his qi and blood and continued to observe the spear Tao. Another 2.5 years passed. After experiencing nearly 20 explosions, In his eyes, Han Fei finally completely comprehended the god's sealing spear. However, Han Fei didn't immediately remove the seal. This golden light didn't care about the strong masters here at all. They were just tools that it had captured to remove the seal. However, this god sealing technique was a sealing technique that was even beyond the means of gods. Even if everyone present was an emperor, how many of them could comprehend the means of gods? Even if someone could comprehend it, they would often be sucked to death before they could finish comprehending it. After thinking for a moment, Han Fei suddenly got up and walked to the spear pillars. Buzz. Suddenly, many people looked at Han Fei. What was this person going to do? Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. In this valley, thousands of people were sitting cross-legged, most of them dead. Only a small number of people were close to the spear pillars. Besides, those who could approach the spear pillars were all quite strong. Otherwise, they would be injured by the spear light. Han Fei had been here for almost 6 years, but hadn't moved close to the spear pillars. Most people felt that Han Fei wasn't strong. At this moment, Han Fei got up and walked to the spear pillars, which was actually a very strange behavior. This was because most people would choose the closest position they could withstand the moment they were detained here, to observe the Tao patterns on the spear pillars and the spear light around them. In terms of comprehension, the closer one was, the better the effect. Who would wait 6 years before moving closer to the spear pillars? Even the 3 elders of the heavenly race looked at Han Fei. Ignoring their gazes, Han Fei jumped 100 kilometers forward. Hiss. Many people gasped. This valley was very big because it was meant to suppress a god. But this one was only more than 1,200 kilometers long. Han Fei was originally about 800 kilometers away from the spears. Why did he suddenly jump forward like this? Did he really think this was a trial? But Han Fei didn't stop at all. 700 kilometers. 600 kilometers. When Han Fei stepped into the range of 300 kilometers, someone woke up from his visualization and stared at Han Fei. Many people couldn't help but become nervous. Someone swallowed. Is he going to break the seal? He has only been here for 6 years. How can he comprehend this seal so quickly? Can he break the seal? Such a terrifying spear beam is nothing to him. He must have comprehended this spear technique. For a moment, the audience was in an uproar. Only the clones of the 3 heavenly race powerhouses looked solemn. When they fought Han Fei, they knew how terrifying he was. Just imagine, a person who hadn't even turned his origin sea into a star had escaped from the hands of the 3 of them. This strength was rare in the world. Dear readers, you are reading on our content stealing site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia to support us. It was not that there were no such people in this world, but there were very few of them. In the entire East Sea Divine Realm, there were only a handful of people who could do this. Those who could be so strong were all people with great determination. Their origin sea was different from ordinary people's. As for the specific reason, others didn't know. Now that their heavenly race had a deep grudge with Han Fei, if Han Fei could break the seal and survive today, he would definitely become a great threat to their heavenly race in the future. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't be afraid, but could Han Fei be regarded as an ordinary person? In their opinion, this guy had a chance to Prove his Tao. Proving the Tao represented the position of a monarch in the entire sea realm, which monarch wasn't terrifyingly strong. Even the heavenly race had to be careful of the revenge of a monarch. However, when Han Fei stepped within 100 kilometers of a spear pillar, their hearts sank, knowing that he must have comprehended something. Clatter. Immediately, many strong masters stood up and looked at him eagerly, hoping that Han Fei could break the seal. Even the sealed god was surprised. Human, have you figured it out? Han Fei's speed slowed down. Regardless of the sharp spear light, there seemed to be some power erupting around him, which was a very powerful spear intent. Someone finally exclaimed, "He has comprehended it. He has comprehended it. Someone can finally comprehend these spears." Someone clenched his fists and shouted, "Brother, although I don't know your name, the lives of hundreds of us are in your hands. If you save us, we will owe you a favor, a life-saving favor." Many people's hearts stirred, and they couldn't help but echo, "Bro, if we can get out this time, besides the favor we owe you, I can give you all my resources, and I'll still return your favor." Someone shouted, "That's right. If you save our lives, we can give you everything we have. As long as you can break this seal, we'll definitely repay your kindness. If we don't, we'll have inner demons and can't make any progress in this life." When Han Fei heard this, his heart stirred. Good Lord, this one was even more ruthless than the last one. Although he really wanted the resources of these people were too proactive. It was fake that they couldn't make any progress, but it was true that they would encounter inner demons when they tried to prove their Tao. But in fact, how many emperors could prove the Tao? Now that he was bragging, it was hard to say if he could reach the edge of Tao proving. Besides, who told them that he was going to break the seal now? Han Fei still ignored these people and chose to respond to the god. Han Fei said, "Senior, I've comprehended it, but I haven't comprehended it yet. You should know that to break this seal, firstly, one needs to completely fuse the Tao with the heavens and completely comprehend the heavenly Tao, so that he can grasp the power of the heavens and earth at will and turn it into Tao patterns. Secondly, he needs to comprehend the spear intent of the spear beam. Only when the two are both achieved can this seal be broken. Am I right?" The god didn't deny it and confirmed Han Fei's words. "Yes. You're right." Han Fei said, "I can come this far mainly because I'm a master of arrays. I got the Tao pattern records before, but unfortunately, the Tao patterns in the books are not detailed. Fortunately, I cultivate every day, so I can understand the Tao patterns on the pillars. However, my understanding is not enough, so I can't easily grasp the Tao of the heavens and earth and turn it into Tao patterns. But at this moment, when I visualize the spear pillars, I can already almost visualize the meaning in the spears. However, I'm still far from breaking the seal." The unknown god asked, "Then what do you want to do now?" Han Fei didn't speak, but directly stepped about 10 kilometers away from the spear pillars. His eyes stung, because he couldn't look at the sealed creature directly. He could only see a golden light. Therefore, Han Fei jumped and stood directly at the top of the spear pillar, braving the infinite spear intent. At this time, Han Fei said, "Senior, I need some help to break this seal." The god seemed to see hope of breaking the seal. He stopped bluffing and asked, "What help do you need?" Han Fei said, "I need to become stronger and fuse with the heavenly Tao. Only By completely fusing with the heavenly Tao, can I comprehend the heavenly Tao? The god said leisurely, 3 years ago, I saw a large amount of the Tao. Runes of the heavens and earth pour into your origin star. How could you not have fused with the heavenly Tao yet? Han Fei was overjoyed. As he expected, the great hoodwinker wasn't sure if he had completed the great Tao fusion. Han Fei said, Senior, I walked many great Taos at the same time, so I only fused one Tao 3 years ago. With that, Han Fei activated the great Tao of gravity, which turned into the great Tao of space, and then the great Tao of yin-yang. Han Fei said, Senior, look, it's difficult for me too. Now only when I grow strong enough, can I help you. As you can see, I haven't turned my origin sea into a star yet. Even if my great Tao and my origin sea completely fuses with the heavenly Tao, it shouldn't be complete, right? If you can help me turn my origin sea into a star. At this point, Han Fei didn't hide his intentions anymore. You want me to work for you without paying me? How could there be such a good thing in the world? Sure enough, the god pondered for a moment and replied, How much has your origin sea been developed? Han Fei said, Senior, my origin sea has been opened for 270,000 kilometers. The god said, Well, then I'll help you expand your origin sea to 300,000 kilometers and then help you turn it into a star. Han Fei immediately said, Senior, I'm a genius. How can my origin sea be only a mere 300,000 kilometers? In that case, it'll be only 600,000 kilometers. After turning into a star. Then what kind of genius am I? At that time, if the star transformation limits my talent, I won't be able to fuse the Tao with the heavens. Then what should I do? Han Fei said pitifully, but he just wanted to see if this creature would flip out. Han Fei bet that it wouldn't, because he was the one with the highest chance of breaking the seal. Sure enough, the god said, the star transformation is not the core of the sky opening realm. The path after the star transformation is human. I see that. Your luck and talent are very good, and you shouldn't care about the star transformation so much. Han Fei sneered in his heart, but he looked conflicted and uneasy. Senior God, I've heard that one can only turn his origin sea into a star when he feels he can. It's like transcending a heavenly tribulation. When the heavenly tribulation comes, you can naturally feel it. The god was obviously silent for a while. He didn't expect Han Fei, who hadn't turned his origin sea into a star, to know this. Besides, very few people knew this secret. At least, most itinerant cultivators didn't know this secret. This was because the opportunity to turn one's origin sea into a star was very difficult to grasp. Most people only wanted to turn their origin seas into stars after reaching that opportunity, but they didn't have a clear idea that they could do that. At this time, in order to continue to maintain his dignified image as a god, the god said, mortals are stupid and fall into the cliché. They all think that the star transformation is a miracle that can help them become a god. Little do they know that this is just their wrong perception. Han Fei cursed in his heart, go to hell, you liar. This is what my senior brother Azure Dragon said, and was confirmed by my eldest senior brother. If senior brother Azure Dragon was wrong, how could eldest senior brother not correct him? Han Fei had thought that he could trade with this god, but now it seemed that this was just an old insidious shoal. Han Fei immediately pretended to be shocked. Really? So they are wrong about this. The god seemed to be much more relaxed and continued, of course. Mortals are stupid. As a genius, you should know the truth. Han Fei said, Senior God, please give me some resources. I'm going to expand my origin sea and turn it into a star. The god paused and immediately said, I'll give you 50,000 kilometers of resources first. When you turn your origin sea into a star, I'll give you some more. Otherwise, if you turn your origin sea into a star too quickly, without proper guidance, it may affect your potential. Han Fei sneered in his heart and didn't believe a word of it. But on the surface, he cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Senior God. Suddenly, Han Fei said, Senior God, since it's inevitable that I'll break the array, can you let these people go? Their vitality is flowing away quickly. If you don't let them go, I'm afraid that when I finish turning my origin sea into a star and fusing all my Daos fuse with the heavens, nearly half of these people will die, right? The creature said in an old voice, I seal this place as an array. It can only trap people, but not release them. Unless I break the seal, I can't break the array. Han Fei's smile widened. He instantly understood that the old insidious Shoal was afraid. He left these people here because he was afraid that they would go out and get a monarch or even stronger powerhouse here. This meant that this so-called god was not as strong as he imagined. How could there be a god in the sea realm now? What he was afraid of was monarchs. If even a monarch could make this so-called god afraid, which meant that his strength was much weaker than he imagined. Immediately, Han Fei calmed down. If I don't skin you, I'll be letting down the chi and blood I lost. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The deal between the god and Han Fei certainly wouldn't be seen by others, which would damage his image as a god. Therefore, when Han Fei jumped to the top of the spear pillar, a golden light blocked everyone's vision. However, Han Fei's voice could be heard. He said, Everyone, although I can break this seal, it won't be so fast. It will take at least 10 years and at most 100 years. 10 years, 100 years? Some of the people who were still alive secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and some frowned. Yes, even if this person was a genius who had an epiphany within 6 years and could avoid the spear runes here, this was a seal that suppressed a god. How could it be broken so easily? However, some people's resources couldn't last that long. Immediately, someone hurriedly said, Fellow Taoists, my resources are exhausted. If anyone is willing to share some resources with me, I will give you a great technique and an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure. For a moment, everyone was excited. Although Han Fei couldn't break the seal directly, he gave them hope. For a moment, all the emperors were refreshed, feeling that as long as they had the capital, they could hold on for another 100 years. Han Fei certainly wouldn't care about such things. In fact, the lives of these people had nothing to do with him. In the wilderness, there were no good or bad people. If they could wait, then wait. If they couldn't, he wouldn't care. Now, his attention was on the gaming between him and the god, and he was in no mood to care about them. Han Fei sat cross-legged on a pillar, and a small ball appeared in front of Han Fei. Han Fei recognized that it was a small world. This thing had the magical effect of consolidating the origin sea when it was fused into the origin sea. But this small world was obviously not big, because this god only said that he would give Han Fei 50,000 kilometers of resources. These 50,000-kilometer resources were naturally the 50,000-kilometer resources, in addition to the 270,000 kilometers. For Han Fei, this was already a considerable amount of resources. After all, even killing strong masters like in Taiping and Qiu Shouzong couldn't get him so many resources. After all, the further it went, the more terrifying the increase in resources would be. Han Fei estimated that the 50,000-kilometer resources were at least the entire wealth of a late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse. Buzz. Han Fei led this small world into his origin sea, only to feel that the small world exploded in his origin sea. And then Han Fei felt that the value of these resources was extraordinary, and many treasures and ores were gathered in it. Exploring the origin sea was a long process, since this god couldn't see through Han Fei's origin sea. He naturally couldn't see the acceleration of time in Han Fei's origin sea. Even if Han Fei deliberately pretended to expand his origin sea, a year later, the resources in Han Fei's body were used up, and his origin sea was naturally expanded to 320,000 kilometers. This breakthrough improved Han Fei's overall strength slightly again. His strength increased by hundreds of thousands, and his soul power also increased slightly. The natural increase in strength brought about by expanding his origin sea was a relatively stable cultivation. Therefore, Han Fei wished that this god could give him another 100,000 kilometers of resources. In that case, his soul power and physical strength might be able to break through the 6 million mark or become more balanced. 1 year later, Han Fei slowly opened his eyes as if he had woken up from cultivation. He was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, when his origin sea was open to 300,000 kilometers, he had already been waiting for this so-called god to ask him questions. With the means of this god, he could definitely observe the sea of stars and detect the changes in his origin sea. Even if he hadn't turned his origin sea into a star yet, its expansion couldn't be hidden from this guy. However, this god didn't speak, which puzzled Han Fei. "Senior God, are you there?" The old voice seemed to have passed through centuries and fell into Han Fei's ears. "You didn't try to turn your origin sea into a star." This sentence showed that the god knew whether Han Fei had turned his origin sea into a star. Han Fei said with a smile, "You may not believe it, but after my origin sea reached 300,000 kilometers, I suddenly realized that if my origin sea can reach 400,000 kilometers, it might be a great opportunity for me to turn my origin sea into a star." At this moment, Han Fei seemed to have forgotten the truth the god said. After pondering for a moment, the so-called god finally said, "You are indeed deceiving me. In fact, you have already figured out how to use the heaven and earth Tao patterns and how to crack the spear beam. Human, do you know the consequences of deceiving a god?" Han Fei chuckled. "Oh. Senior, are you kidding me? I'm timid and can't stand being scared by you, so I suddenly forget how to break the seal." The god groaned for a moment. "Human, what do you want?" Han Fei smiled. "Senior, why don't you give me another 500,000 kilometers of resources? I'll definitely remember it." At that moment, Han Fei seemed to feel some kind of rage, but he didn't care. It was only a matter of time before they fell out. When he used the 50,000 kilometers of resources unscrupulously, he was already prepared to fall out with this guy. The god said, "Human, I calculated that your luck was extraordinary, so I brought you here. Since I can bring you here, I can also destroy you." Han Fei sneered. Oh. Really? Senior, you want to destroy me? I'm so disappointed. As he spoke, Han Fei's aura soared, and he activated his great Tao. With a wave of his hand, treasures condensed into a spear, and there were heavens and earth Tao patterns engraved on it. What are you doing? This time, the god was horrified. He didn't expect Han Fei to dare to attack him. He didn't expect that this person would seal him after setting him up. He could use certain powers, because he had already broken a part of the seal. If he was sealed again, what could he do? Stop. Human, stop. Han Fei's sudden outburst woke the emperors up from their visualization. They looked at the spear that appeared in the terrifying void and couldn't help but widen their eyes. Someone exclaimed, "Is this the spear light that seals this place? What's going on? Is that fellow Taoist going to break the seal? He has really comprehended it. He can actually use such a spear beam." Buzz. In the next second, a golden light erupted, directly blocking everyone's vision. In the golden light, the so-called god shouted, "Human, you haven't even turned your origin seat into a star. Who gave you the courage to attack a god?" Clang. At this moment, the spear light stabbed down, and the god continued, "Human. Do you think anyone can seal me? It's easy for me to suppress you. Then do it." Han Fei sneered. With a thought, a strange power between the heavens and earth injected a certain power into him. For a moment, Han Fei's body shone with golden light. Puff. Then the defense of the golden light that should have been indestructible was deprived by Han Fei in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Han Fei felt that his body carried a terrifying power, which made it difficult for him to move. He felt that his body was stiff as if he were petrified. Bang! A terrifying pressure fell on Han Fei, which was caused by the god. However, how could he know that Han Fei had directly deprived him of his defense? Therefore, this attack was destined to be futile. Instead, Han Fei's sealing spear pierced through the creature's golden light body. The moment this seal was inserted, Han Fei clearly felt that the golden light that was crushing him weakened by at least 30%. How is that possible? The god roared. Han Fei said with a smile, "Senior, I haven't turned my origin seat into a star yet, but I can still let you be sealed for another 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or 1,000,000 years. The one in the past suppressed you with 5 spear beams. I'm weak, so 5 seals are definitely not enough. But I can use 50, 500, 5,000, or 50,000. What do you think?" At this moment, Han Fei was not afraid at all, his mouth full of mockery. The creature still wanted to struggle. "How dare you?" Han Fei continued to condense the spear pillar while imprinting the Tao patterns of the heavens and earth. He replied with a smile, "From the moment I comprehended this sealing technique, I knew that the person who used this technique just casually used it. Just like what I'm doing now, I casually borrowed the Tao patterns of the heavens and earth. Therefore, the person who sealed you doesn't treat you as an opponent at all. This can only mean that you are very weak to him." After that, Han Fei continued, "You know that most of these people can't break this seal, but you still don't dare to let them leave. You're afraid that they will find a monarch-level powerhouse, right? So you're afraid of a monarch. In other words, your strength is not enough for you to beat a monarch. You don't even dare to confront an ordinary monarch." In the end, Han Fei suddenly stood up. So, no matter what your real strength is, you are really weak now. Han Fei was very sure when he said this. Of course, although he guessed that the god might be at his weakest now, he was still the one who could forcibly detain many sky-opening realm powerhouses. If he wanted to negotiate with him, he had to create a better condition for himself. And this condition was to seal him. Only when the strength of this god was greatly reduced could he have hope. Therefore, the second spear pillar stabbed down without hesitation. Han Fei said, "Senior God, my spear pillar is just casually created. Perhaps you can break it in a few days, but at least I've got a chance. If I want, you can be completely sealed. Now only if you listen to me can you break the seal." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Although Han Fei was quite confident, he was afraid that he would be counterattacked by this god if he was careless. However, he had the capital. His capital was to admit that he could break the seal of this place. This guy had been suppressed here for a long time and definitely wanted to get out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have detained so many people here. Since he wanted to go out and he could break the seal, even if he offended him, he had no reason to kill him. As long as he didn't kill him, he had a chance to summon eldest senior brother. Anyway, he had won this bet. Although Han Fei didn't use the 9 palace luck ruler to measure his luck now, he knew that the crisis of the impasse was already over. Now, what Han Fei was most concerned about was how many resources this god could give him. He had only dug 3 treasures at the periphery of the ruins of gods, but he had almost led himself into an impasse. It could be seen that danger and opportunity coexisted. Even if he was given another chance to dig, he wouldn't let his original body dig again. Otherwise, if he caused too much noise and provoked a late-stage star transformation powerhouse, he would be in danger. However, this god must be very rich. Compared to the massive amount of resources, Han Fei didn't care so much about treasures now. What he lacked the most now was resources. As his origin sea was expanded, the further he went, the more resources he needed. Even if Han Fei knew that his plundering ability was very powerful, it would take him years to expand another 50,000 kilometers of his current origin sea. Even if he killed 2 more late-stage star transformation powerhouses, it wouldn't be enough to expand another 50,000 kilometers of his origin sea. Therefore, how could Han Fei let go of such a great opportunity? The god saw the second seal continue to suppress down, and the entire space trembled slightly. It wasn't easy for him to break through some seals. How could he be sealed again by a junior? The god said, "Human, stop. Let's talk nicely." Hee hee. Han Fei grinned. "Senior, I'm very reasonable. Give me another 500,000 kilometers of resources, and I can help you out." The god asked, "How can I believe you?" Han Fei said, "As a sign of sincerity, I can help you break the 2 original spear pillars first and then replace them with the seals I set. My seal is not strong enough, so when our deal is completed, you can break the seal in a few days or months." Han Fei was not stupid. Without a seal, how could he resist this guy who claimed to be a god? After a while, the god replied, "I don't have that many resources. With the size of your current origin sea, you probably don't need 500,000 kilometers of resources. And I can at most increase your origin sea by 90,000 kilometers." Han Fei said in disbelief, "Senior, don't lie to me. You're a god, but you told me that you only have so few resources? At this moment, for the first time, this god regretted calling himself a god. At this moment, he could only bite the bullet and say, I'm trapped here. Where can I get resources? Besides, this 90,000 kilometers of resources are enough for you to expand your origin sea by more than 260,000 kilometers. It's already an extremely exaggerated amount of resources. Han Fei shook his head. This has nothing to do with me. Without resources, you have to give me other things. For example, the divine crystal, the heavenly Tao jade essence, the mystic yellow soil, the chaotic spiritual earth, the primordial spirit earth, ultra-quality godly weapons, the flesh and blood of gods, and the like. Han Fei immediately added, Senior, don't say that you don't have it. There are many good things buried on the periphery of this place. I've dug some out. This god couldn't move now, or he would have jumped up and slapped Han Fei through. Do you really think I'm a god? Primordial spirit earth? Divine flesh? Are you kidding me? However, at this moment, Han Fei had the initiative. How could he dare to challenge him? He said leisurely, I can give you 5 pieces of the heavenly Tao jade essence, 11 pieces of the divine crystal, and as much the mystic yellow soil as a mountain. And I also have a piece of a broken chaotic treasure, but it requires the reforging of a peak-level godly weapon refiner to have a chance to restore to the chaotic treasure. Shoot. Han Fei's expression was calm, but his heart was already in turmoil. This was the first time he had heard that the mystic yellow soil was calculated by the size of a mountain. And 5 heavenly Tao jade essence? Damn, this god was rich. And the quality of divine crystals was probably not much weaker than the heavenly Tao jade essence. Also, what was a chaotic treasure? What was a godly weapon refiner? He had heard it for the first time. Forget it, he wouldn't ask. He couldn't show his ignorant side. Anyway, it was at least a godly weapon. As it happened, his gourd had a hole and became a remnant weapon. He wondered if this could be used to repair it. But how could Han Fei let him off so easily? He pondered for a moment and said, I'm indeed tempted by what you said, but these resources are not enough for me to turn my origin sea into a star. Therefore, this is not enough. Senior, you don't really think I will believe that these are all you have, do you? With that said, Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator and carved 2 words in the void, true and fake. Han Fei asked leisurely, is he telling the truth or not? However, at the next moment, Han Fei frowned slightly. The vast ocean navigator failed? Then, the god said, your navigator is good, but its limit is only in the sky. Opening realm. It's useless against me. Han Fei was shocked. It seemed that the vast ocean navigator and the 9 Palace Luck ruler both had limits. They were both human sacred weapons, but in theory, they were only at the same level as sea-quelling bizarre treasures. However, because of its special nature, it was probably comparable to a godly weapon. However, this thing couldn't be used on a monarch, which meant that it had a limit. Han Fei shrugged. Anyway, I don't believe it. With my strength and resources, I can get these resources with a little time. But Senior, your seal can't be removed with a little time. Han Fei didn't mind. He just wanted to trick the other party. If this was really his limit, he wouldn't force it. Anyway, after this wave, he still had another wave. The god was silent for a while and then said, I can also promise you an ultra-quality godly weapon, but I won't give it to you until you completely break the seals. Han Fei smiled. It's a deal. Hearing the words ultra-quality godly weapon, Han Fei was satisfied. An ultra-quality godly weapon was enough to make the three strong masters of the heavenly race crazily hunt him in person. Although it was because he was weak, it was enough to prove how tempting an ultra-quality godly weapon was. Besides, to be honest, even if this god really gave him so many resources, he probably wouldn't be able to digest them in a short time. Besides, he didn't want to force the god into a corner. The path of cultivation must be full of twists and turns. If this deal was successful, his gains in the ruins of gods could be described as extremely abundant, probably even comparable to more than his 1,000 years of cultivation. After making the deal, Han Fei said, Senior, how about you give me a few more people? The 3 guys who came with me are all clones of strong masters. Senior, can you help me kill them? Also, I have a blood fiend puppet. You should know it. Han Fei knew himself well. Even if he absorbed all the resources now, he might not be able to kill these 3 clones. Besides, he wanted whetstones. It was full of whetstones in the wilderness. Wasn't it better to use the sea monster fortresses to sharpen his knives? Why did he have to use the old farts of the heavenly race to sharpen his knives? The god said, I'm sealed and can't do anything. I can control the will of the heavenly Tao in this area, just because my bloodline is connected to the ground veins here. But those 3 people have already reached the late stage of the star transformation realm. Although they can be killed by the will of the heavenly Tao, everyone else in the area will be killed too. As for your blood fiend puppet, it's trapped in another place. After I'm unsealed, it will appear. Han Fei's heart did a flip. In that case, please give them space to fight. In the outside world, it had been more than a year, and many people had paid a lot of resources to fight for 10 years of vitality. Although they weren't sure if Han Fei would save them, they felt that Han Fei had to save himself, right? Since he had to save himself, he might save them by the way. At most, they would give all their wealth to Han Fei. Anyway, as long as they could get out alive, they could get resources. Therefore, in this year, no one died. Buzz. The moment the 2 spear pillars appeared, Han Fei was no longer enveloped by golden light. He stood at the top of the spear pillar and looked down at the emperors. Everything is going smoother than I expected. It may only take me a few days to break the array. Hiss. Boom. Fellow Daoist, are you serious? Fellow Daoist, you're my savior. If you can break the seal, we'll give you everything we have. Some people were nervous. This god would let them go, right? Could this seal really be broken? Someone shouted, Fellow Daoist, have you negotiated with Lord God? Han Fei knew what they were worried about, so he said, Don't worry. Since I can break the seal, I can guarantee your safety. Of course, before that, I have something to ask you for help. Fellow Daoist, please say it. I'll do anything for you. Yes, fellow Daoist, just tell us. We'll do our best. Fellow Daoist, you can rest assured. No matter what, I must help you finish this matter. For a moment, everyone stood up, except for the 3 strong masters of the heavenly race, whose faces were all dark. Han Fei casually glanced at the three strong masters of the heavenly race and said, well, I can save you, but I hope you can agree to one condition of mine. In your lifetime, you must kill one of the heavenly race's sky-opening realm powerhouses, no matter who it is. Buzz. At that moment, the three elders of the heavenly race were shocked. What a ruthless brat. There were nearly 200 sky-opening realm powerhouses here, including many late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses. With such a large number of forces targeting the heavenly race, the consequences could be imagined. Ha ha ha. What's the big deal? Fellow Taoist, as long as I meet those arrogant guys from the heavenly race, I'll definitely kill as many as I can. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. This will be the most important thing for me to do after I leave this place. Immediately, someone pointed at the clones of the three elders of the heavenly race and said, Fellow Taoist, these three people are your enemies, right? Are they from the heavenly race? For a moment, everyone looked at the three of them. The leading elder of the heavenly race snorted. You can't attack here. What can you do to me? A bunch of clowns dare to touch the people of our heavenly race? You overestimate yourself. Heh, you're really arrogant. I can't touch you now, but when the seal on this place is broken, can you run away? At this moment, Han Fei suddenly said, Oh, I forgot to tell you. Now, you can attack at any time here. Senior God has agreed to no longer swallow your power. The three elders of the heavenly race?